Excellent.
Well, good morning, councillors. Good morning to members of our community viewing in on live stream, and thank you for those who are persevering with us on live stream, and hope you're having a good morning. As traditional with the opening of our council meetings, councillors, we acknowledge the Durrumbul people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and we pay respects to all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone. We have with us today councillors Tim Sinclair from the Uniting Church in Perth. We thank you very much for stepping into the breach this morning, Tammy, to deliver our morning prayer, and hope you're having a good day as well, and invite you to deliver the prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us join in prayer. Father, we gather here today under your care and protection. Thank you for your loving kindness that never fails us. As we meet to share our thoughts and to take part in today's decision-making process, we ask you for guidance and support. Open our minds so that we may receive your wisdom. May our discussions be purposeful and guided by your presence. With your support, may we value and appreciate each other for our ideas and talents and communicate with each other respectfully. May our discussions be purposeful and guided by your presence. Amen.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a couple of housekeeping matters to tidy up, councillors. In terms of the leave of absence, so we have Councillor Hutton away today, and just require that be resolved as an apology. And we have Councillor Bellows coming in with us on video stream. So Councillor Bellow, although not here physically, is here online. So welcome, Councillor Bellow.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Appreciate the assistance to participate this way. And good morning to all councillors and staff.
Well, I think we probably appreciate it too. If you're unwell, you can keep your germs to yourself, Councillor.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And generally feeling okay, just a very dry cough, so I didn't want to sit there and interrupt the meeting with that. So thank you for once again.
No, we'll get well soon. All right, so we need to do that now. Yeah. So we need to resolve the leave of absence for Councillor Hutton. Okay, and then accept him as an apology for this meeting. So there's two processes here, Councillor. Okay, so first of all is to resolve that Councillor Hutton be granted a leave of absence. Yeah, yeah. And be noted as an apology for today's meeting. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All, correct. Yeah. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you. And Councillor Bellow, if you wouldn't mind, I'll get you to say aye or nay in terms of what you wish to vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item 4, councillors, is the confirmation of minutes from previous meetings. We've got two meetings to confirm today. One is the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of August 2022, and the second is the special meeting held on the 23rd of August 2022. All right. Your microphone needs to be on too.
Move both minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Got a mover in Councillor Mather. Seconder, please. Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Councillor Bellow?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Righto. Item 5 is declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillor Friend and Councillor Watson, I think you both have one. Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 11.8, 11 Hutton Street. As an owner of one of the adjoining lots referred to in the Notice of Compliance with Public Notification Requirements, Section 18.1 of the Development Assessment Rules, I will be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson?
Sorry about that. I'll have to leave the room at 11.10 because of being the president of the food bank, and we're talking about the lease
Okay, thank you, councillor Watson. Any other
Oh,
conflicts?
can I just ask, are you happy for me to stay for the other parts and just
Well,
leave it my bit?
What I'm going to ask the councillors at the time, councillor Watson, is that we split the motions to allow you to stay in the room for two.
All right.
We'll have a separate motion for the food bank.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Bello, nothing?
Nay.
Thank you. All right. So we've got declaration of interest from councillor Friend on 11.8 and councillor Watson on 11.10. Deputations. We have a deputation this morning from David Thomas in relation to the contender project. Councillor Friend, this is one of in your bailiwick. I'm just going to ask you to introduce Mr. Thomas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. David Thomas is the chairperson of the Contender Project Incorporation. They're a non-for-profit organisation that are located here on the Capricorn Coast. They provide self-defence classes for women. They have charitable boxing tournaments, and they're also passionate in relation to juvenile crime and how to mitigate the juvenile crime in our area. Their motto is provide guidance and opportunities to learn the skills needed to win the fight of life and turn contenders into champions. I'd like to introduce Mr. David Thomas. Would you like to come up here?
Thank you very much. Do I sit or do I stand or?
Whatever you wish to do.
Okay, awesome. Well, first and foremost, thank you for seeing me today. My name is David Thomas. I'm the director and head facilitator for the Contender Project. And our goal is to provide opportunities and support the youth and young adults of our community. With that being said, we also, part of the Contender Project is to provide community services and basically be there as a form of support for members of the community who may be struggling at this time. I have brought a PowerPoint here today, which has, I'm not sure what files, oh yeah, that's perfect, excellent. Perfect, awesome. Okay, so who is the Contender Project? The Contender Project is a registered non-for-profit organisation. We've actually been working for that status for about 4 years, and that finally came through November last year. So since November last year, we're basically doing a lot of our services not under the banner of the Contender Project, but unofficially until we could get our non-for-profit status and charity status through. So those both came through November of 2021, and we've been able then to move forward with the Contender Project. We're based out of Upone. Our aim is to provide support and create opportunities for at-risk youth, young adults, victims of domestic violence, and all members of the community. So although our main service at the moment has been focused around at-risk youth and disengaged youth, we do also provide services for people basically of all needs throughout our community. And myself and all the members of the board are all just locals, and we're all super passionate about our local community. We have police officers, part of our board, teachers, we have small business owners, so people of all different aspects throughout the local Capricorn Coast community who are part of our board and have different experiences and different reaches in the community as well. We'll just go to the next slide, please. And the services that we offer, youth services, again, that would be our main service that we provide, and something that the Contender Project was built upon. I myself was a part of a youth program in New Zealand through the local police, where they would basically take us to a local boxing gym and hope that through that we'd be able to find some form of purpose and use the opportunities that we're given there and get the mentorship that we desperately needed and have good examples of men and women as well in our lives. And that then kind of planted the seed in me for me to come back over here 20 years later, start up the Contender Project. We also offer community support, men's health and women's health workshops, overall health and wellbeing workshops, and upskilling and training. So at the moment we are working with some facilitators and teachers from the Rockhampton TAFE and local schools to provide some upskilling and training workshops and opportunities. And we've been in discussions with members of the Real Group as well, as they've got an amazing youth program going on over there with them. So we're looking at partnering with them in some way to be able to provide that service together. Next slide, please. In regards to our youth services, first and foremost, we like to start with mentorship. We believe in leading by example and giving good examples to youth and disengaged youth of our community. We then offer counselling and support through that, trying to get to know them more on a one-on-one basis, and then provide health advice, upskilling opportunities, traineeships, workshops, and then competitive opportunities. In regards to the competitive opportunities, this is focused towards sports. So maybe more looking back to my personal experience through youth programs where I was introduced to a boxing gym, and from that it actually brought me to Australia. So I was given opportunities. I had to make the most out of those opportunities, but it actually got me out of that environment, which was super negative, and there wasn't much of a future there. But through a competitive opportunity, my life has changed. But just like all opportunities, and just like we speak to all the contenders or all the participants, is that it's up to us what we do with these opportunities. Yeah. Okay, next slide, thank you. In regards to our community support services that we offer, we have recently been asked to facilitate multiple meetings, starting with community forums. And we were asked to facilitate these meetings purely off the fact that many of the local community forums previously were ran not necessarily by a group, but by individuals. And when that happens, it can be hard to keep things on a pathway, or also prevent unnecessary slander and stuff like that. So we were asked to facilitate some of these community forums, and we have. And our most recent community forum was, what came out of that was the focus on Neighbourhood Watch. So what we're using through the minutes, or what we're finding out through these community forums, is what the community are needing or wanting, and then we will move forward on that. So taking away from our last community forum, there was a request for Neighbourhood Watch, and we basically facilitated the design and sponsoring of all the community Neighbourhood Watch signs, and then are in the process now of building basically a community Neighbourhood Watch group. So our part in that is really just the facilitation and the support, and our goal is to get members of the community to put their hands up and take those roles upon themselves. We also offer support for members of the community who buy food or stuff done at their houses, a little bit of yard maintenance, stuff like that. So a few of our guys will jump in and support where needed. And then also running health and wellbeing workshops. At the moment, so far we've run nutritional workshops, for people who low income family, like how can we maintain a healthy lifestyle when we are limited financially. And we are also running a women's self-defense workshops, multiple workshops throughout the Yeppoon and Rockhampton area. We've also been asked to run workshops through the Women's Shed in Rockhampton as well. So basically, again, where there's a need, our goal is to step in and try and do our best to fill that need. Next slide, please. Our mission statement is championing local youth and young adults by providing opportunities, education, and support to successfully navigate the pathway towards further learning, obtaining qualifications, and maintaining long-term employment. By engaging with local industry, that was probably my fault. That's okay. By engaging with local industry, individuals, professionals, and businesses to build a mutually beneficial relationships which benefit the employer and employee alike. So if you just go to the next slide, please. That's my mistake. I saved it in the wrong format. But how we go about following through with our mission statement is to connect with each of the participants on an individual level. So again, I've been involved with multiple programs personally, but also through youth justice myself. And it's very, very hard in a group environment to connect with each individual. So our goal is to keep things small. We aren't trying to focus on 20-person, 30-person programs. We're trying to focus on the one. And in saying that, yes, we will be offering workshops for multiple people, but we really want to get to that individual level when we can connect and create relatability. Through that, we believe that we can earn trust and respect by taking the time to get to know somebody, and we can then begin to equip them with the skills, abilities, knowledges, and tools through opportunities and training. So that's through multiple workshops. We have various trades and businesses on board who will be offering traineeships and apprenticeships and opportunities like that. Through that, we'll empower each participant to step into the new opportunities, build their confidence with the new skills that they have, and then provide consistent and reliable long-term support. So our goal with the Contender Project isn't to be in the participants' lives for a few weeks, it's to be there as long as they need us, whether it's 10 or 15 years. Like myself, when I was taken to the Central's Boxing Gym in Rotorua, New Zealand, I was taken there as an 8-year-old child. It took me probably 30 years to actually appreciate what had been given to me then. So if it takes 30 years to see change, we're committing 30 years. It's whatever it takes. So we're not limiting our time that we're investing into our participants. Next slide, please. Vision statement is to provide guidance and opportunities to learn the skills needed to win the fight of life and turn contenders into champions. Our belief, just to put it short, is that everybody is built with the opportunity to become a champion in life. So we are all contenders. It just depends on who's in your corner, who's fighting for you, and who's giving you support. And our goal is to be the cornerman of these people. Being a martial arts coach myself, I know the importance of having clear direction and a strong corner to get the best out of your fighters or the best out of your competitors. So we'll be applying that concept to the participants as well. It's just being there for them when they need us. Giving them the advice, sometimes the hard advice when they don't want to hear it. Yeah, next slide, thank you. So for us to follow through with our vision statement, we'll be offering again, traineeships, work experience, upskilling and workshops. And the workshops aspect will be just something that we offer in a group setting. Traineeships, work experience and upskilling will be focused on, they'll be decided upon once we build a connection with the individual. So if we have an individual who's really into fine art or really into building or wants to become an electrician, well, we have people who can then offer that support, and then we connect them with the people who can provide the training that they need. So again, more connecting on an individual basis rather than throwing multiple people into one pot and hoping that something works for them. So our goal is to treat this with a little bit more long-term attitude. Next slide, thank you. Our value statement is to provide opportunities to grow, understand everyone's individuality, never disregard someone's story, consistent, reliable and support, and honest advice and guidance. Next slide, thank you. So what we are hoping that the support that we can get for the Livingstone Shire Council is assistance in grant applications. So my wife, she's the treasurer of the Contender Project. She's working with a couple of members of the LSC, and just help in getting and applying for grants and going through the grant application process. That's probably the hardest part for us, being a not-for-profit charity organisation, and again being a part of a lot of these. I have seen them fall over purely for lack of funding, and just not knowing how to do it. I think everybody means well, but we need to be able to have relationships and connect with people who have strong capabilities in certain areas like grant applications. We've also looking for, at the moment we have a venue, we're actually using my gym at the moment, and multiple venues around Yeppoon and Rocky to run our workshops. But we are looking for a venue to hold our regular workshops, just to keep a consistency. We are also trying to separate the Contender projects from our own personal businesses so that it doesn't create maybe a thought of that we're just trying to do this to benefit ourselves. So although at the moment we have a big open venue in Cedar Park Shopping Centre that we run a lot of our workshops out of, we're trying to separate that and create some, so that the lines don't get blurred. So that's kind of the support that we're looking for at the moment. Also in regards to the neighbourhood watch, many of the members of the community who are getting the signs that Beyond Print have generously donated for free. Looking at the process of how do they get the approval to actually be able to mount the signs in their street. Okay, so I've left that up to the people who've gone to get the signs, but that is something there where a little bit of advice or guidance on how we can go about that. Our long-term goal is to eventually have our own facility, the Contender Project facility. This would be a full-time venue. Many of us in the board have actually adjusted our lives, employment-wise and job-wise and career-wise, to make the Contender Project a priority, especially myself and my wife. I'm actually an electrician and a refrigeration mechanic with many years' experience in the mines as well, but my goal 5 years ago was to put everything into the contender project, because I believe that this was my purpose, and so our goal is then to create something that's a little bit more long term, something that's more like a drop-in centre. So we would be able to facilitate all of our services. We'd have training rooms for workshops, a hangout drop-in lounge, full male and female facilities for with showers and everything. Commercial training kitchen. We have again the TAFE. I can't remember the name for it, but the TAFE teachers who teach the chefs and the baristas. They've offered their services. Sorry.
Wilby's.
Yes. So the lady who actually runs Wilby's, she's offered her services. And we have multiple baristas around your food as well. So something, a commercial kitchen where they can learn how to prep food if that's something that they'd like to get into. Functional training area, again, health and fitness, super important for mental health as well. Access to support, so our counselling and mentorship areas as well. A workshop and trade area for mechanical and building services and workshops. Creative arts, multimedia, IT, creative arts rooms. So our goal again is to have a space that is consistent, that the disengaged youth have somewhere to drop into, and again this will be part of the grants that we are looking to get. So this is our long-term goal. Whether the facility happens or not, we'll still continue to do what we're doing. Another part of the grants that we're looking to get is, next slide, thank you, is to look at getting a van so we can transport our participants to and from various training locations and pickups and drop-offs. We currently at the moment do a lot of pickups and drop-offs in our own cars, and that can be a little bit hard when you're trying to pick up 10, 12 kids at once. So our goal again, to take out any variables, is to eventually get our own van or a bus and be able to pick these kids up. That's my contact information, but yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell of who the Contender Project is. We're just locals who love our town, and we've decided that, instead of waiting for maybe pointing fingers or anything like that, is that we'll take a lot of ownership upon ourselves. And I'm the father of 3 amazing, beautiful daughters, and my first obligation is to make sure that they get a great upbringing. Now, some of these kids don't have parents with the same attitude, and that's unfortunate. But our goal is to hopefully lead by example and give them the support that they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Councillors, we have, because of David's excellent timing, 5 minutes for questions. So, any questions? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, David.
Your
Get used to that. How big is your organisation and how long have you been operating?
Well, officially, we've been operating since November last year. That's when our not-for-profit status and charity organisation status came through. Unofficially, we've been operating for 7 years. That being myself and the 6 other board members. So it's not the same 6 that have been with me from the beginning, but we started off by offering free kids bully-proofing sessions, which was just focused on building their resilience and confidence, which is actually out of the gymnastics club, which they donate for free, and also at the CDC. We're at the CDC for about 3 years. So that's where we started, and we've been working. We also provide services for the high schools, and we've been doing so for about 3 years as well. And until we really came under the banner of the Contender Project, in reality, it was myself and 2 other people. And again, all we were trying to do is, if there was a need, was trying to fill it.
Yes. What I see, and I won't harp it, Mr Mayor, what your goals, they're state government responsibilities, and you're trying to capture all of them. Very honourable, very honourable. It's a big ask because you're relying on volunteers.
Yeah.
And
for now, yes.
For now,
yeah.
Because I mean, you won't get those sort of goals achieved without money and without resources, and everybody's competing. And I wouldn't like to see you fall over because the government prefers another opposition that looks good too. You know, I've seen it happen. 100%. I just don't want to see your heart broken when you put everything into it with all these people who support you.
Absolutely.
And the funding dries up. That's all.
Well, with the facility in the van, again, that's just ideals. And our entire plan with this, again, being involved with a lot of programs that have fallen over due to funding being cut or loss of venues, is that we're actually in the process of building, we already have half of it built now, building a massive shed on my block of land. So whether we are able to get the facility or not, maybe that's a pipe dream. Maybe whether we are able to get the van or not, we've been picking these kids up for 5 years. And it's, you know, and the many times myself and my wife had to do a lot of the legwork, but that's okay because that's what we put our hand up for. So although we are trying to remove some variables by, you know, removing the variable of venues being changed, which has happened to us in the past, well then what we've done now is we went and rented our own, you know, so now that venue can't be taken from us, but we now need to look at a long-term goal. So we'll continue to do what we're going to do. It'll be maybe going back to offering workshops, offering support, facilitating meetings. So we'll continue doing what we're doing now, just on a larger scale. But it's nothing that we can't manage with the team that we have now, because we looked at this as if we can't manage it with the team we have now, we probably won't be able to manage it in the future.
It's a big goal, yeah.
Absolutely.
Like I said, very honourable.
Yeah.
Somebody else might like a question.
Councillor Eastwood, you having trouble with your mic? How many are on? There you go.
Good to see you, Dave. Look, it was fantastic to go along to your community forum. And one thing that I did notice there was the passion that these guys have for youth. And being a past youth worker and starting off at PCYC, I see the value in this sort of stuff. The question I have is, how do you define, you say from going from contenders to champions, how do you define champions?
We define a champion by somebody reaching, at least attempting to reach the heights that they, finding their purpose.
Yeah.
Setting their eyes on a goal and attempting as hard as they can to get to that goal. Sometimes we never ever get to that goal, but that's what we consider champions. These aren't necessarily people who win. There's people who have a good go and then walk away knowing who they are and that they're trying their best.
Thanks, Dave.
Right. Well, thank you, David. And sorry, Councillor Friend, I'll get to you in a minute. We have a number of journalists and media outlets that view it on our live stream. And my message to them is that if they wish to get in touch with you, because I think there's a great story here, you can do that through council. If they contact council, if you're happy for us to give them your contact details, we will do that. And obviously, I'm sure I speak for the organisation when I say that we will provide whatever assistance we can in terms of your applications for funding, as well as providing you accommodation for some workshops, as we do for all community organisations whenever we possibly can. All right, Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming along today, David. After meeting with you, it was so important for me to introduce you to the rest of the council and the community through live stream. Working with disengaged youth is an amazing passion that you have and something that's desperately needed in our Capricorn Coast area here. And you know, I think the Mayor summed it up in the support that council can move forward by giving you in kind, and also with that grant writing as well. So we hope to see more of you and hear more of you in the future. Thank you so much today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Dave. It's a bit low. The second one's at 11 o'clock, as I understand.
That's correct.
Okay, councillors, we need the resolution that the deputation be received as per the recommendation. Moved Councillor Friend, second Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Bello?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
We have the second delegation today, councillors, but that will be at 11 a.m, as you'll note from your agenda. Brings us to item 7.1, business outstanding for ordinary council meetings. Mr CEO, as you going to work through with the executive directors on this one?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. There's 14 items on the business outstanding, including at least one that's on your agenda today, and a couple that we're recommending be removed from that list. We'll take the business outstanding as read, but are happy to respond to any questions, and I may get Chris or Michael to join me in that process.
Councillor Watson?
Excuse me, just with item number 8 about the denoting, is that mean that everything will go ahead from now on? We don't have to do anything else?
Yes, Mr Mayor, on the basis of Councillor Watson's advice that he had met with the relevant staff and was comfortable with the processes that are underway following the briefing a couple of weeks ago, we don't propose to do anything differently to what's being conducted now.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Number 2, our staff remuneration principles. Do we have a time when that's going to come back? They said it will come back, reviewing feedback, reporting back to us, but there was no time given.
Sorry, number 2, councillor, is I've got it.
Sorry, number 6 it is.
6.
Number 6.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, Mr Mayor, that it'll be on the briefing agenda in a couple of weeks' time. So the October briefing on, I think it's the 3rd of October.
Okay, that's only a week or so. Yes, thank you. The surf lakes, Mr Mayor.
What item number, councillor?
Number 9.
It's
That's in relation to the Rural Fire Brigades. You want to speak with the Surf Lakes people?
yes. Conversations have been had with Surf Lakes, Councillor Mather. Although at this point in time they're very supportive of the road, they have no spare funds to contribute to that. So,
Okay.
it's all right, Councillor Eastwood's. We're not moving anything
No,
here. So,
I understand that,
yeah.
just that answer. Thank you very much. What's that, Pat?
I was ready to know.
We're just mindful of each other, that's all.
Any other questions, councillors?
Not for me. There was some for Councillor Bello or Councillor Hutton,
Okay,
but seeing they're not here.
I'm coming to Councillor Bello now. Councillor Bello, any questions on the matters outstanding?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. All right, so councillors, the recommendations of the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Aye.
Thank you, councillors. Aye. Thank you, Councillor Bello. And can I say, Mr CEO, it's gratifying to see that list diminishing. 7.2, councillors, we're lifting matters laying on the table at the moment, and there are 2. The first one is in relation to a notice of motion from Councillor Mather about the Lindsay Street beach access, which will be dealt with later today, and the notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to Lake Mary Road, which will also be dealt with later today. All we're doing at the moment, councillors, is raising these from the table. So can I get a mover and seconded? Moved Councillor Mather. I'm happy to second. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Aye.
Presentation of petitions. Councillor Mather, I believe you have a petition.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I do have a petition. It's one of 2. The other one has been misplaced for the moment because it was a bereavement, and they've just been misplaced for the moment. It's a petition from the Ogmore and the Marlborough residents to this council, requesting the council does not close the Marlborough Works Depot for the following reasons. Due to the long drive from the residents or the workers from Ogmore and Marlborough to the caves, that's not been given due consideration. The fatigue factor is one that's really prominent in their minds. And because some of the largest rural roads are in the far north, and to move the gang away from those major roads, it just doesn't make sense. And they feel that the council has not sufficiently explored additional staff or advertised vacant positions. I might add that this has been out there for a couple of months. And the council, the last one, it's most important. Council promised to support the rural communities, and this community has already suffered the loss of families and workers. So in presenting that, Mr Mayor, I do that on behalf of the head petitioner, Sue Bruce from Marlborough.
All right, thank you. If you wouldn't mind passing that to the CEO, Councillor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so any other petitions, councillors? Nothing from you, Councillor Bello?
No.
Thank you. All right, we'll vote to receive that petition, councillors. Moved, Councillor Mather, obviously.
I move that it be received and head petitioner, Sue Bruce, be advised accordingly, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, what was the second part, councillor?
That the head petitioner, Sue Bruce, be advised accordingly.
That it has been received?
Yes, that
Yes.
it's been received.
All right. All right, so moved, Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Councillor Bello?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Item 9, councillor and delegate reports. I've got it as nil on my agenda, councillors. Any correction to that? No? All right. Item 10, which is questions, statements, motions on notice from councillors. And I note we have quite a few today. 10.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to sealing the Yeppoon State High School parking area. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to officially move my motion, and for the sake of those watching on, the council seeks the minister's support in having this unmade section of road upgrade, that's into Bone Street, to a seal standard, which would A, prevent domestic dust from entering homes, B, provide designated pedestrians access between the school, the bus stop and the parking area, and C, overcome the identified safety issues currently caused by the school parking separation, which does attract a police presence. And a copy to member for Keppel, Brittany Lauger, please, Mr Mayor.
All right. So this is in relation to the road reserve.
The sealing of the road reserve into Bone Street opposite the Yeppoon High School.
Understand. All right. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, just to Councillor Mather, when you say seek the minister's support, you're actually asking for funds to do this.
If you read through the report, it shows the opportunity for school transport infrastructure program funding. And although one has already been knocked back, no doubt we will be applying again. The motion or the proposed motion does not cut across this. That is a process that will take place. We're seeking the minister's support to get that through because it was the state government who caused the displacement, and it's the state government that has the responsibility to actually help us correct it. We're willing partners, and we don't have that sort of money. We don't have that sort of budget. It's the state government that needs to step up and assist us to do what we believe is in the safety of public safety.
Councillor Mather, just to sorry, Councillor Eastwood, just to take Councillor Eastwood's point further, I think it's a good point to clarify. I think looking at the motion, you are actually asking for financial support from the minister, is that right? Or are you asking for some other support as well?
I haven't used financial here, Mr Mayor, but what we need is for him to recognise we've got a problem.
That's a her.
Because if we don't put... her.
Grace.
Sorry, Grace. If we don't bring this to her attention, they will never know. We'll just deal with the Transport Department and it goes on. And we could lose out again and we end up the same problem this time next year. And it's in the minister's interest to know what our concerns are and that we have a public safety issue out there that actually was brought upon by the displacement.
Would you mind turning the end microphone off, please, Councillor Friend?
It's for Councillor Bello.
Oh, okay, I beg your pardon, sorry. Rightio. All right. Well, I think the recommendation needs to be corrected anyway, Councillor, in the sense that we're alerting her to the displacement of teacher and student car park. All right, any other questions? Councillor
I was just wondering, Councillor Mather, are there any other areas where they could do this on the school grounds, where they could be parking? Has anything else been identified? I just know when I went to school there, it was a problem then. And I'm just wondering if there's anywhere the teachers could be parking on the grounds instead
Well,
of
I would have anticipated that the school, the board and the teachers would have raised this earlier, as I think they've been consulted all along here. As a portfolio holder, I have not been involved at all. Nobody's asked me to go to a meeting, so I've had no input whatsoever. Otherwise, this would have been brought forward another year ago. And going back to your question, Councillor, if this has been back in your school days, the education department should have foreseen this. That's what planning is all about. This was not planned, certainly not brought us into it.
I mean, I just have to say, when I was at school, they didn't even have that road to Bone.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I was
it
involved in
it
that
was
road
just the
coming
border,
onto
yeah.
it. Yes.
Well, councillors, I think Councillor Eastwood has a response to that.
Having been at the high school for the last 20 years and only leaving 2 years ago, there's been a number of times staff have had to park on a grassed area, which is now obviously being used for the building purposes. There was a new rule brought in a few years ago in relation to parking around the school buildings to actually a safety issue in relation to the children. So it's absolutely narrowed down the parking that's available. So at the moment, yes, there is not much available at all.
Thank you. All right.
Just to sum up, Mr Mayor, either we're supporting the sealing of it and getting to the Minister's attention or we're not. And if the state is using state land to expand its businesses and its buildings, they know that those cars have got to move. And there is no other place that I can think of, and nobody's asked me, but I believe that we have a responsibility to let the Minister know that we have concerns here. It's a public safety concern.
Well, I dare say, just a minute, Councillor, I dare say that the fact that it's a state road reserve, Councillor, might be part of the reason that you haven't been consulted. But nevertheless, I think it's a worthwhile motion to put to the table. So you're moving this, Councillor
Yes,
Mather,
thank you,
obviously.
Mr. Mayor.
Seconded, Councillor Friend. Thank you. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello?
No, not speaking against, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. It's all been said. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Righto. I'll open the floor. Any other comments from the councillors?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly, Mr Mayor. But it is very important that we do put something to the state in relation to this. We can't afford to do it. It needs to be done. And there's major safety issues as well as logistic issues in relation to this. So, yeah, I commend the councillor for bringing this up.
Certainly commend the councillor as well. I mean, there's not only the safety issues, which is obviously paramount because these young children are the future for us, but I know there's been a significant dust issue for the residents that live near this particular site as well. So, again, thanks for bringing it to the table, Councillor Mather. We're happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right, so move Councillor Mather, second Councillor Friend. All in favour? Councillor, thank you, Councillor Bello. Carried unanimously. Item 10.2, again, Councillor Mather, is your questions on notice in relation to the 2% efficiency small plant disposals. So, Councillor, you are just happy to have that recorded, Councillor?
Yes, I'd move that the questions and answers be received, Mr Mayor, and be appended to the minutes, please.
Okay, so the recommendation, councillors, is the questions on notice and officer responses supplied be received.
And appended to the minutes, please.
And appended to the minutes. Okay. Moved Councillor Mather, I'm assuming.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
I think the questions and answers are sufficient, Mr Mayor. I think if anybody wants to ask any further information on those, I'm quite happy to give it. But these were raised by staff, and I'm just promoting those questions on their behalf.
Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Anyone speaking against? All right, anyone else like to speak for? Okay, happy to wrap up debate then, councillors. Councillor Bello, happy to wrap up debate?
Yeah, very happy to do so.
All right, so we'll go to the vote. Got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. $10.4. Three, sorry, I skipped too far. There's a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to an intersection upgrade at Emu Park. The recommendation is that due to the increased tourist and domestic traffic in the area, a formal request be made to TMR to upgrade the intersection connecting Brown Street and Emu Park Road.
Yes, so moved, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Friend, thank you. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Very briefly, Mr Mayor, no doubt we've all been along this section of road which is just beside the airport, and there is no lane there, deceleration lane, and people are using their own initiative to come off the bitumen and take onto the salt pan, go around the signage. It's dangerous, and I've been there many times, taken many photos, and the result is still the same. So it's important that be brought to the attention of the TMR, because if we don't, and there's an accident there, and it just comes off the roundabout and people are diverting, there will be trouble. And we can see it happening with all the additional traffic that we have coming to our areas. Some people may not be aware of this intersection. So it's important that and I do move around and I see these things all the time, and I'm bringing them to the attention of the table to be put through to TMR. So our responsibility has been achieved, that we are raising safety issues with the state. And if anything else happens, we've done our little bit to make sure that, and we'll pursue it if that be the case. So and I've done a few of these and nothing has happened. So I have no choice but to bring it to the table to further it through to the state government.
No, thank you, Councillor Mather. I appreciate the effort. Councillor Watson, question?
That's Brown Street, Mr Mayor. There's a couple of 100 metres, I think it's about not 200 metres, I've measured it. And I've asked for that to be sealed in the past. It's a terrible little section of road, it is corrugated, it is rough, and I've raised it with our people, and our people have said, we're not going to be doing that because that'll be the responsibility of the developer when that land, which is undeveloped, adjacent, when that land is developed.
Well, it might be that council ended up being the developer in some of those lots down there anyway, councillor, so it could be fixed.
And that's something that our supervisors need to be mindful of, that these roads are falling apart in the middle of town. It's only a small section, but it's not good.
And can I focus on this particular resolution at the moment, councillor? So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Friend. We happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one?
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Bello? All right, okay, so all in favour?
Aye.
Thank you, carried unanimously. 10.4, notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to sealing a minimal area on Adelaide Park Road. The recommendation is that council resolve to seal an off-road area located between 28 and 34 Adelaide Park Road for the purpose of minimising dust nuisance, or that council resolve to lay 30 to 50 mil of aggregate to an off-road area located between Adelaide Park Road for the purpose of minimising dust nuisance, or that council resolve to install bollards to an off-road area located between 28 to 34 Adelaide Park Road for the purpose of minimising dust nuisance and to inhibit the potential of larger vehicles to park. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move this and also just speak to it now. So the residents of this particular area have lived there since 1956, and they have being constantly bombarded with dust from this particular area. It's not the road itself, the busy road itself. It's a small area off-road that people pull off just after the roundabout, travelling towards St Brendan's on Adelaide Park Road. Trucks and large vehicles pull off there, which creates a huge dust nuisance for these homes on that strip on Adelaide Park Road. Now, I have foreshadowed these further motions if sealing was not appropriate. However, the officer's commentary noted that aggregate may certainly cause issues with stones and other debris hitting cars moving forward or vehicles moving along that area. Also, it's noted that the bollards may cause a hazard if vehicles were to run into them. However, with the sealing of this very small area, it was also noted that this may cost council $100,000. And I do have a question for the Director of Infrastructure, Ms. Creederman, if I may. How is that $100,000 broken down?
The estimate was considered to seal a section, from memory, is about 3 metres wide along that road edge to allow for vehicles to pull off safely from the through lane. So when we had a look at that request, in the report it shows that we needed to put in 400 millimetres of gravel, and it says in the report that there was a increased likelihood that would be trucks and buses maybe pulling off in that section because it would be a hard shoulder. When we seal a shoulder in an urban area on a higher order road, which Adelaide Park Road is, we need to ensure that the structural integrity of the pavement is suitable for the type of vehicles. And we also use a asphalt surfacing and not a chip seal as we would in a rural area. It's a high price product. And then there's earthworks to box out the pavement, and there'll be some tidying up and so on, and traffic control in the main street can be quite expensive. So the team put the price together. When we do a concept estimate, which is what this is, it's not based on detailed design, we do add a large contingency. It's about 40% because all the unknowns in the road and under the road as well.
Certainly. Thank you. And I have another question. When Braithwaite Street was upgraded with curb and channel and an upgrade of stormwater, why did that not then carry on to that small area around Adelaide Park Road?
I'm not able to answer that, sorry. That was before my time. I'll have to take that on notice,
Fine.
sorry.
That's fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
When I was reading this, I was thinking about it. Obviously, if you put bitumen down, more people go to park there, of course, another habit. And then bollard stops them. Is there any way to just returf it so we don't have a dust problem? And put bollards in first, turf it, and then maintain it so we keep the dust so that we don't have that dust issue?
We could do something like that, Councillor Watson. There's in the report I've noted that bollards probably isn't a good solution on the edge of the road because of the size and the nature of them, and they're non-frangible, so they can become a hazard on the edge.
Yeah, I was thinking more of a just temporary measure until the grass took hold so the cars wouldn't go on it.
Cars would go on that. We'd need to put some form of barrier in because it's a... So we've put guideposts in at the moment, which are frangible, but the majority of motorists wouldn't decide to drive directly over a guidepost. If we left it open and we put and we turfed it, as soon as we take away any temporary fencing, people, I would assume, would just drive on it as if it was a shoulder and they just chew it up when it rains.
You made reference to guideposts. Is it a possibility to put more guideposts in there?
That's correct, Mr Mayor. We, back in 2017, when we received a similar request, we put guideposts in. Some have been knocked down, so we are happy to put as many in as we need to. And also, our proposal is to put our CCTV camera there just to monitor to see what type of vehicles and who and it comes and goes and so on.
Right.
So that would be a quite a reasonable first step, I think, from a cost point of view, and just to understand the issue.
All right, thank you. Councillor Friend, is that an acceptable outcome for you?
Not particularly, not for me and not for the residents that have brought this to my attention after they have complained for a number of years, and off and on throughout the past 10 years as well. They really do find that they love living in the area. It's not the noise of the traffic or the traffic itself. It is the dust issue from that particular area when vehicles park along it. So I can only speak for the community that approach me, and I'm...
We're going into debate here, Councillor, I think,
okay.
so we might actually get you to move this, and we'll get a seconder.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Watson, thank you. All right, so Councillor Friend,
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate it. I speak for the people in the community that have elected me and also approached me on different matters. And the residents of this area have approached me to do something or to try to move this forward after having to deal with this dust for many years. I suppose in placing this notice of motion, I was hoping for alternative ideas, understanding that a camera would be great to look at, see who parks there, how many vehicles park there, but it's not going to stop the dust problem. So on I completely understand what the officer's report says about the aggregate. I thought it would be a cheaper option perhaps, but if it's going to be, if the stone's going to be kicked up into the oncoming traffic, that's possibly not a good idea. Bollards I completely understand as a hazard. So I would like to make an addendum to that Council resolve to seal an off-road area located between 28 and 34 Adelaide Park Road, for that, and to be added to the Forward Works program. Those words, and to be added to the Forward Works program.
All right, so your substantive motion is the first sentence there, Councillor, and getting rid of the two ors.
Yes, thank you.
Mr Mayor, I think we need to be looking at which budget we're looking at. Otherwise, if you're looking at a forward...
All right, I
A
think...
question, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Bello, floor.
Yeah, it's a two-part question. My understanding is that we established a category whereby I'd be interested to see whether this stretch here would actually qualify under that category, and that was for small, unsealed sections within our urban community that have been overlooked for many, many years. A list was established, and several of those unsealed little roads have been prioritised and are being done over consecutive budgets. The question is, would this stretch perhaps qualify under that? And if it did, well, then it would be a matter of it being listed into that list of unsealed roads within the urban corridor, and in time it would be completed.
Mr Executive Director.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, for the question. My recollection of that program is that it was for unsealed small service roads in our urban area, and we have since developed up a works program for that type of thing with service roads, and also we've called it village streets sealing program, so the and bridge roads. I think this is probably slightly different to that, because it's already a sealed high road. It's just that shoulder that needs some attention. So whether it goes through as proposed by Councillor Friend into the Forward Works program, it doesn't particularly matter which program it goes into. It will be $100,000 that needs to be found in the future year out of the capital program.
All right. Councillor Watson, question?
Just another question. Have you got any ideas that we can actually improve this? And how we can achieve that we do this? I can see the councillor friends coming from the Richmond, but I'm worried that it's going to look like an eyesore. And fix that problem.
per the commentary, our assessment for our initial approach would be to install extra guideposts, as it's quite cheap to install guideposts, and space them so that people get that sense as they drive along that they shouldn't really be pulling in there. And we can work with the CCTV to understand who that might be, and then if they're residents there, then we can have a discussion with them about why or what they're doing. If it's the broader community and bus companies or trucking companies, then we can have a chat to those, because we'll get some number plate recognition. So we might be able to target our discussions to particular groups. So the first step, I believe, would be a cheap step, would be guideposts, and then if that is successful, then we may have to research some areas. Ultimately, Councillor Friend alluded to it, ultimately it may be that we need to install curtain channel along there in the fullness of time, for the years away.
Can I suggest we just put the posts in now to get started, at least they stop the dust and anything before it leaks?
Well, that's an alteration to Councillor Friend's recommendation, Councillor. So that'll be an alternate motion. We'll have to deal with. We'll deal with this one first. So we've got any other questions for
Just
the
a
officer?
thought, Mr Mayor. We're looking at suggestions outside of the box. What about increasing the vegetation to the sides of the road? I mean, we could use bollards temporarily while the trees are growing. I mean, some fast-growing trees, which actually extends that vegetation out and overtakes the dust, which will stop the people from going through there. And putting up a sign that says no standing anytime, fines apply. It will keep people on the move there as well. It's just two more thoughts.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. May I speak?
Yes.
So this particular area, historically, the residents use it as the entry point to a number of the homes along that area to hop off the main drag, so to speak, and to pull into their driveways. So it really is their access, and this is the way many years ago in the last century that the houses were built and how they worked. So it really does require some form of ceiling and to be placed in the forward works.
Mr Mayor, that brings a whole new picture to the game.
Certainly does. That wasn't something that I was contemplating.
No, I think we need to go back and have another look and just see how many entrances are there, and we could make them entrances as opposed to an extension to the road itself.
Well, on that basis, councillors, I'm going to proceed a motion to lay this on the table. We'll go out and have a look at this site, get a better picture of it. Maybe the executive director or maybe his team can come with us.
Yeah.
How this has come to light.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm going to move this lay on the table.
Great.
Can I get a seconder, please? Can I get a vote on that? Councillor Bello?
Aye.
Carried unanimously, thank you. Councillor Mather,
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Lindsay Street beach access.
Oh, I'm ahead of myself. This one's a curly one too, Mr Mayor, because we were going to take this to the resident reach at Keppel Sands, and there was a little diversion that we deal with it operationally. The report says that there is damage. Well, if you want me to move it, Mr Mayor, but I'm just finding the best way forward for this one because I'm not so sure that the motion is the right way to go now. Okay, well, I'll move the motion and test it, Mr Mayor. Due to the popularity and previous good history of the Lindsay Street beach access point and the demand for safe access points for launching small crafts on the coast, Council reopened this site without further delay and without the need for public consultations.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. I'm going to foreshadow a motion here too. Justine, I think you have that. and that is that council reopens the Lindsay Street Emu Park beach access for launching small craft under a 6-month trial to determine whether permanent access for boat launching should be reinstated. And secondly, have officers monitor the usage of the access point over the 6-month trial to determine the level of boat launching activity.
Small craft. Meaning up to a certain size. Otherwise you might have 6-metre boats getting dragged down onto the beach. And I know that it's always been used for 10 and 12 foot tinnies.
We'll probably need to take some advice from the local water people on that one, Councillor Watson. So that's the intent anyway. Right, so we'll deal with Councillor Mather's recommendation first. And that is that due to the popularity and previous good history of the Lindsay Street beach access point and the demand for safe access points for launching small crafts on the coast, Council reopened this site without further delay and without the need for public consultation. Councillor Mather has moved. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson. Thank you. Did you wish to speak to it further?
Well, not really, Mr Mayor, because we had discussed this earlier about the 6-month trial, and I really thought that was going to be included here, but so I had to proceed with what we had. There was mention in the report, Mr Mayor, that the access itself needs to have repairs. So if we're looking at opening it immediately, we need to include that that there be an inspection carried out first with the necessary repairs. So, yes, I'll just proceed with that, Mr Mayor. If it's successful, so be it. If it's not, we'll go with your foreshadowed motion.
Speak against councillors because I think there's a couple of risks involved in this. First of all, just opening it as a definitive thing, as a definitive decision, has risks. I think it needs a trial period to actually see what the level of usage is. Now, it was closed because at the time it was perceived there was not enough activity in terms of boat launching, want it being a boat launching facility going forward. So if we're going to open it up again for boat launching, I just want to make sure that it is actually going to be used. So hence the trial period and hence the request to monitor the activity for boat launching over the 6-month proposed trial period. So I won't be supporting yours, Councillor May.
That's fine, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speaking in favour? Anyone speaking against?
Thank.
Yes, I'll speak against it, Mr Mayor. And,
Councillor Mather, your microphone, please.
and notwithstanding that I think it's important that we give as many boat access areas as we can, but just looking at the survey data, it doesn't show that the area is heavily used, and I think a 6-month period will prove to us, if we go to the foreshadowed motion, it'll prove to us that whether or not the area should remain open. So I think that's probably a good alternative.
All right, thank you. Any other commentary from councillors? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't vote for this particular resolution because, as indicated, there were only 3 vessels and 590 pedestrians that were surveyed in 2019. We are now looking at these bathing areas, and I suggest that we speak to our local laws officers to undertake a closer inspection of subordinate local law number 4 in relation to which are bathing areas and which are not bathing areas. So I can't actually vote for this because it could actually end up in lots of vehicles traversing the beach and diurnal damage like there has in other bathing areas.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else speaking for? Any other comments? I'll open the floor. Councillor Bello, any comments?
Councillor Bello, any comments?
No, Mr Mayor, but if this motion is unsuccessful, I'll wait the opportunity with your foreshadowed motion to request that it be extended to 12 months to capture a full season, which is reflective of how boaties and fishers, would fish during a full season rather than half a season.
All right.
So that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate on this one. So we're dealing with Councillor Mather's motion. So we're going to move a Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Councillor Bello? Councillor Bello?
No.
No?
Nay.
Thank you.
Nay.
Motion is lost. So we'll go to the alternate motion. Does anyone require me to read it again, councillors, or are you happy with it? Councillor Bello, you're proposing a 12-month trial on this one?
Yes, if you would consider that, Mr. Chair, just for the reasons that it would be perhaps more accurate to get a full 12-month rather than a half-year activity.
Yeah, happy to consider that and agree to it. It's a good suggestion. Thank you, councillor. So we'll change it to a 12-month trial to determine whether permanent access for boat launching should be reinstated or reinstalled, I think it is, yeah. Question, councillor?
Could I suggest that we also add to that, we get some media done on it so people know that it is there, so they get a, because it has been closed for some time now.
Okay. Mr. CEO, did you want that specifically stated in the motion or implicit?
May I just say, Mr. Mayor, that when Councillor Watson's media request, we need to let people know through the media that this is only a trial.
Yes. Yep. All right, so you're going to move it first of all? I'll move that then. Thank you. Seconded Councillor Eastwood. So the debate is now live. Councillors, I don't feel the need to speak to it any further. Does anyone wish to speak against? All right. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to the vote? Councillor Bello?
The only comment or clarification would be that this would be consistent with what we're already doing at other beach access points, i.e. Mullumbin Beach and Bangalee Beach. So whatever criteria is allowed on those beaches, this would be consistent also with this Lindsay Street access. Yeah,
it's still subject, as I understand it, to subordinate local law number 4, which basically says you can use the boat ramp to launch or retrieve vessels and park 50 metres either side, but that's it. In terms of using it for vehicular access to travel up and down the beach for pleasure activities, no. Councillor Friend, comment.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I suggest that there be a little bit of wordsmithing for the resolution, for your resolution, in relation to making sure that that this is only for retrieving or entering for vessels on the beach, and the distance is only 50 metres. I think it should be stipulated.
All right, so I probably need to correct that. You're right. In point 1, for launching and retrieving, for a start, Justine. So in point 1, for launching and retrieving small craft. Now, Councillor Watson, you had a concern around the definition of small craft. We'll basically, yes, I think, use whatever we have within our local laws to define what that is under a 12-month trial. So, Councillor Friend, do you think that satisfies what you were pointing out?
Yes, I do think the word only needs to be in there.
Okay, beach access only for
launching and retrieving small craft under 12 to determine whether permanent access for boat launching should be reinstalled.
Reinstated probably is a better word.
Reinstated.
Yeah. So we're changing the word reinstall to reinstated. Have you? Oh, I'm sorry.
And for a distance of 50 metres.
Hit my glass.
For a distance of no more than 50 metres.
Well, that'll, yeah. All right. Yeah, it should be on the sign. Yeah. Otherwise it gets too wordy. Signage is always included, yeah.
And on the signage, Mr. Mayor, would it be noted that this is a trial? Trial from, say, trial from a certain date to a certain date. that they need to know that it's a trial because
It
people will
would
get
not be
comfortable.
dissimilar to the Bangalore Beach signages, I would anticipate. Yes. All right. So, got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Any other discussion before we wrap up? Councillor Bello?
No, thank you.
No worries. All right.
Would you
So,
like to speak,
Changes and
Mr.
thank you
Mayor,
for
if I
them.
can?
yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Eastwood, feel free.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Mather for bringing this up. I think it is Councillor Mather, yeah. I think it is a good way to move. We need to look after our voting community, and we'll soon find out whether it's going to work or not, and I hope it's in the affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Councillor,
Aye.
it's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.6 is a question on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to staff employment. Councillor Mather, we're just moving that the questions on notice and officer responses be received and appended to the minutes. All right. So you're moving that, Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank
Can I
you.
get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Any comments, Councillor Mather?
Just to say, Mr. Mayor, I have some issues with some of the answers, and I'll come back with more clarification on those.
All right, thank you.
Because I don't think it's, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying there's some confusion as to what's being said and what's being done.
Perhaps those can be taken up with the CEO, Mr.
Yes,
Councillor
yes,
Mather.
thank you.
All right, so we've got a move at Councillor Mather, second to Councillor Friend. All in favour? Councillor Bello? Councillor Bello, you there? All right, in the absence of a comment from Councillor Bello, we'll take it as a no, but still, motion is still carried.
We'll append the question as resolved by the council. That's not normal practice, the public record remains, but it's been resolved on 2 occasions this morning, so we will append those to the minutes as requested.
Okay. Ten point seven, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to Patterson Street upgrade. And the recommendation is that the centre island and car parking area at the eastern end of Patterson Street be identified as an area in serious need of upgrade due to its prominent tourist location and proximity to the heart of the town. Further, following an inspection when the time permits, a brief report be provided confirming an upgrade will be listed for a future budget. I'm anticipating there'll be questions, Mr. CEO, on this one, so perhaps the Executive Director could come to the table.
I should also point out, we're having a bit of difficulty with microphones evidently, they're coming in and out, so everyone can be conscious of using their mics. We'll have to speak as clearly as we can, but I think the audio, we're having some difficulty with the audio this morning. We'll have a look at that. It's not going to.
Thank you. All right, so Councillor Mather, do you want to move this one?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Motion is live. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As I said earlier, as I move around the Shire, I can see things that need to be done. And this area is very prominent for Emu Park because it's just down the road, a couple of 100 metres from the multi-million-dollar and centenary of Anzac. And we've had the beach day out there the other day, and there were cars lined up for 4 blocks. So I had to walk back. I know how long it took. And in that section of Patterson Street, it's basically sand dune, and cars are parked up in the middle of the road, in the middle of the island between the two sections. And there are bollards there that have been broken and fallen over. It clearly has been an area that has been missed as far as maintenance goes and upgrade. And because this is going to be the end of town that's really going to bring our tourists in, we need to be mindful that some parts are falling behind while we're promoting others. I don't think anybody who's had a look at that end of town would disagree that it does need upgrade. But when we're talking about dust, yes, we've got dust from that because you can see from the photographs, and there are more photographs than the ones presented here. There's quite a lot of area there that has no vegetation at all. And where there is vegetation, it won't last because vehicles are parking on it anyway. So we really need to address that area. I'm not saying do it tomorrow, but we need to have a plan that we can actually perhaps even do it in stages, because this is our beachfront. We've got a multi-storey application in for units, and it'll be the first of many for sure. So we just need to be mindful that this is an area that needs a little bit more attention, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. So our screen is frozen, is it?
I think it might be. Yeah. Should we start this one or what?
Well, councillors, while we have some running repairs, this might be an opportunity to have some morning tea.
I love that thought.
We do have a deputation at 11. So, Mr CEO, while this is all getting
We'll be back before that.
corrected, we might just break for morning tea. Can I get a So, welcome back everyone from morning tea. We'll get a procedural motion to resume again. Thank you. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor
Aye.
Bello, are you online? Excellent. Welcome back.
Aye. Thank you.
All right, so we go around the table. Councillor Eastwood, test your microphone, thanks.
Testing.
Councillor Watson,
Testing.
Councillor Friend,
Testing.
Councillor Mather.
Testing.
Thank you. And Councillor Bello, we know we can hear you. That's great.
I can hear you. I just can't see you guys, but that doesn't worry me too much. So either.
Don't know how to take that, Councillor Bello.
Good. Sorry.
Testing, testing.
Testing.
Right. Yes, will do. Now, councillors, I don't think we got to the resolution on Patterson Street.
No, I think we got a second, and that's as far as we've gone. Can we do that now?
Yeah, well, yes. Now, we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, as I recall. Did we get a seconder? Councillor, okay, Watson seconded. You okay, Justine? All right. Councillor Mather, now, you spoke to it, as I understand it.
To me.
Yep. All right, so anyone speaking against? Yeah, I'll get to that, Councillor. Thank you. All right. All right. Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Creedman, I have a question for you. So if this has been in the forward work since 2014, has an application for grant funding been applied for in that time, in the last 8 years?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Through the chair, I'm not aware of any applications. I will have to take it on notice to confirm completely, but I'm not aware of any applications at this time.
Okay. And I have one more question for Councillor Mather, being her notice of motion. Have community concerns, were they presented to you? Community concerns about the parking there?
No, it was my observation. I have been speaking to the manager of the hotel in the past, but we dealt with the foreshore side of the building at that time, and we got that sorted out. But as I move around, I identify things myself that need to be done, and this is one of those, because it was really quite shabby, because even the bollards were breaking up and missing, and the wire that holds the bollard, the horizontal bollard in place, they were all loose and detached. So it was a risk situation that people could hurt themselves, so it needed to be done there and then, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Watson?
I was just wondering if there's a way that we can include Archer Street in that so we finish the CBD off in one go. Archer Street's the next one up.
Archer Street, as I understand it, is in the Forward Works program. Mr. Creedman, Mr. Executive Director?
I'll just check our Forward Works program if you give me a couple of minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
Perhaps just one question. In terms of future development around that area, would that have been likely to have been, would that trigger this upgrade, for example, either on council or a developer, or are they completely separate in terms of, who's responsible for what?
So for the question for me, thank you, Councillor Bello. If there was a development in Patterson Street, we would look to condition certain frontage works as part of that approval. If it's a multi-storey development, then it's likely that they would have their parking for their residents and visitors off-street. So there would just be some curb and channel improvements and maybe some footpath works. But the project that we're considering in the Forward Works program for 1.5 million would be a full upgrade of that divided road with centre parking. So it may be more on council's budget to implement this project more so than waiting for developers and conditioning.
Question.
Thank you, Michael.
Councillor Eastwood?
Through you, Mr Mayor, just my questions to Mr Cruderman. So the concept estimate which was developed in 2014 for 1.5 million, was that the amount then or is that the amount now?
My understanding is that was the amount then, so it needs to be upgraded and reviewed. So it's a line item in the Forward Works program that says 1.5 million for the full upgrade, but it does say in there that it's subject to funding, which means that it's not currently in the 10-year works program. Yep. It's on the outer beyond 10 years. So when this notice of motion came in, I reviewed the Forward Works program and put in the information at hand, but I noted in the commentary that happy to review the project and bring a report back to council, because we will need to just confirm the vision for the street and also provide an updated cost and then a potential timing within the 10-year program for council to consider.
Mr Mayor, I was wondering if we just lay this on the table until that came back.
I think perhaps it might be covered by the second paragraph, Councillor Eastwood. It says, further, following an inspection when time permits, a brief report be provided confirming an upgrade will be listed on a future budget. Perhaps we just wordsmith that a little bit, Councillor.
Yeah.
Just that a report be provided back to the table at a certain point in time that we'll nominate at this meeting, Mr Executive Director. Now, would you like to give us a proposed time frame at which you can get that report done?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Previously, I've identified 3 months. So I'd be happy to recommend that we would bring a report back to, say, the December briefing.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Mather, you happy with that?
Yes, Mr Mayor. In fact, the officer's report ties in exactly with my second paragraph.
Councillor Eastwood, you're happy with that too?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay. All right, so perhaps if we put an amended motion in, Councillor Mather?
I don't see any problem with the one we've got there now,
We
Mr
just
Mayor.
want to put the time frame on there, Councillor, that's all.
Oh, okay. To be brought back to the briefing session, the December briefing session.
Yes.
And be added to the, thank you.
Okay, so that's been articulated in paragraph 2 in your recommendation, Councillor. You happy with that?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I'm happy.
All right. So, Councillor Bello, for your information, how this now reads is that in the second paragraph, further, following an inspection when time permits, a brief report be provided confirming an upgrade will be listed for a future budget. You need to reword that. Be provided confirming an upgrade will be listed for a future budget with a presentation provided to the December briefing session.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Got that?
All right. Okay. Not sure that reads particularly well, but anyway, I guess the intent is there. Be presented. Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Councillor Mather, just confirming that you're happy with that.
Yes,
All right. So we're going to move. Councillor Mather, are we happy to go to the vote, councillors? Councillor Bello.
Yes,
All
Mr
right.
Chair.
Mover, Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Councillor Bello.
Aye.
Thank you. All
Aye.
carried unanimously. Right, how are we going for time? We might jump to the deputations. We'll get you up a bit early, ladies, if that's all right. Well, welcome to the table, ladies. Now, just to introduce everybody, and I'm sure everyone knows Dasley and Sue, But for members of our community, the ladies here representing iCare today, and the floor is yours.
Well, firstly, thank you, Mayor Ireland and the councillors for giving us this opportunity to come along and explain to you about iCare, because it's had its 5-year initiation now and is going along so well that I think it's really important for councillors to have an idea if someone approaches them, that they know what they're talking about with iCare. So, and one of the most important things I think with iCare is that it's a real partnership between council and the community, and a community group. And that is the ideal way to work. Council provides the facilities, the staffing, and because of the nature of iCare being a confidential process for the people that we help down there, it's necessary that professionals are down there dealing with them. The committee is very small. We only have about 5 people in it, meet every 2 months, but we don't have a structure like a normal committee. We don't elect officers. We just meet and talk about progressing iCare and understanding what's happened in the previous 2 months and how we can assist with fundraising and that sort of thing. So I have got some notes here in case I forget some important things. We do meet every 2 months, and when we do have any fundraising functions, we have a great network of people that help us physically and financially to bring that to fruition, because it's all about the committee arranging the fundraising. Council does not contribute any funds, but they're invaluable in the facilities that they give us and the staffing that we have. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand. We do find a bit of resistance in the community because it comes out of Livingstone Shire and we class it as a Livingstone Shire project. They say, well, if they've got it, why aren't they paying for it? Why should we donate to it? So we have to give that information to them by proving what we can do as a committee as well. So it's a great partnership, I think, and council's always had that, help the community organisations get going and then leave them off and let them do their part. So that's that. So we do often find resistance by many residents who feel that council, if it's a council project, well, they should be funding it. And we're well versed, the committee, in doing that argument back again. So the major part of the committee is that we promote the partnership roles by both the LSC and the committee, and why it has to be that way, and it does have to be that way. iCare is not just someone walking through the door and saying, I haven't got any money to buy food today, can I have a voucher? Give them a voucher and away they go. That is not how it works down there, because the centre has access to a lot of professional help for people. And we have a great partnership with Food Bank, with the local IGA for providing the food. So that part of it's okay. But if in a week's time that very same person comes back and says, oh, I'm hungry again, can I have another voucher? That's when the signal goes up that they could be needing some more help. They could be in a bad situation. They need to be spoken to and understand what is wrong with them. Many times there is a lot of ongoing problems that people have when they pass through the doors of the community centre. Sometimes it takes weeks and weeks of meeting with them, talking to them, to find out that they've got an alcohol problem, that they've got a mental problem, that they're living in their cars, that they've had a marriage breakup, that, you know, and from mostly women's point of view, they're being violated and there's domestic violence involved. So it's a process down there of understanding the people that come in. I should probably have this probably written down. iCare is more than a place where you just need food and you go and get a voucher. They've got a wide range of services down there that they can refer people to. They can refer them for mental health. And I know for a fact, speaking to them down there, that there has been many cases, particularly males, who have reached the end of the line with their life and they just want to end it. And, you know, they need people to talk to. they need to be referred to, and quite often, and I can speak about this later too, many success stories come back where somebody says, I'm doing really well. They get referred to rehab, I'm doing really well. So that's it. There's many services to overcome the financial, which is big, mental and general living hardships. And people, on the whole, not all of them, we do have failures, there's no doubt about that, but on the whole, people want to get back on their feet and do their own thing. They really want to do it. They want to get jobs, they want to feed their own kids, they want to look after themselves. But at the present time, they're coming up a lot of hardships, particularly with housing. Housing is one of our greatest scourges at the moment, because people, even if been in a long time rental situation, get put out because the owner wants to sell the house. Then they can't buy back in again because rents are too high, they can't afford it. There are a lot of people in this town living in their cars, living with relatives and friends in an overcrowded situation, and generally living on the streets. Now, lack of housing has always been a problem. And I can remember back to my time with council as well, that there were people living in the old St Vinny's building down there the night time, and the police knew that they were sleeping in there, but as long as they didn't cause any problem, they let them go. But they were homeless, so we've had homeless people for a long, long time. The guy that was sleeping in one of the gazebos on the beachfront, and the police used to faithfully go down every morning, wake him up, get him on his feet before people started going to the beach and get him on his way. So it has been around a long time, but it is really bad now, really bad. And later on, Sue will tell you one of the facilities that we set up at the centre to cope with people living in their cars, because, you know, they live in their cars or they live in poor circumstances, and how do they get a job? They need to go and present themselves well. They're the things that iCare can do for them. They've got an arrangement with Vinnie's, for instance, that if anyone needs a set of clothing to go for a job interview, or they just simply haven't got anything decent to wear and they're getting ridiculed, whatever in the street, St Vinnie's will outfit them. He will outfit them and get them right to go for a job interview. So it's wonderful partnerships that we've got down there. But they're the sort of things we've got to get in iCare first. So iCare is not just about food, it's about all of those sorts of things. And I'll be giving you some examples shortly. Lack of housing, I've spoken about that. People unable to pay their rent, having nowhere to go. Employment loss, that's another thing, that they can't get a job. And by referring these people on to better services that we can offer through iCare or through the community centre, they can get themselves better educated. And I was just heard this morning, you know, one of the people couldn't go for a job, he didn't have a Medicare card, never bothered applying for one. And I knew people that didn't do that too. Why do I want one? I don't want one. But they do for certain situations, and they can be helped to get that sort of thing. They can be helped to fill out forms that they get frightened of, fill out applications for housing. All those types of things can all come out of part of the overall umbrella of iCare. And all the problems of unemployment, housing, lack of places to live is frustrating, particularly a woman probably more likely to put her arms around her kids and say, we'll manage somehow. But the man, he feels responsible, and he's the one that is very, very sus for taking their own lives. They are the ones that say, I don't want to go on, I can't go on, I'm not providing for the family. So that sort of thing is happening. And it leads to a lot of mental breakdowns, marriage breakdowns, all that sort of thing as well. So that's where the LSC, through their community centre and iCare, plays a major role. There are many successful outcomes for those who are being looked after via iCare, but sadly there are failures. We have failed because you can't expect 100% with this. So I'll just give you a couple here, and I can remember early in the piece when we had one of our meetings, there was a guy came in to the centre and he said, look, I'm really hungry, I just haven't got any food, I haven't got any money, and they gave him a food voucher. He said, but I'm looking for a job, They gave him a food voucher, and I think he got a second one some months later. And then he came in and he said, "Don't need them anymore. I'm right, I've got a job." You know, so just that little bit of a help to help him over the rough times, and it's really success. And that happens. Now, these are a couple of examples I got the girls to fill out for me. 35-year-old female, lost a job and a house due to the marriage breakdown. Living now in her car, no clothing or makeup for job interviews, so therefore she didn't bother going for any med because she couldn't dress herself. No food, toiletries, whatever. She was given a voucher for food. She was given toiletries. She was given a donation to help her with funding, and she was given clothing from Vinnie's. The result? She attended the job interview, well fed and neat. She was successful in securing the job, and it came with housing provided. Success story. We'll go to the boys. 50-year-old male. Referred to the Lives Lived Well counselling service. So that was the first thing he was referred to for counselling. Assistance to complete the online application, which he couldn't do himself. And he was not alone at the intake. After several visits to that referral counselling service, he admitted that he had an alcohol problem. So he had severe anxiety and depression, isolated and alone, and he was struggling with the bills. So we went that was where he was referred to and what iCare can do down there at the centre. Whereas he's attending the counselling sessions weekly at the community centre with a visiting outreach service. So there's all these sorts of flow on things. This is the very reason why, of course, it has to be under the banner of LSC because of the confidentiality point. I'll just give you one or two more. Community member lost a job due to severe depression and anxiety. Centrelink payments suspended. Now, just cut them off. Unable to afford rent, food and toiletries, on the verge of becoming homeless. He was given food voucher from iCare and one from Food Bank, which is much more, of course. Toiletries he was given. He was referred to mental health services, then counselling and financial assistance to help budget the money that he could get. He's now back on Centrelink and making rent payments. So they were able to get him his Centrelink money back. He attended counselling sessions weekly at the community centre. So I won't go on with any more, but there are a lot of those happening all of the time. So I've recorded that. I'll go to my last page now. You don't have to put up a little bit longer. Livingstone Shire has always, and all of the councillors, Glenda will know this because she's the long-serving one here, but has always been recognised for its dedication to those in need in our Shire. We've been the leaders, and I was involved too, in making our Shire disability friendly. We started the first low vision group here, so much so that Rockhampton came down. Rosa Swadley was my counterpart up there. She came down, she said, "How did you do it and get all these people that have got visual handicaps out having..." We took them to Keppel Island, we sat in parks and picnics and everything. We have been the leaders in making our Shire disability friendly. Wasn't even a ramp into the town hall years ago. Now look at it, self-opening doors, parking for disability crossings, wonderful. So the Shire is disability friendly, as well as opening our arms to those who have come from all corners of the globe through our multicultural programs. And we led the field in that down here too. I venture to say that we can hold our heads high with the work being done now for those that are struggling in our community. LSC is leading the way in this region and beyond by supporting their residents through their times of personal hardship and encouraging them never to give up. They can continue doing this through our highly respected and caring community centre organisations such as iCare and ensuring the availability of a professional social worker. So if somebody says to any of you councillors, "This iCare business, what's it all about?" Well, I'm hoping that from this you'll have a bit of an idea of what we do. We support those in our community, might be in the minority, but those in our community are really struggling. And in my talk that I did recently at the Keppel Bay Sailing Club, I said to them, you drive down the street, you see all the beautiful four-wheel drives, you see people sitting out on the footpaths, having coffee and lunch and all the rest of it, but there are just as many people hungry, homeless and in need. And just to give you a quick example from our mayor, Andy, of course, made it his business to understand what iCare was all about because he's our leader. And when he got a call from an organisation that I eventually spoke at, but who said they were coming into the area, they were fundraising, what was a good organisation that was in need, and without any hesitation he said iCare. And they raised just on $800 for us. So the knowledge that you have about iCare when you give it out, because we survive on those donations. So I'd like to hand over to Sue now, who's got a lot of stats that she can give you to take away, because they can be boring at times, but it will show you, and from what she says, just how many people pass through the doors down there. You would not believe it, but every day there are people passing through the doors of that community centre in need, and they can do something for them. They can refer them on, they can help them, they can put them on the right track, and at least give them someone to talk to. So thank you, councillors, from me. I'll give it to Sue.
Thank you, Desley, and thank you, everyone. We really appreciate this opportunity to come and let you know how well iCare's doing and the good it does. A lot of you may know about iCare, some may not so much. iCare is fully funded by the community with donations of food, pantry items, as well as money. It started off in, we started talking about iCare in 2015, but we didn't realise it was iCare we were talking about. We were looking for something that would really help the community in a practical way, and at that time we also had community groups such as the Lions and the Coral Society wanting to donate money that really helped local people, they wanted to see that it made a difference in our community. So from that we came up with, and from talking to the people that came into the community centre needing help, what they really needed was, they found most of the time they were going along okay until something happened, like the car broke down, or they had an unexpected bill, or someone got sick and couldn't go to work and that sort of thing. So what they really needed was that little helping hand to get to the next pay, or to get fuel to get to work, or whatever. So we, as a committee, decided that the best way to help people was to feed them. And by feeding them, that freed up their money to pay bills. So in November 2017, we launched iCare with food vouchers and pantry items. The way iCare works is, for someone to be eligible, they've got to be a resident of Livingstone. They have to be experiencing financial hardship, and they can only access the voucher program once every 6 months. So it's not a continual handout, it really is just that help. And after they've been twice, they need to see a financial resilience officer, either Uniting Care or Anglicare, that come to the community centre as a visiting service, and they help them in other ways, such as sometimes they have brokerage, often they advocate for people with Ergon and Telstra to get their bills reduced, that type of thing. So after they've been twice, every time after that they need to see the resilience officer. Then in December 2017, we were lucky enough to win a grant from the Department of Housing and Homelessness, and that was where we started the Dignity First washroom. So that's a washing machine and dryer, and a hot shower, and all abilities toilet, so that people can wash their clothes, feel a lot better about themselves. Then in 2019, we were the recipient from Share the Dignity Pink Box, so that we were able to install that in the washroom, and that's a dispensing machine of sanitary items for women and girls. So that's been another good addition. In April 2020, when COVID hit, unfortunately we had to close our doors at the community centre for 3 months. But fortunately, the government was paying people extra money. So we were still available by phone during that time, just our front doors were closed. So what we found was when people were getting sufficient funds, they weren't needing us quite so much. They weren't under that stress of that they were experiencing. So when you look at the stats, you'll see there's a gap there where we didn't issue any vouchers for 3 months. That was COVID. Then we opened up again in July, but we really didn't start issuing vouchers again until the October, because we found people were coping much better. In May this year, we were lucky enough to get a one-off $20,000 funding from the Department of Communities to help with the effects of COVID. So what it's well known, and Desley touched on it, the problems people have had with housing, and just the stress that has caused in people. So what the need we saw was when people come in, they really need time spent with them. So with that $20,000, we employed a 4th year social work student for a couple of months. And I've got some stats at the back, which you'll see of the people that she's seen. We were always so under the pump. We didn't have the capacity to keep really good stats. So we've had that. And the bonus with that 4th year social work student is once we ran out of money, she then did her placement and has been working for us for nothing for a couple of months. She's due to finish the 30th September, which is a shame. Then in July 2022, the partnership began with Food Relief. We always had that partnership with Food Relief. We were issuing food relief vouchers, but the difficulty was people getting out to collect, So it's been a great partnership. We refer both ways. We often get people coming in that have been referred from Food Bank for that other assistance where we can link them to services. So the important thing that everyone really likes to know is about the stats. So from November 2017 to August this year, we've helped 720 people, and you'll see the breakup of the months there. The value of vouchers distributed has been $46,395. The contributions we've received is $72,273, which is fantastic. Every day community groups, small community groups, big community groups donate to iCare on a regular basis. Some of the groups that use the community centre, they'll take a donation every time they meet and they give it to us at the end of the month. Sometimes it's $100, sometimes it's a bit more, but they really like to be giving back. It's particularly when they don't pay anything to use the rooms at the community centre. It's their way of saying thank you and giving back, which is terrific. Okay, well maybe I'll just leave it at that, and if anybody's got any questions.
Not so much a question, if that's all right, through the chair. More of a statement, first and foremost, for the community itself. I know that the staff of Livingstone Shire put together hampers every year, and as we're coming into that festive season again, which is only nine weeks away, I believe, it might be an idea for the community if you wish to donate food items, toiletry items, anything of value and quality to iCare. They're located in John Street, and I look at Mrs. Ryle and I think, wow, former councillor for Livingstone Shire Council, Where do the previous councillors end up? Well, you're actually a living legend sitting there, because councillors actually have a heart for the community and a heart for service. And through your dedication and commitment, iCare will just continue to go from strength to strength. And Sue, you are invaluable with what you do and the people that you help, hundreds of people throughout the year. So thank you so much.
It's very much a team, very much a team and a partnership with other groups that makes it happen. Thank you.
And I'd like to say how much at home we feel being there.
Good. That's really good. It's really good to hear.
Well, thank you so much for coming along today, ladies. And if I can echo what I'm sure are the entire organisation community's views, and thanking you again, as Councillor Friend has eloquently done. But look, we simply can't do these things without the assistance of good people like yourselves. And Desley, your service to this community has been outstanding, and a long-serving member. And not just with iCare, but lots of different organisations, including, I know you're on the board of the Iwasaki Foundation and what you do through them. So thank you very much, ladies, for your presentation. Yeah.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Councillor Mather's disappeared. All right, councillors, I think we're up to 10.8. Oh, sorry, we do too. My voice. Thank you, Justine. We need to receive the deputation. Councillors moved. Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Councillor Bella?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay, 10.8. Councillor Mather, this is your notice of motion
Yes,
in
thank
relation
you, Mr
to
Mayor. I feel
barking
I've dominated the meeting today, but as you can see that these things needed to be done, and it was a matter of getting them off my plate. The notice of motion, just for the benefit of those watching, due to the ongoing barking dogs issue at Karen Drive, which has continued unabated for many months, even years over time, causing domestic disturbance and sleep deprivation to the shift-working family. Council take the strongest and immediate action to ensure this disturbance is addressed.
All right. I'll go for a mover and a seconder on this, and then go to debate and questioning, if that's okay, councillors. So, Councillor Mather, you're moving this undoubtedly.
I have moved it, Mr Mayor, thank
All right.
you.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Right, the debate is live, the motion's live. Are there any questions of Councillor Mather? Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I have some questions, but not so much for Councillor Mather, and I can see that the local laws team have just joined us. So I suppose my questions in relation to this, the report, I read through the report, and my question is, why is this not sufficient to substantiate an allocated noise nuisance under the barking dog policy? You'll need to press the button.
So the current barking dog policy determines, what evidence is required in order to provide for a dog nuisance noise. So in relation to that, the actual, sorry, give me a second, I just need to, got it in the wrong order. So the definitions in relation to a barking dog and noise nuisance is, in order for that to provide the evidence to move forward, we require a barking log as part of the evidence, which we give to the relevant complainants' customers in relation to these matters. And for the evidence to be there, we need a log which will determine a barking between 7 and 10 o'clock at night of 6 minutes or greater in any 1 hour, and then through the evening or through the night time between 10 o'clock and 7, 3 minutes in any one period of 1 hour. So in order to determine that evidence, the customer is given a barking dog log, which allows them to complete the log and it can return us to local laws within 14 days. At the end of that, then we can review the log and we can determine whether it actually complies with the noise nuisance, the evidence required under the noise nuisance and the barking dog policy. In relation to the customer who they did return a barking dog policy, and in fact there's 2 customers predominantly involved in this case. 2 barking dog policies were returned, and both of them failed to comply with the information that we need to move forward in regards to a barking dog. And in addition to this, additional investigations were made with surrounding properties, and again, the evidence wasn't there to substantiate the allegation.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just have 2 more questions so that I can understand this better. Recently, a council may have visited this particular property. How many dogs were viewed on the property?
So, actually registered to that property, there are 5 dogs. When the council last went to the property in relation to other matters, well, there was only 3 dogs on the property. But I believe since then those dogs are back. We've now ascertained that there are 5 dogs back on the property.
Will the owner of the dogs be required to undertake a more than permitted number of animal permits?
So in relation to the dogs,
specified animal permit.
4 dogs are registered as working dogs. 1 dog is registered as a family pet. I believe there is. So in relation to the obligations of registration of dogs, it's covered under the Animal Management Act, Section 44, which is the registration obligation. It actually goes on to say that there are exemptions in relation to the registration as long as we're notified of the dog on the property as a working dog. And in order to do that, it needs to be on rural land. The owner needs to be a primary producer, and the dog's there to protect the animals or the property itself. And some of the definitions in there, primary producer means a person primarily engaged in the occupation as a dairy farmer, a wheat, maize, or cereal grower, cane grower, fruit grower, grazier. And rural land means any land used for grazing stock or cultivating crops on a commercial basis.
How many barking dog requests have we received for that property?
So in relation to the property, there are 2 complainants in relation to barking dogs, and there is a number of 12 complaints overall.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
No. Thank you for the information, officers.
Councillor Eastwood?
I'm just specifying that, so that was 12 complaints from 2 complainants.
2 separate complainants.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
Yes.
Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose my question would be, if this notice of motion was to be received and voted for in the affirmative today, those people would still require by law to undertake a barking dog log. Is that right?
Absolutely, Councillor Friend. So as I said, as of to date, the allegations have been unsubstantiated. If we receive another barking dog log complaint in relation to this matter, the whole process starts again. So they would have to produce the barking dog logs or video evidence, as long as it complies with the barking dog policy. And then to collaborate that evidence, as we've already said, we're happy to go out and do surveys and observations outside the premises to see how long the dog's bark for.
So just so that I'm clear on this one, at this point in time, has there been any investigation by the local laws team into this complaint, and have there been on-site inspections?
Absolutely, Matt. So we've all 12 complaints. They've been fully investigated. As I've said, we've requested the customers to supply barking logs. In some cases, they refused, to do the log. As I said, and the logs that we have received, which is 2, failed to substantiate the allegation. It didn't comply, or it doesn't fit the requirements of the barking dog policy.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With all due respect to the officers, and all of the time they have spent repeatedly responding to barking complaints and other complaints, but barking complaints, I haven't seen a successful outcome from the logs yet over the years, and I've been dealing with a few of them over time. To say they're unsubstantiated, I'd have to say, with due respect again, I can't accept that. I had reason to receive 2 calls over 2 nights from I suspect one of the complainants. And you'd swear those dogs were in the same room. And I said, my God, where are they? They said, this is what it's like all the time. Now, we've got to find another way. The logs aren't the answer. We've got to find another way. Whether there's a 24-hour tape recorder there, I don't mind what you do, but there's got to be another way. As for the primary production, because there were an excessive number of animals on the property as a primary producer or a rural property, one would question whether that's a bona fide primary producer. I wonder, has that been checked out?
We certainly have.
Yes.
We certainly have, Councillor Mather. I suppose I agree with you. It could be a bone of contention, but I think if it was argued, I believe that she probably have the lady in question on the property.
Well, I think we need to pursue that, because to have 5 dogs for the number of animals that are allowed on that property would be questionable in itself. Because you don't need 5 dogs, and if one's a pet, I remember going through an issue on Vaughan's Road going back a few years ago, where they had 2 dogs, and the son of the man who lived there was going overseas. Will you look after my dog, Dad? Can you take my dog? I can't take him with me. The rigmarole that we had to go through to get that man approved for that 3rd dog. It was a little fella. He was half blind. He'd ventured onto the footpath. Got a fine for that. The fence, the regular occurrences, the checks to see the dogs inside, the registration that was the rigmarole. And here we are, this ongoing problem that is still persisting today with no resolution in sight. I'm the complainant now, Mr Mayor. I'm complaining that this matter has not been addressed, and that's exactly what this motion says.
Right.
Whatever initiative, I don't mind what you take up, but I think you've really got to do something different, because these logs do not work. It's not the only one I've had dealings with, and I'm tired of it too, because I'm losing sleep of people ringing me about matters that haven't been addressed. I'm dealing with all of those, but this is one of them. And I have no beef with these officers. They're doing their job, but I'm doing mine, because I have to defend the people who are sitting out there putting up with this being unresolved, Mr Mayor. I mean, they know we've got restrictions, but we have options, and that's what we're doing here, looking for options to address it differently, because what we've been doing so far just doesn't work.
All right. Councillor Mather, I guess from where I'm sitting, I'm not predicating any decision at this point in time, because I'm actually going to move a procedural motion that this lay on the table pending a report coming back to the council to allow the officers to actually look at this particular complaint in detail and to look at the processes that have been applied to this particular issue, and maybe give us some suggestions as to how we can move forward with this, because clearly we're at a stalemate here. But I do, I guess, take exception to the comment, Councillor, that the logbook doesn't work. It's a process. Now, if these particular residents aren't, for whatever reason, able to complete it, then we've got to look at, well, is that on them or is that on us? And that's why I want the officers to have a look at, you know, the processes that we're employing here as part of this particular issue. But certainly if people aren't willing to fill out the logbook, then that's on them. And I'm not suggesting that's the case here, Councillor, but ultimately we need to look at the processes that we're using here, and that's why I'm going to move that this actually lay on the table pending an investigation by the officers around the process and around this complaint. So I'll give you some wording, Justine. So we might take a 3-minute break, councillors, so I can get this wording to the table. So move for a 3-minute break. Councillor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, councillors, I've quickly scratched up a notice of motion. And it reads...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
With your approval, and you weren't in the room when I raised my concerns, if I could, prior to you considering that, I had concerns about this being even discussed in the public meeting, given that an address has been nominated, and my opinion is that it shouldn't be in that public realm, and I'm just curious on your opinions on that.
Yeah, I agree, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bell, I beg your pardon. It is inappropriate for an address to be cited, but we'll actually...
And based on that, whilst I know you're preparing a procedural motion, but before that, perhaps you'd consider a procedural that we seek advice whether this indeed should be, and if it shouldn't be dealt with in this setting, then we don't deal with it, but defer it to the confidential agenda.
Well, my notice of motion is somewhat benign in terms of making reference to a particular property. It's more about process. So I'm happy to entertain that one, but certainly I think given that an address has been mentioned in the recommendation from the good councillor, that probably shouldn't be in the agenda.
And therefore, perhaps advice from the CEO whether we would cease discussing this matter, and I move a procedure that, providing it qualifies with the confidential criteria, then that's where it should be dealt with.
Yep. We'll seek some advice on that, Councillor Bello. So we might might just move on for the time being, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors.
Okay, item 10.9. No, we'll get the legal advice on your motion first, Councillor, and then we'll come back to my foreshadowed motion. Yeah. My notice of motion, I should say. It's not a notice of motion, it's getting myself confused now. Procedural, thank you, Mr. CEO. All right, 10.9 is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to lighting and stormwater mitigation in Cloud Street, Emu Park. Councillor Friend, are you moving this one, obviously?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move it.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Okay, the debate is live. Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Justine if she can please bring up the photos that I submitted in my notice of motion, just on the screen, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, this particular issue apparently has been continuing for quite a while with some residents in McLeod Street at Emu Park. I originally said in this notice of motion that council resolved to install a street light in McLeod Street, Emu Park, and install/reinstate a spoon drain for the mitigation of stormwater inundation on the council verge outside of 14 and 12 McLeod Street, Emu Park. So there were works undertaken on Granville Street a couple of years ago, and the resident feels that this has caused further flooding inundation into his property and a neighbour's property as well. There is some further photos, Justine, down the bottom of the page. Further down. I do apologise for not being clear. Yeah. So what's happening is you can see where the concrete kind of ends at a neighbour's property, and the stormwater is flowing quite rapidly and heavily down this side of McLeod Street. What I understand in the officer's report is there is a spoon drain across the road on the higher level to try to mitigate that particular storm water from travelling into their yard. The officer's report also states that these particular houses along there do not have concrete driveways and are not sealed. Even if they were sealed to the actual curb, it's still not going to mitigate the contours and the steep slope down into their particular yards. So I'm more going to be concentrating in this notice of motion today, Mr Mayor, in relation to the spoon drain, because part of my notice of motion, the first part to install a street light in McLeod Street, Emu Park, has been given the okay in this officer's report that one will be installed in the forward works of 22-23. So I'm very, very happy with that, and apparently the resident has been notified of that. So I'd like to make an amendment to remove that that part of the resolution. When I first submitted this notice of motion, I had received in writing in an email form from an officer that they were not installing any new street lights at this point, but concentrating on renewals, which they need to do, and they have a big job doing that in itself. So that's why that part of the resolution was in there. So if we can remove that. Just to remove
which part?
Just to remove the council resolve to install a street light in McLeod Street, Emu Park, because that is already in the forward works and will be installed in 22-23, and the resident has been notified. So at the time of when I submitted this notice of motion, the information that came back to me in writing was that they would not be installing any new street lights, only looking at renewals. So I'm very, very happy with that, and I'm sure the resident is also. Now, this brings us back to the spoon drain on the actual side of that particular street. Even though there is no formal ceiling to the curb on any of those houses along these much older areas of Emu Park, I do believe, as you can see, the gouging of the actual bitumen, and that is not near this person's driveway, that's up further. The stormwater does rapidly run down into that area, and I believe some sort of a spoon drain would be able to mitigate the water running straight down the street rather than into those lower lying premises.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Mr CEO, clearly I am not an engineer, so I'd be very interested to hear from our engineers as to their response to this one. Thank you.
Sure, Mr Mayor, if perhaps Jeff can join us. Michael's had to step out for an appointment, but I think Jeff might be able to assist us here.
First of all, I'll just address the street light. Yeah, the information I'm given was incorrect. There had been a previous commitment to do it. Admittedly, it's taken a year longer due to some other works and that, but yeah, it is being done. As far as water flow goes in the area, the section of curbing or concrete edging that Councillor Friend pointed to at the top is actually a flat concrete edge. It's not a curb and channel, so it's no water stays there. There's a slightly better depiction of it.
Excuse me, Mr CEO. Thank you.
It's on your
Right, I see. Yep.
Yeah, so it's not curb and channel. Basically, the water is following the natural overland flow path. I'd say it looks like the scouring on the edge of the bitumen coming out of those driveways is simply a fact that the driveways are not sealed right to the edge of the bitumen, which would be although some of the other houses in the street don't appear to have it. Whether this house has more vehicle movements than those, can't really say. But certainly that edge drop off on those driveways could be solved by sealing formally the driveway all the way to the road edge. Looking at the contours, generally the contours...
Sorry, excuse me, Jeff, is that a council responsibility?
No, driveways are people's own responsibility, be it to curb and channel or to the edge of a bitumen seal. The other issue, I suppose, water that does flow down onto that property, which is street flow or down the driveway as well, is heading to a part of the house which has little to no freeboard. So basically the floor of the house is at ground level at the bottom of the driveway. So any water that flows down the driveway hasn't got the normal 200 or 300 mil, which is the current building practice, for water to go around and not inundate floor levels and that. I think should the owner extend their driveway, and they have got a concrete driveway to a certain part, they just haven't got it all the way. They've got it, must be within about... Yeah, so they have got it, whereas other houses beside them haven't. It's only a minor extension to their driveway of their own. This course would stop that edge break situation, and unfortunately they have to accept sheet flows. We're not concentrating flows, it's sheet flow down around the corner, down the road, off the road on that side. As you've come further down McLeod Street, it actually runs, the contours run directly down the road. So it would just fall off of the crossfall of the road. Yeah. Yep.
Turn off for a sec. I think Councillor Friend said that there's been some work done and that's changed the situation of what it was. But this is a new thing.
Yeah, it was work. I think I wasn't looking after urban in about 2013, 14. I think it was done during the amalgamated council time. Would that be right? Somewhere around there?
I don't have those times. I just knew it had been a couple of years. So a couple of years could be numerous years, but
I think it could be 10 years ago that the works was done up on Granville Street.
But wouldn't it be an issue that we've caused now that we should look at rectifying?
We haven't gracefully directed flows towards McLeod Street.
Mr Mayor, through you, Jeff, I'm familiar with this one. I'm familiar with Archer Street next door. The same problem exists. I've spoken to the people on both sides of the road, both streets. They both say when Granville Street was upgraded, that exacerbated the problem. Because if you look at the contours, certainly on McLeod Street, the way the land falls goes that way and this way. And it's not intended to, but it does direct water to those houses. And if you have a look at the photos, and I don't have them here, there's a laneway there. They can put a surfboard on it. That's how much water goes in there. In my domestic opinion, I'm not an engineer, nothing will solve that problem unless we get curbing down that street, down that side, to direct it down the street.
That would certainly, that would certainly aid. Unfortunately, some people do cut that curb when they put their driveway in, so they'd have to be careful there. I believe it's been nominated as one of those streets for future curb and channel. I would have to look to see when it's allocated for.
And I, in my domestic opinion again, it would only need to go onto one side of the road due to budget constraints, because that's the way the water shoots. It shoots right through there because of the shape. And you go to, I was only there Saturday, you go to Archer Street on the next door street. It's also, Richard, I should say. Yeah, because I talked to the people there and the drains there are just not adequate. And that, yes, contours need to be reshaped there, but the holes aren't big enough either. But this shape of the contour of the road does sheet it directly into that southeast corner.
I have a question.
Curb and channeling on one side of the road immediately.
Councillor Mavis, certainly agree that the provision of curb and channel in an urban environment improves drainage flows all over. From a strategic point of view, I think council needs to consider should we be looking at doing that in particular areas, particularly Emu Park, where there's a lack of curb and channel in quite a few areas. Yeppoon's got certain isolated locations. There are also other areas where it may not be suitable because you can't drain either side of the road. Keppel Sands would be one where I wouldn't advocate the provision of curb and channel. I think Keppel Sands would be kept like a little sort of urban village where you don't have curb and channel. But the long-term solution to many of these issues with water flowing across properties, you've got to remember, even curb and channel, what falls at the back of the curb and channel will still flow towards that property. So whatever falls on his driveway will flow towards that zero height floor. And that's a strategic way I think council got to do. Now those projects have been nominated, I think there'd be 30 or 40 of them over the space of 10 or 15 years. More than happy to review which one the priority of them, but that's the strategic focus council should have.
Roads, in my experience, roads and drainage go together.
Yes.
And they're both in my portfolio. And I'm both familiar with these two roads. And I don't go looking for roads that don't have curb and channel. I'm saying where we've done something to actually alter the water or exacerbate the water, we need to concentrate on those that will get them out of trouble, and it'll alleviate the pressures on our budget. We don't just go putting in curb and channeling for the sake of it.
But
It's
from what
just
I'm
to
hearing
make
from
sure-
the engineer, Councillor Mather, is that the solution to what we may or may not have caused is curbing and channeling.
Yes,
Yeah.
overall,
We've
to
got the
improve
problem, we
drainage
just
in an
identify
urban
it.
area.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
to improve drainage in an
So, Councillor Friend, you had a question before.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have a question. Has there ever been a small spoon drain in that area which
believe
has
so.
silted up?
I don't believe so.
Now,
Not on
Sorry,
that
I
side of
won't
the
be
street,
a
no.
okay, so the idea of a spoon drain is financial budgetary constraints and requirements cost so much more to put in full curb and channeling than it would a spoon drain to direct the water past those two premises and down further down the street. So that's the idea of requesting a spoon drain and not full curb and channel.
Well, that could be done as an operational item.
Yes.
It may impede access to the blocks,
May impede access to the what, sorry?
to the locks. It may impede, because depending on the amount of water flowing down there, to stop the water following street flow, it would have to get deeper and deeper, which will make it hard for cars to traverse.
Sure. However, with spoon drains, are you able to construct, going back to the photo I had up that I submitted earlier and the gouging out of the bitumen roadside, is it possible to construct a spoon drain to the driveway access area and then continue it afterwards? So,
Sorry, I think I've got an answer for you. If you remember, beginning of the year, we had Casey Drive where we asked for the bitumen to be built up on the edge of the, like a lump, if you remember, Jeff?
No, I don't, but
So
this
case-
is up the old Rockhampton Road.
Yeah,
That was done many years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we've just done more when they
Have
put
we?
in the new
Yeah.
subdivision,
Yeah.
and we've mounted up some bitumen on the edge.
That's where the road comes down to the bitumen edge.
Yes.
This is falling away.
Yeah, no, I realise that, but if we put it on that side, and we would be able to do the same thing that Casey Drive done, which is stop the water shooting across the road. If you put it on that side, not all the way, only down, because if you look at the lay of the street, the hill,
It
it starts
runs
to go
downhill.
back up.
Yeah, it runs straight down.
Yeah,
The water
so
will
all I'm getting
flow
is,
down.
if for that first section, if we could replicate what we've done in Casey Drive, if I can just get that turned around, that first section there, until it gets past these properties before the land starts to bevel back up again, that would stop the water from going under, and the cost is just a bit of
The
bitumen.
owner still needs to formalise driveway to stop that.
I realise that, but
If anything, I would suggest possibly rather than a drain, maybe a small mound would be a better.
that's what I'm thinking, because it's just across a bit of
We
bitumen.
can look at that under some maintenance issues.
It just
I
has-
also suggest that the owner would help himself by sealing his driveway right to the edge and looking at the fact he's got no freeboard and maybe cutting a graded drain into his driveway to catch water.
But you'd agree though, in the meantime,
You could
to
you
get
could do
past
something
his
like
block,
Yeah.
because down the rest of it doesn't seem to have that issue, we could just mound it up like it is, and then it would
that.
probably solve the whole
I
issue.
suggest you're right.
'Cause
one
it's
of the
worked
few
at Casey
cases
Drive.
where it suggested
All right.
we'll put it back onto the road.
Can we have some decorum back in the meeting? We've got councillors talking over officers and officers talking over councillors. All right, so where are we going to go from here?
well, certainly,
Councillors?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to amend my notice of motion to not state install or reinstate a spoon drain, but for flood a mound for flood
what-
mitigation of stormwater.
How about you just leave it somewhat generic and say some flood mitigation measures or stormwater mitigation measures,
Yes,
and leave it up to the officers then?
certainly. I'd be happy with that, Mr Mayor, if we can change that wording.
No, I apologise. I'll come up with this to the board.
Yeah, well, I am, so, no worries.
I'm happy with that, Mr Mayor.
All right. Okay, so councillor Friend, you're going to move that. Can I get a seconder, please? Whoa. So, seconded councillor Watson. Councillor Bello, I'm going to read you the recommendation now. Is that okay? It is that council undertake measures in relation to the mitigation of stormwater inundation on the council verge outside of 14 and 12 McLeod Street, Emu Park.
Thank you.
All right. So it was moved, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Friend, did you want to talk to this any further?
No, I think enough's been said. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just going to go to the vote on this, councillors. All in favour?
Aye.
All right. Carried unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
councillors.
you. Thank you, councillors.
Ten. Councillor Mather, question on notice in relation to animal control, that the questions on notice and responses be received. And you wish them attached to the minutes as well, councillor? Right. All right. You're moving that?
Yes, I am.
I'll get a seconder if I can, thanks first. Second, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Mather, you want to speak to it quickly?
I did have some notes here, Mr. Mayor. Because it concerned me what was written. Mr. Mayor, I'll just let it go for now, and I'll just reserve the right to come back to raise.
Once it's resolved, councillor, there's nothing to come back to.
It is, if the information is incorrect.
Well, then it'll require another motion, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to move it, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood.
The questions and answers be received and they be appended to the minutes. Thank you, Justine.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right. Again, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Carried unanimously. 10.11. Notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to Lake Mary Road. The recommendation is that in order to improve social resilience and fire preparedness, Council seeks to reprioritise funding from Black Saturday bushfire funding to bitumen seal 400 lineal metres of road approximately adjacent to newly built Lake Mary Road Fire Brigade shed. This funding may be realigned from current approved machinery elements of $450,000. Councillor Bello, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do apologise, Councillor, I couldn't be there in person, but I'll do my best here. And I think importantly, firstly, perhaps prior to questions, what's been crafted there has been assisted, I have been assisted by the CEO, so I thank him for that. And importantly, it's not so much a road project, but it is specifically to improve the recently constructed, or now 12 months old, Bungendara Lake Mary fire shed. So it's certainly not a road project. It is in support of a rural fire brigade, which we've previously done with other accesses, 3 other brigades. So just to clarify that, happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I'll move that and hopefully have the chance to speak to it.
Thank you. So there's an amended motion, as I understand it, which is in on the screen now, Councillor Bello, in shading. All right, so that in order to improve social resilience and fire preparedness of the region, Council make application to the appropriate federal funding body to reprioritise previously approved funding from Black Saturday bushfire grant away from bushfire mitigation fleet items to the tune of $419,868 to create a formalised access to the newly built Lake Mary rural fire shed, including bitumen sealing the approaches of Lake Mary Road. All right, that's the motion or the recommendation, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That sounds satisfactory.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against?
Mr. Mayor, this is becoming quite muddy, if I could use that term, because I can understand where the good council is coming from. We all like to have our sheds with a nice platform and an easy access to a road. What we're doing is taking a list of items that have been identified by the brigades as part and parcel to their efficiencies in fighting fires and recovering or preventing fires in the first place. And we're going to dismiss, is the word, dismiss those when you're starting to look about tipper truck, water tank, tractor, Challenger boom, bucket, stick rakes, cyclone slasher, trailers, pro irrigators, spray units. They're things that you prevent fire and fight fires. And we're saying that we don't want that now. We've changed our mind. We want to do 400 metres of bitumen road to improve social resilience. I don't know how that's going to improve the efficiencies of the fire brigade when we've got all these other items that have been pushed into the background. And further to that, I'd like all the roads to be sealed, but it's just not possible. We have to look at priorities, look at where the money's coming from, look at what it's intended for, because we've been told in no uncertain terms on more than one occasion that it wouldn't qualify. And even
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, could I just seek clarity? As the mover of the motion, normally the mover would get to speak. So I'm just curious, is this a question or is this speaking against the motion?
Well, I'm not too sure now, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, we'll go to, I was thinking there was a question there somewhere.
I have a question.
Question, Councillor Friend has a question. Councillor Bello.
Thank you. Councillor Bello, I actually do believe my questions may be for an officer rather than yourself. So on page 67, we see the summary of estimate of the equipment that was needed under this particular funding at the time. Have we actually purchased this equipment already?
No, I think the process is the CEO will answer the question. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we have signed up to accept the funding, but we haven't placed orders for the equipment yet.
Okay.
My next question would be, this particular equipment that we've signed up for funding, how many rural fire brigades in the area will it service, approximately?
Not a question I could answer, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to take that one on notice.
Any other questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, always lots of questions. Thanks for your patience, everyone. So if this was resolved today to take the money away from the firefighting equipment for fire mitigation and place it onto 400 lineal metres of sealed road outside one brigade, would we actually, what will occur with the funding if we request this to happen? Will we lose that funding?
Well, my understanding, Councillor, is that it would be redirected from the equipment component within the grant to sealing the road in front of the Lake Mary Fire Station.
So they would actually allow that to happen?
Well, that's what the motion seeks to find out from the federal government.
And my very last question, as she sighs, a New Zealand Gully Road was applied for under a different tranche of disaster relief funding arrangements, Cat D. So in the criteria adhered to in the first separate round of funding that was approved for New Zealand Gully Road, was this particular area also submitted in that Cat D funding? So the same tranche of funding for New Zealand Gully Road, did we also request this particular area to be funded also? Or was it just New Zealand Gully Road in the Cat D funding?
Mr. CEO.
Mr. Chairman, if I understand the question correctly, no, it was only New Zealand Gully Road that was applied for following the 29 event in 2020. The Bungendara shed, the Lake Mary shed, hadn't been completed at that time.
Thank you.
And that was the determining factor at the time, Councillor Friend. Yep. All right. Any other questions of Councillor Bello? All right, Councillor Bello, you want to speak to your report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillors, as you are all aware, funding is often difficult to prioritise as there is usually more demand than what can be found. The Black Saturday bushfires were significant in Livingstone's history as possibly the worst natural disaster that has ever occurred in Livingstone. This impact was profoundly felt by our rural communities. During these times of trial, our rural fire brigades stand up and often charge towards danger, while others are able to retreat. The rural fireys do this whenever fires strike in the rural communities, with the support of other agencies, of course. As you know, Council has the authority to prioritise where available funding may be applied for. This process is often not a straight line. You will remember, or may remember, that this Council in their early term changing a previously endorsed Council list, significantly after it had been submitted by the previous Council. The Bungendara fire shed access was included in that list, along with 3 others. However, the new Council decided to change the priorities and submit other projects, mainly because, or one of, the Bungendara Rural Brigade wasn't built. However, only 4 months later, and the main reason it wasn't built is because of material shortages and waiting for a builder. But they had funded the shed to be built, and they were processing a lease on which the shed would be built. A fantastic effort by that little brigade. The access to the shed, which is now built, remains unsealed. The safety and functionality of the volunteers in the brigade is somewhat compromised while this remains. It's a very problematic corner on Lake Mary there, which many of us would be familiar with. Councillors, we have changed elements before and we can change elements again. Now, I recognise that concerns may arise because the feedback from the funding partners previously is that roads do not get funding. The good news is this project is not about a road. This project is about supporting and strengthening the safety, efficiency and the morale of the Bungendara Lake Mary Fire Brigade. To conclude, if we don't ask the funding partner, and if need be ask Senator Murray Watt, well, we'll never know, but I believe it's worth asking, and the outcome would be outstanding for that rural brigade if we were successful in doing so. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's my remarks at this point. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, it gives me no pleasure to do this. To Councillor Bello, I just love his perseverance on this matter. Being in disaster management training pretty well on a weekly basis, we're very mindful of what we've got and what we haven't got. Who's going to be there? How are we going to deal with every event when it happens? When we dismiss the needs that have been identified by brigades as to what's needed in the way of equipment, we've got to take that seriously because they're the things that are going to help them prevent disasters from happening or dealing with disasters when they do happen. I don't try to argue with those fellas on the ground because they know what they need and they know when they need it. And to direct the scope of works to a project that doesn't provide that equipment, I'd be very loath to divert from what they've requested. And I would love to seal that S-bend on the Lake Mary Road, along with the rest of the road all the way to the Old Byfield Road. It's a very bad section, I understand that. But we can deal with that. But I don't think this is a matter where we can exchange one priority for another one that's not going to get us the results that we need in the event of a disaster. So it hurts me to say I can't support this one because I know how the good councillor is working hard to get it through. But I also know that if we do have an event and we don't have these tools when they need them, and let's face it, they do share them. It's not just going to one brigade. They will all share their tools in the event of a disaster. But if they're not there when they need them, that's when we have to start looking at our souls. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood?
I will, Mr Mayor. I think when Councillor Mather said we might be moving into muddy waters in this, but we're probably more likely going into dusty, dangerous waters, because where that fire shed is, Mr Mayor, it's on a fairly dangerous corner, very dusty, slippery road, and look, this is a way to really look after that brigade, to help them to maintain their equipment, to wash down their equipment, which in the end is going to help for safety in the long run of that area, and to also give a confidence in that brigade and to lift them up, boost them, and make that shed, which is an expensive project, Mr Mayor, to be what it's supposed to be for that community. A community and in an area which was where the major fire proceeded along there. So I think it's really, really important that we do vote for this project, and I just ask my fellow councillors to do that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Friend?
I have a question, Mr Mayor. My question is, has the LDMG approved the equipment? Do they approve of the equipment for being given out to all the different rural fire brigades?
The process is that requests for funding come through the fire management group, through the LDMG, then to council. So the previous list that council's been dealing with for this equipment was endorsed by the LDMG and then subsequently sent on to council for approval. Councillors, I'm going to speak against, not because that gives me any particular pleasure either, but we keep coming back to the point here of the equipment. Now, if the resolution basically stated that we seek permission to redirect the funding or apply for new funding or whatever, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But certainly I'm uncomfortable taking equipment away, valuable firefighting equipment away from people on the ground. If there was another source of funding, then I'd be happy to support this. And I would be more than happy to support a resolution that council actually puts in its forward works program, perhaps for next year, that we build the road or we build the entrance to the fire shed. But I am entirely uncomfortable with the prospect of taking $400,000 out of the equipment budget to build the apron for this road. And I think we need to be very careful in thinking about the apron to the fire shed versus the road. I've heard lots of commentary around the road, and Councillor Eastman just mentioned how dusty it is. Yes, that's the road. It's not the actual entrance apron to the fire shed, and we need to be very careful in distinguishing those two things. So I won't be supporting this. And again, Councillor Bello, thank you for bringing it to the table. I appreciate your passion. I fully support the rural fireys and particularly the Lake Mary Brigade. Lots of good people out there, but I can't support actually taking equipment out of the budget to build this apron. Councillor Watson, question?
Just speak against the motion also.
Well, hang on, I'll go to four. Councillor, anyone speaking for? Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor.
Look, I agree with Councillor Eastwood. It is a bad corner, those sort of things, and we do need to do something about it. But at the same time, when I was talking about the coconuts the other day with one of the officers, it was explained to me there's the tractor waiting to be picked up if we can order it. That does the job of 3 tractors at once to help put in fire breaks and all sorts of stuff. And that sort of equipment I think we really need. I know we've got a wet season coming up, and apparently it's going to be a wet season, but I've been told that in February, March next year, when it gets really dry, there could be a real need for that machinery, and I think that's why we need to go this way.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Do I need a procedural motion to undertake a foreshadowed motion?
No, you can foreshadow a motion.
I would like to foreshadow a motion, and the motion would be in relation to consideration in the budget deliberations for 23-24 to take into consideration or discuss $450,000 for the upgrade of the to bitumen seal the approaches of the Lake Mary Rural Fire Shed.
All right. Thank you. Well,
Would that be a separate motion, Mr Chairman?
It's foreshadowed.
That's not.
it's a foreshadowed motion, councillor.
Was that
If
going
this
to
one
go?
falls.
We're going to deal with councillor Bellows first. And then
Well, I think they both.
So thank you. We'll deal with councillor Bellows and then we'll come back to yours, councillor, if councillor Bellows doesn't get up. All right. So councillor Bellows, you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'd be happy to wrap up, Mr Chair, and look forward to what may come after it with the foreshadowed motion potentially. I think it's important to point out that this comes down to competing priorities. And initially, that brigade, had the builder been able to turn up on time, had the materials been available to this little brigade that fundraised, did everything they could to provide some sort of resilience to that rural neighbourhood, if that shed had been built, it would have stayed on the list. This council decided to take it off the list. And then they looked for other priorities. And yes, bushfire mitigation tools are a good thing to have, but remember, those tools will be part of council's operational tools, not the Rural Fire Brigade. The Rural Fire Brigades won't use the bush mitigation tools. That'll be part of council's tools. So if you want to truly reflect what the brigades want, and the brigades were asked to put forward what you need, that's why this access was put forward originally and it was approved. If you choose not to support it, that's okay. I have a different set of priorities, and my judgment is that we'd be better off supporting that brigade as they originally asked. I'll leave it at that, Mr Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Bellows. All right, so we've got a move of councillor Bellows, seconded councillor Eastwood. We'll go to the vote, councillors. All in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion is lost. Okay, so we'll go to your foreshadowed motion, councillor Friend. That council,
I didn't write it down, but I felt the need to foreshadow this because it is in... Sorry, I didn't write it down, but I felt the need to foreshadow this, councillor Bellows, because it is something that you're quite rightly saying that's very important, that council consider the budget implications in the budgetary deliberations for the 23-24 budget.
can I perhaps suggest...
Please do.
But that council includes the construction of the Lake Mary Rural Fire Brigade shed bitumen sealing for consideration in the 2023 budget, 22-23 budget, as a priority.
Could I, Mr Chair, could I just suggest a slight amendment?
Yeah, go for it.
Perhaps instead of consideration, that council must, to the best of their ability, complete the project.
Well, that's why I put as a...
We're going to have...
That's why I put as a...
Yeah.
Sorry, councillor, I can't see you. Didn't mean to interrupt you. That's why I had as a priority on the end of it, because everything has to be considered in the budget. I don't think we can make any definitive inclusions, but certainly I put that as a priority.
Thank you.
Question, Mr Mayor. I'm able to ask a question at any time, is that correct?
Yep.
And that wasn't my question. To the CEO, Mr CEO, what was it again? Sorry. Oh, yes. Do we know if any more funding is coming up in either the bushfire funding or Cat D or Cat C? Is there any more funding? The answer is no.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor. I think that's pretty much terminated, Mr CEO.
Indeed, we don't want for there to be. We'd prefer that there weren't any more events that triggered funding. The forecast is that we'll probably have some, not of the bushfire variety, but I think as far as the 2019 fire event went, the books are closed as far as the federal government's concerned.
Thanks, Mr CEO. I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend is moving, and perhaps you'll second. That council includes the construction of the Lake Mary Rural Fire Shed bitumen ceiling entrance in the budgetary deliberations for the 2023-24 budget. The 2023-24 budget as a priority. Sorry, I just have to do some more words with you there. I'll read it again.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
The council includes the construction of the Lake Mary Rural Fire Shed bitumen seal entrance in the budgetary deliberations for the 23-24 budget as a priority.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair, for reading that out.
No worries. All right. Are you, did you want to second that, Councillor Bello?
It'd be an honour to second that, Mr Chair.
Okay. Move Councillor Friend, second Councillor Bello. Any discussion, councillors, or are we happy to go to the vote on this?
I'd just like to quickly say, thanks, Mr Mayor, through you, that Councillor Bello, I think that all of us here believe that this is such an important item, and I think that we can certainly have a great in-depth discussion in the budgetary deliberations. So, and it does need to be done. You're quite right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
All right, so we're going to move a Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr CEO, 12:29, we might break for lunch. All right, procedural motion, councillors, moved by myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Go, Justine. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Procedural motion moved by myself to resume from lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. 11.1, councillors. Finally out of the notices of motion and into reports. Livingstone Shoreline Management Plan. Welcome to the table, Lise. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'm bringing to the table the Livingstone Shoreline Management Plan. So this plan is a revision and an update to an existing plan that was originally created in 2008. The revision and update of this plan is a recommendation of our coastal hazard adaptation strategy. So this allows us to tick off another action from that broader strategy. The purpose of this plan is to provide us with information about the status of our coastline. It provides some recommendations to address the key issues that are identified in order to protect our coastal assets and encourage system resilience in these areas. It includes recommendations for on-ground works, nature-based solutions to build environmental resilience, future studies, partnerships, and community engagement, which will contribute to the well-being and strength of Livingstone Shire's shoreline and our coastal communities. The recommendation is quite detailed, so I might just focus on the recommendation, and if anyone has any questions from the broader report, happy to answer that. So I'm asking Council to adopt the Livingstone Shoreline Management Plan 2022, with the key findings of the study being that there were extensive areas where tree loss was evident and dунal erosion on many beaches. This is particularly apparent where trees may be perceived as blocking residential views. Issues identified about stormwater drainage can also affect our dune and beach systems. Widespread invasion of invasive weed species were noted, and some unapproved works within the dunal system. The study comes up with 42 recommendations, and most of these can be funded through our existing staff and budget resources. And these relate to areas in the future we might consider changing the coastal road reserves and esplanades to an environmental management reserve to allow better management. Trying to ensure that the coastal development does not extend further seaward than the existing building alignment. And where no alignment exists, development is located as far landward as practical to ensure that wherever possible, future property protection works, if they're necessary, are located within the boundaries of private land. We wish to develop a coastal ecological restoration project, which includes appropriate endemic planting or local species planting, weed management methods and strategies to work with our residents to ensure the community and the ecological needs are balanced. Community engagement and education to promote the importance of dunal areas, wetlands and beaches, as well as improving our understanding of coastal inundation risks and emergency management protocols. Business cases will be developed for future budgets where we may need to deliver 5 of the recommendations that cannot be accommodated by existing resources, partnerships or external funding. And last but certainly not least, key is meaningful community engagement to ensure that proper shoreline management is undertaken and that we're actively engaging with our private property owners with coastal frontages. That is the extent of the proposed recommendation today.
Thanks, Lise. Any questions for Lise? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Lise. Such an in-depth management plan. It's amazing. In the key findings of this plan include A, B, C and D. There's no mention of vehicles on the beach, on the dunes, driving on the dunes. Was that not taken into consideration under this plan?
Councillor Friend, they certainly did identify various vehicle incursions in general areas in different beach sectors. So it is certainly in the detail of the report.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, I do have a question if no one else is needing to, Mr Chair.
The floor is yours, councillor.
I guess my question relates to the esplanades and road reserves which have been identified in here. And interestingly, it talks about, I think in point number A on page 69, where appropriate, that is where land is unlikely to be used for its current designated purpose in the future, change coastal road reserves and esplanades to areas of environment management and beach protection to ensure appropriate management of these areas. Just, I guess, for my better understanding, there is the scope currently for homeowners or property owners to request permission through the state to purchase land that may be or in front of their properties that are adjacent in that road reserve or esplanade. Is that the case? And then to follow on question, that then includes councils for their opinion on that. Is that how some people may feel that they can proceed with these adjacent road reserve areas? And is that something that council has considered in this plan, or is that going to be something that we deal with later in the date or later in the stages?
I'll give it my best shot because this does involve a number of parts of council, including our properties area and our infrastructure area. So as the areas in front of properties may be regarded as road reserve or esplanade, there is scope within the state legislation for people to make application to purchase lands of that tenure type. There is a process in place whereby people wishing to make application first come to council to seek our support for that application. So council will always have the opportunity to review requests for these land types to be purchased.
Okay, just a follow-up question, if I may, through you, Mr Chair, to the officer there, Lisa. So in the event if this plan was, for example, approved or endorsed, and council indeed decided to change into environmental, what do we call them in A there, environmental management, areas for environmental management, is that likely to reduce the likelihood of council supporting adjacent property owners from purchasing that land because it's now under environmental management and beach protection?
Yes, the tenure change would increase the ability to look after that land for environmental and beach protection purposes in perpetuity.
So it would lessen perhaps the likelihood of success of a property owner from being able to purchase or to seek application and be successful in purchasing that land.
At this point in time, none of those tenure changes have happened, and the adoption of this strategy, excuse me, would not create that change. It would be up to us to develop a project specifying areas where we think this is appropriate. We would need to undergo consultation with relevant stakeholders, and we would need the support of the Department of Resources for a change of tenure. So there's quite an involved process before any of these tenure changes would happen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Any other questions? Councillor Mather?
Just one from me, Mr Mayor. When we're looking at the key findings, we're going to number 2, number 3, which is on almost at the top of page 69. Business cases for future budgets, that's what we're looking at, will need to be prepared to deliver at least 5 of the recommendations that cannot be accompanied by existing resources, partnerships or in funding. Now, do we need to apply further resources to our budget, or do we need to consider an environmental levy that covers this?
I'll have a crack at it in a minute too, Lisa.
Well, thank you. I think at the moment it's clear that we can undertake a range of measures within our existing allocated resources. But I think that is why we've identified some of the actions as requiring additional. And it will be the case that for some of them we will be able to attract external funding to actually undertake those projects. But it will be, I guess, no different to any other process that we consider in the budgetary deliberations.
Because I read, whether it's in this section or another section, oh, here we are. The budget implications, costs associated with the shoreline plan have been funded by the Queensland QRA as part of the Community Coastal Hazard Resilience. Of the 42 actions listed within the shoreline plan, it's expected that 5 will be delivered in partnerships with community and government stakeholders. 11 are expected to be achieved using external funding. That's what you're talking about now, Liz. And 27 are expected to be met by council's budget. Now, I don't know what the percentage was and what the portion that would be there. So if we've got enough resources there to cover some of them, it's the what we don't have covered is the question.
Well, I think if I can jump in there, Lisa, each of those, as Lisa's pointed out, Councillor Mather, will be subject to a business case. And so whenever that business case comes to the table, or comes to ELT and then to council, that's how it will be considered, determine whether it goes into the budget for consideration or not. At this point, whether you want to reinvent or reinstate an environmental levy will again be a matter for discussion at this table.
I just put a big question mark at that point in time. Is this something we need to consider? That's all I'm saying. Yeah. That, as you say, budget considerations. Yeah. As long as we don't let it slip by unannounced.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Excuse me, Liz. The property you're thinking of, I'm thinking of in Cooey Bay, is it going to be more difficult for them to rectify what they're trying to do under this, or is it something we'll be able to do on a case-by-case sort of thing?
I think if we were considering changing tenures of any of these areas, we would have to look in detail at encroachments and other matters of access before we consented to a change. So I think all of that would be taken into consideration within a project looking at that tenure issue.
So would we also go looking for other encroachments across the coastline to rectify those things as well?
I think the direction that I feel council has provided me in respect of encroachments is that where severe or significant matters occur, they should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. But we certainly will not be going out on a proactive campaign in regard to encroachments. I think the key thing we want to do is build a relationship with our coastal property owners and work positively and collaboratively with them.
Music to our ears. Lisa, thank you very much. Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Lisa, when there's I guess a move to a change of tenure, does that have to come back to the table, council table?
Yes, absolutely. So it would be important to address this property by property. So it's a very detailed undertaking, and I don't anticipate it will be the first thing I do once the shoreline management plan is endorsed. There are many activities we're already undertaking that will be our primary focus. But I think it's important that we recognise the report has revealed this is a longer term sort of weakness in our future management, and so we do need to look at it in the passing of time and consider each location on its merits.
All right. Councillor Bello, any further questions from you before we open debate?
Yeah, I do have one further question there. If there is currently coastal property owners that have reached out wanting to apply to purchase the road reserves, is it not perhaps better to deal with those first and foremost prior to the adoption of this plan, given that this plan will, in some ways, I guess it indicates a direction that we're already prioritising, which I would argue may be moving away from any sort of tenure that could be agreed upon. And the second question there is, how does council deal with private property owners that own down to the high tide mark? There are pockets along our coastline where that is the case. Are they still captured under this plan, or is that private property trump a local government's coastal management plan?
I guess I would draw attention to the title of the document, which is shoreline management, and I've chosen that term because it's not a legal term. So in relation to tenure, we are governed by legislation. So that will dictate how we respond to requests for changes in boundaries, and that is a process that's already legislated. So this plan isn't about altering any of the legislative remedies that are available to people under existing laws. And when we say shoreline management, we are talking about a broader area, including the beach, the frontal dunes, hind dunes, and sometimes even properties behind that where the drainage may be affecting the beach. So the plan is really about bringing all the stakeholders that are in that coastal zone into focus and dealing with our coastal zone in a more holistic fashion. We will still need to deal with properties on a case-by-case basis, but this tries to provide a more holistic and long-term management framework.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me just go to Councillor Bello. Does that answer your question, Councillor Bello?
It probably doesn't allay my concerns completely, but the question about private property holders down to the high tide mark, and there's perhaps more of them than we actually realise. How would they be captured under this, or what sort of intervention would council have the right to do if we didn't like the vegetation, perhaps that they were planting or preventing from coming through, for example? What role would council play with those properties?
So we need to respect people's existing property boundaries and the ability for landowners to make decisions, but they are probably already in some ways constrained by existing legislation and the planning scheme. So we have overlay maps that identify coastal hazards such as coastal erosion, storm tide, and some of those existing planning provisions place requirements on landowners to manage that land appropriately. This document does not add any additional overlays or additional legal responsibilities that are not already in place.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lise, just so that I've got it in my head correctly, so this particular shoreline management plan will not inhibit anyone from requesting tenure of a road reserve through the state. Is that correct? It's not going to, and if they do want to purchase it, or if there is an issue with tenure and council are involved, it will come back to the table first. Is that correct?
That's correct. So in relation to some more recent applications, a report is being prepared by the Infrastructure Department to bring those to council's attention.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Councillor Friend, you're moving this, I assume?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to speak to it, but I'll reserve the right to speak at the end.
I need a seconder first anyway. So can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, debate is live. Councillor Friend, are you deferring your right to speak to the end?
Till the end.
Okay, all right. Is anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for? We happy, Councillor Watson?
I'd just like to say I actually enjoyed reading it. It took a long time, but I enjoyed reading it, and thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Eastwood?
Look, I'll speak for this, Mr Mayor. I guess, in a way, when I read the report, I was a little bit reluctant, and the reason being, I guess, and I could hear where Councillor Bello was coming from, just in relation to making sure that we maintain even council rights to areas of the foreshore, such as Kinka Beach, or not, Mullumbin Beach, for example. You know, like I would hate to see, I'd hate to see a reversion of everything back to, I guess, nature-based without and losing a lot of grass play areas and stuff like that. I guess is what I was thinking. But you know, when I read this report, I got really excited, and a couple of things. Like one of the things was when I saw the photos of I think it was figure 21 and 23 at Barwell's Creek, where the creek had changed, and there'd been restitution of the dunes by about 70 metres compared to what there had been. And so I actually really saw, you know, we speak all the time in relation to changes in our tidal patterns and sea rising, etc. And I sort of thought, wow, this is a place where we're actually seeing a little bit of the opposite. And I've noted that myself on Farnborough Beach, and I said the other day in that meeting we had, Mr Mayor, when I've driven along Farnborough Beach, when you used to be able to only drive up there on a 3.7 tide, and you wouldn't want to drive up there then because you were too close, but now on a 4.2 metre tide, there's still a bit of beach left, and so it sort of shows to me that there's a lot more sand being put up, and our dunes are getting higher, which is actually a good thing. It means that nature has become quite resilient in that area. So look, I think obviously, being a surfer and a lover of our seas and our oceans, and wanting to see the future of this place remain as great and somewhere where people want to come to, I think that I have to endorse this plan. And so thanks for putting it together, and just we're excited to see how it all pans out.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I'll also offer my support to it as well, Lisa. I think the thing that encourages me most is not only the work in terms of the environmental matters relating to the report, but the community engagement that you've taken on board. I mean, that's been obviously a concern for councillors as part of this whole shoreline management process, and particularly around Todd Avenue, Kui Bay, some of those areas. We've obviously received a number of calls from concerned residents. So thanks for taking that on board, and I certainly hope, Mr CEO, that continues, and in obviously the spirit that we intend it to. Councillor Bello, any comments from you before we go to the vote?
Any comments from me, Mr Chair? I guess I suppose that'll be reflected in my vote ultimately, but I'm prepared to support this plan. It's I guess, as both yourself and Councillor Eastwood have pointed out, it's vitally important. We've got 330 lineal metres of coastline, and we've got to interact with that coastline in a sustainable way. But I also have my concerns and reservations about the conflict that will be generated, but providing we're in a position to treat individual beaches or neighbourhoods on a case-by-case basis, which has been stated very clearly here today, and those environmental reserves will be considered prior to, I guess, changing from road reserves or esplanades, then I'll be watching it closely and look forward to the implementation in a reasonable manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Friend, do you want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. So I've just prepared a few words, and thanks for your indulgence. The coastline of Livingstone Shire, as Councillor Bello has just mentioned, is 300 kilometres from the mouth of the Fitzroy River to Stanage Bay in the north. The state coastal land is managed by trustees being local government under the Land Act 1994, including coastal management and protection purposes, which is designated as protected under the Nature Conservation Act. The threat comes with sea level rise in Queensland, and it's predicted to be 0.8 of a metre by 2100. This will impact the future generations of our Shire. By undertaking and being proactive in the mitigation of this predicted rise, council is looking to the future to protect the line of defence for the coastal housing and community by protection of the dunes along our coastline. This shoreline management plan specifically targets each individual area of our shoreline. Forward planning such as this will enable our future council to be forearmed in the gradual rise of sea levels. Recently, Mr Mayor, in the news, it was said that Thwaites Glacier, which is a slab of ice the size of Florida located in Antarctica, is just hanging on by the tip of its fingers. And researchers believe that if it collapses entirely, it could rise global sea levels up to 3 metres. So this is just for something for all of us to think about and why we're enacting on this shoreline management plan. It's for protection of our beautiful community. But I wish to thank Lisa Charles, Matt Baldock and the entire team for presenting this to the table. And I also wish to commend the traditional owners of land and sea country for their vast knowledge and input, and also voluntary organisations that work tirelessly to maintain this extensive expanse of our coastline. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, we'll wrap up and go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got to move a Councillor Friend, second Councillor Mather, all in favour. Councillor Bello.
Councillor Bello.
Councillor Bello, are you there?
Sorry, I've muted myself. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I can now. You're voting in yay or nay?
It's a aye.
Okay.
Aye.
All right. Well, I hope your eye's doing fine. There we go. Good on that one? Okay. Carried unanimously. 11.2, councillors, is the 2022-23 Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program and the funding application outcome. Welcome to the table, Mr Lau. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So Council, following the briefing session, officers had taken on board Council's advice and some comments. We provided a bit more clarification in the report and a bit more detail. So officers are now recommending to Council to approve the list provided for the Cycle Network grant and the Walking Network grant, and also to endorse the proposal to defer the Roslyn Bay Trunk Water Main project in order to fund the construction or delivery of these projects. So happy to answer any more questions you may have.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tony, the Roslyn Bay project, obviously that was put there for a reason, and we're looking at taking that money and putting it on the pathways. I'm just wondering where the priorities stand. Yes,
Councillor. So the Roslyn Bay project, it is overall, I think it's a 7-year strategy. I can't recall, but it is a strategy over a number of years to upgrade some infrastructure within Roslyn Bay just to improve the water services we provide.
Is it the pressure that's down or something?
Yes, so it's the firefighting pressures could be improved, and there's issues about land tenure as well. But it's the advice we've been waiting on the state government to provide their response to our request about the land tenure. At this stage, it's been probably a couple of years now, and we've followed up, and they still haven't provided a response.
When was the last time? When was the last time you contacted them? It's been a couple of years now.
Yeah, I can't recall, Councillor.
No, we need to follow.
We follow up regularly with them, so.
What I'm thinking about, sometimes we just need to give them a tickle. Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
Why? Because if the water pressure's down and the relies on the water pressure for firefighting purposes, I'm wondering whether we're on the wrong track about relocating money.
Yeah, so officers, there is still firefighting capability, but it can be improved. And so, in order of priority, we believe that this is the Roslyn Bay project can be deferred by a year.
If it's a program that we're sort of doing over a couple of years, is it?
That's right.
Which means if we lose the money this year, we still have to find this money and next year's money at the same time. Or has everything just been put back?
No, everything's been shuffled back. Yeah.
When you're looking at water pressure, worries me a little bit.
This councillor.
So if I can just jump in, what is the damage in inverted commas if the Roslyn Bay trunk water and reticulation main is deferred? Is there any particular impact?
Impact as in our ability to provide water services to the Roslyn Bay area.
And is that a burning issue for the residents of that area?
It's been like that forever, Mr. Mayor. And so we identified that there is opportunity to improve the services we provide in that area. So that's what this project was, and how it developed anyway. And so I guess there's always an element of risk when you're talking water delivery, but yeah, officers believe that this risk is manageable.
Okay. And how much are you taking out of the Roslyn Bay scheme?
So within the report, it outlines.
So in the report I read, but I mean, is that the entire amount of money coming from there?
No, that's just one stage of it. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So as I said, can't recall exactly how many, 4 or 7 stages with a budget allocation for each stage.
All right.
Through you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Friend.
Thank you. Tony, I see that the original funding was from when we're talking about Adelaide Park Road and from Power Street to Caroline Street on that particular side. We then discussed this further with you at the briefing. So am I right in saying that now it's Adelaide Park Road and Braithwaite Street shared path is the path going on the opposite side of the road, and that the Minister has agreed to that? Is that correct?
Yeah, so there is currently pathways on both sides of the road. So the pathway on the southern side, that's in need of repair. So it is requires maintenance, and also there's a bridge. That's the second one we're talking about, I believe. Yeah, the bridge is definitely in need of repair, and so the bridge, I believe, is quite critical, and so the plan was to upgrade that pathway and the bridge with it using this funding, and it also complements the overall cycle network. So.
I was just a little confused over the Adelaide Park Road and Braithwaite Street shared path.
Yeah, so originally we submitted it as 2 separate projects, and it was the funding bodies said combine it into one.
Combine the funding into one, rather than the job
Both,
into one.
yeah, rather than separate projects with separate funding, is combined project with combined funding. That's all.
Is it the same amount?
Yes, if you add it together, it's the same amount, I believe. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Councillor Eastwood is moving. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report? Hang on.
There we go. Yeah, look, I get pretty excited about cycle networks and connectivity. You've just got to see the success of the path from Lammermoor Beach up towards Wreck Point Hill, not Wreck Point Hill, Kent Beach Hill, and how often that's used. And as we come into an area where people are trying to get fit, we want our citizens to be fit. We've just embarked on electric scooters, and the amount of people are using all different sorts of vehicles on these paths, whether they be skateboards, whether they be walking, whether they be cycling. And it's just really, really important that we get this connectivity happening and becoming deeper within our whole infrastructure, so that not only our citizens but our tourists get to see the beautiful place that we have and are able to live a healthy lifestyle. So I absolutely endorse this, and I ask my councillors to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for?
I'd like to speak. I'm not too sure whether I'll go with this, Mr. Mayor. I don't get excited over bikeways, okay? I've got roads coming off Arthur Street. There's no pedestrian pathways there for the oldies to push their wheelie walkers up to the shopping centre. I go one step further to Birdwood Avenue. Tony knows all about this one. We've got people, bugger, sorry. Those people, they're senior cits and they want to get to the supermarket too, but the driveways that they have to jump over are quite onerous on wheelie walkers or even with sure-footed. So I don't get excited over bikeways when they go from one end of the town to the other, one end of the coast to the other. When I've got people in the middle of town who can't get to the shops. So I'm not too sure. And then when I find that we're losing the water pressure at Rosalind Bay, it gives me another reason to say, look, I better rethink this one.
Well, Councillor Mather, with all due respect to your position, Councillor Eastwood is entitled to get excited over what he wants. Certainly within his portfolio is the matter we're talking about now, as roads are within yours, and I understand both your positions, but
the pathways are, Mr. Mayor.
I'm indeed encouraged by Councillor Eastwood's passion about this because I think it's a very worthwhile project. Anyway, Councillor Watson, you had a question of the officer, did you?
Yeah. Just when I was looking at the circles last night, when I was reading again with the CBD of Yeppoon, there was actually the question I had in my head was Birdwood Avenue. Was that part of that? Because I couldn't blow it up to have a look. And I know that's such an important thing that needs to be done just to help all those people, the elderly in particular. There.
So yes, Councillor, the walking network plan, part of the overall funding, I suppose, is to establish walking network plans for Livingstone communities. And so it could very well include those roads such as Birdwood. Yeah, so that's part of the project. Yeah, part of the project is to establish a walking network. So with the walking network plans, it's all about the network of walking paths. And so it could very well include it, yeah. I'll take note of it, Councillor, and yeah.
I just know that in the past we've all asked and it's been told that it's in the forward planning, and just haven't heard any more, that's all.
Yeah.
Right, anyone speaking for?
Just a last thought, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mather, you've had a turn. I'm sorry.
I've had a turn.
Yep.
I'm thinking ahead, Mr. Mayor. If we
Is there a question here? Because you've already had a comment.
Can we make it a separate motion after this one to actually include Birdwood Avenue and the harbour water pressure as a priority in the next budget?
And that'll be a separate resolution, Councillor, to this one. We'll deal with it. Yep. All right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Bello?
I'll one comment, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. We're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Let's wrap it up. Got a move at Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. All right, we'll deal with yours in general business, Councillor Mather. Thank you, Tony. .3, Mr. CEO, I think, is fees and charges amendment, reprinting waste vouchers. Welcome to the table, Mr. Deacon.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Afternoon, councillors. This is just to update you on the electronic waste vouchers. Councillors are aware that we allocated some budget last year to roll out an electronic system for waste vouchers via the Waste app. Generally, it's been pretty successful. I think as of just over a week ago, we had about 7,000 downloads so far of the Waste app. That's out of about 16,000 total residents who are eligible for waste vouchers, so about 43%. We've had around 600 people have come in and asked to get some other form other than the accessing their vouchers through the app, and those have all been individually addressed, either emailed or posted out. Quite interesting in that a number of cases, a small number of cases, but nonetheless, people have come in, requested their vouchers to be printed out, and when we've printed them out, we've found that there's only 8 or so vouchers left, and so what that means is that people have come in, used the app, downloaded the vouchers, used those vouchers, expended them at the waste facility, and then perhaps come in expecting that they might get 10 waste vouchers in paper form. And so, people have tried playing the system. This is just really saying that there is a cost to council in terms of, having to send out those waste vouchers. They are a currency. Council's budgeted $1.2 million this year just to fund the waste vouchers, and so we do want people to respect them, understand that they are, effectively a piece of currency. And when people come in and ask for them to be printed out, there's obviously no charge initially. What we're saying here is that there should be a charge when they return and say, actually, we lost our waste vouchers again. Can you reprint them or email them out again or send them out again? This is not something that's actually going to affect, the little old lady who's sat at home, because, in general, if you're not up and able to get about and take your waste away to the landfill, then, it's something that you're perhaps going to get your neighbour, your friend, your family to simply load the app on their phone. They can put your assessment in and your details in, and they can access your waste vouchers, and they can take advantage of the electronic vouchers on your behalf. So this is just proposing a nominal fee for people who don't take care of the vouchers, come back and ask council to do the job again. And the proposed fee is $20 per transaction.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Deacon, for all that information. Just reading through this particular report, let me just start my question by saying that I certainly understand an additional fee does encourage behavioural change and the safekeeping of vouchers. But you've noted that it takes 15 minutes to do the actual process. When in the past, I have had experience that entering a person's details takes about a minute. If you're proficient, if you're learning, of course it's going to take longer. Transcribing vouchers onto a template takes a couple of minutes by copying and pasting. Printing vouchers 1 minute, printing addresses onto an envelope 1 minute, and postage probably about $1. So taking that into consideration, I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, if we can amend the fee of $20 and make it half that. And the reason being, I feel that there is a reputational risk to council.
Well, before we go or take that step, can I ask Mr. Deacon how the $20 was determined, please?
Yeah, certainly, it's just an estimate of how long it involves. It depends on what format people have requested the vouchers in. As Councillor said, it could be that they've requested them to be printed out and then handed over. It could be that it's a matter of loading customer request into the system and then sending that off as an email. Means the vouchers need to be downloaded, emailed out to the individual. So, yeah, a general estimate, we can't say it's 15 minutes, we can't say it's 5 minutes.
All right. So you're proposing that the fee be reduced to $10, Councillor Friend. All right. Are there any objection from the officers to $10?
No,
okay. All right. So, councillors, you're happy to amend to $10? All right. So.
No, I'm not, Mr. Chairman. Just for the table's benefit, I'd be voting against this one, and happy to foreshadow that we don't charge anything, given it's the first year that we've trialled it, and there's been enough conflict out there without adding any additional undue stress. So I'd be proposing to leave it as it is.
So you're not supporting any figure anyway, Councillor Bello? So you don't?
No. Well, that's just based on your asking. That's my feedback.
Yep, fair enough. Councillor Eastwood? Hang on.
Yeah, look, I'm happy with the charge. I just want to absolutely I think I've got this right in my head. So they can get their first lot of paper printouts for nothing.
Yep.
So it's only if they lose those that they're charged.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Councillor Mather.
to the officer, how many requests for voucher replacements have we had so far? History.
Council, not aware of any replacement vouchers so far this year. As I said, we've had about 600 requests for an alternative to the Act. In past years, obviously, we didn't record voucher issues precisely, so there isn't any historical data to base that on.
So we're basing a $20 charge, which may come down to a $10 charge. I know history so far.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, I'm going with Councillor Bello. Do you hear that, Councillor Bello? I'm not going to support this at all, Mr. Mayor. And another reason too.
Councillor, we're not in debate yet, so we haven't got a mover and a seconder. So I will go to that point.
I do have one more question.
Yep.
And I guess it's a bit of a hypothetical. So somebody loses their vouchers and they've gone. Can they still get onto or get somebody to go online and redeem them online?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Okay.
if I've had my 10 vouchers printed, sorry, if you've had your vouchers printed initially and you go and redeem a couple and then you lose the remaining, or the sheet of paper that's got the remaining 8 unredeemed ones, then you could simply load it on your phone and you'd still see the 8 that were left and you'd see that you'd redeemed 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, yes, my question would be that we undertake a foreshadowed motion in case this one doesn't go through, and as Councillor Bello suggested, that the motion would be to implement this in the financial year of 23-24 with a charge of $10 as a replacement to allow people to have that opportunity this year to understand how it all works.
All right. We'll note that. Thank you, Councillor. All right. So, your question, Councillor? Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please?
Is this to make it $10 or leave it?
$10. $10 will be the amount. Moved, Councillor Watson. Can I get a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. So you've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right, Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
Just that if someone's already got it printed out and they go back for a second time, and I can't see why we shouldn't be charging them to do it. That's all.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello, do you want to crack at that one?
Just to clarify, so has the motion been amended from the $20 to $10, is it?
That's correct, yes.
So it sits at $10, that's where it's at the moment. Okay, well, I'll speak against that and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to put the foreshadowed motion up before?
We'll deal with this one first, Councillor. As we did last time, there's the foreshadowed. Yeah. All right. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Eastwood?
I think Councillor Byers is going to speak against, is he?
No, he said he spoke against. He said he's going to vote accordingly as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I will speak for it, Mr. Mayor. Just in the instance that what we've come across is here we've dropped the fee from $20 to $10, which I think is a lot more appropriate. And look, you've already had your vouchers, you've lost them. Then I think it's fair enough that it becomes user pays. I think that you can also still redeem those online. I've just got no problem with that. I think that moving into the future is just the way we've got to go, and I'm just happy to endorse it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Are we happy to wrap up debate on this one, councillors, and just go to the vote? I'm sorry, Councillor. Yep. Okay, Councillor.
I'd have to say, given the 2% that officers are encouraged to preserve in our budget, I give the officer initiative for his idea here, but I can't go along with it. Mr. Mayor, I think we're punishing the people for trying to do the right thing. I don't think this is a fair way to go. $10, $5, whatever the case may be. I don't think it's the way to go. If people, we're making a decision based on no historical data. There are a lot of people out there, we've gone, 250 so far, who have sought a hard copy. It's been posted out. I've got one of those. I asked it to be dropped in my letterbox, but it was posted, and that was very nice. There are so many people out there, certainly in the rural areas, and not only in the rural areas, they don't have a smartphone, they don't have a computer, and they will always require a hard copy. And they love their vouchers, let me tell you that. A lot of them feel it's the only thing they get for their rates. Not true, but that's how they feel, especially in the rural section. And I've had a few calls there as well. The data that went out to them in the little cards, or the data I've seen, nowhere on either side of that card does it say you have the option for a hard copy. And this is how you can get it. It talks the IT language, which none of them probably relate to. So there's nothing there that says, I understand what you're saying, because how do I get one? It doesn't say, ring this number. It doesn't say, ring anybody. How do I get one? So we are lacking in the information we're giving out there sometimes. I think we don't think it through the way we should. And I just feel that it will be a very sad day if we come out with a charge if you ask for another voucher. Because as I said, the people who've been ringing me, and they've been quite nice about it, but disappointed. So if this is the way we go, we don't even seem to have anything for our rate these days. They don't come to town. We know they have the right to all these services, but that's not the way they see it. And I think we're punishing them. And I don't think it's a smart move at all.
Right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Can you turn your
Sorry.
light? Thank you. All right, councillors, we're going to go to the vote on this one. We'll wrap it up. I've got a move of Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against?
Nay.
Nay. Motion is lost. All right, so we've got a foreshadowed motion now from Councillor Friend, which was?
Council results. Thanks, sorry, Mr. Mayor. That council resolves to add a new administration charge of $10 to its 23-24 fees and charges to apply on occasions where replacement first hard copy already provided, in brackets, hard copy waste vouchers are requested and required to be printed on a second or subsequent occasion by the same rates assessment.
All right, so essentially pushing the original motion out 12 months.
Yes. And I'm sure that media will be onto it as it gets closer to the next financial year in relation to the fees and charges.
All right. Everyone clear on the proposed motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just...
Moving that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
I've just taken on board what the good councillor's trying to do, but I don't think we can make a decision now for next year's fees and charges decision.
It's no different to putting an item on the budget, councillor, as we've done before.
That's for consideration.
Yeah, for consideration.
And I think this one was, we're going to do it next year. It wasn't for consideration, I don't think.
No, thank you, through the chair. No, it wasn't for consideration, that we will actually implement it next year, giving the community enough time to understand that everything comes at a cost, and that if they do want a second lot of vouchers, then they are required to pay for them, because it is the time of the staff undertaking sending out 300 or so vouchers or more. However, I do agree that leading up in the next, close to 12 months, we have the time to actually educate people.
No, it was a wordsmithing thing, Mr. Mayor, that we were going to do it rather than consideration for doing it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay.
All right. Okay, so we've got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Do we need to go into debate on this one, councillors, or we can just vote on this? All right. So this is to vote to push this out for 12 months' time. Move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Yep. Yeah, I was an aye. Aye. Thank you. Good on you.
11.4, councillors, anyone need a comfort stop or anything? All right. 11.4, fee reduction, Yeppoon District Show Society. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Lau. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council, as you're aware, the Yeppoon and District Show Society has submitted an application, development application for a new showground. And so as part of the application, they received an information request where officers had requested they provide their water and sewerage strategies supported by network analysis. And so the applicant had requested a quote for officers to carry out the network analysis. The quote amounted to $7,800, and they also submitted a request for a waive of the fee. So as you're aware, the delegation to waive a fee above $5,000 resides with council, and so officers are recommending that council supports the request and waives the fee. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, any questions?
Only if, can I move this one, Mr. Chair?
Of course you can. Seconded by Councillor Eastwood, so the debate is live. Any other questions, councillors? All right, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Bello?
Just to endorse supporting the Show Society's request for a fee reduction. I think any opportunity council can get behind these guys, that's fair and consistent with how we would treat other not-for-profits, then it's incumbent on us to do so, and I look forward to them progressing with their goals and aspirations with where they're heading. So, and I'm happy to leave it to other councillors to add from there. Thank you.
All good, thank you. Just a very quick question, Mr. Lau. Will the Show Society be able to access the council's recycled water system from there and thereby water their lawns at a much cheaper rate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe it is possible. There have been the recycled water mains run past the property anyway, so it's simply applying for a connection, and we normally enter into a recycled water user agreement with the Show Society, but yeah, it's definitely possible.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Are we happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. Mover, Councillor Bello. Second, Councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Is that too loud, or is that what you're saying, Rosie? I can't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, we're up to 11.5, councillors, which is a development application for a material change of use for a childcare centre at Lot 10, Tarangan Bar Road. And I have to say, I looked at this particular report and just went, wow, that's a big childcare centre. So, welcome to the table, Jenna. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So this application is for a material change of use for a childcare centre located at Lot 10, Tarangan Bar Road. I will be able to put some slides up to just give you context as well. So it's in a low-density residential zone and surrounded by residential and Tarangan Bar School, and 2 childcare centres are also in the locality. Let me just show you the slides. This is not working. That's okay. I'll just keep going. So the application is for a 180 child capacity centre to be constructed over 2 stages. In summary, the development is suitable for the site considering the use provides a service to fill community needs, and suitable justification has been provided to support the proposal. It's close to similar uses including the school and other childcare centres. No submissions were received during the public notification period, and it's recommended for approval subject to conditions and infrastructure charges. Is there any questions?
Yes, Jenna, thank you. It was a good report, Jenna. It says here, even if the development does not comply with some of the assessment benchmarks, there's a few of them there that need to be addressed, which you have addressed, okay? I'm thinking of the Robinsons, no, what's the other one? Ivy Street West. That can be a rat race through there. I'm just wondering, you've asked for a report that includes that, as incorporated into the traffic movement. Can you, or could Justine, can you bring us up a map to show us where the vehicles come in, which is around the lights,
I will be
to
able
the
to.
unnamed road, and then go out another way? I'm just seeing where they go out, because I think with the size of this project, there's going to be an awful lot of traffic, and we're going to have an awful lot of problems. We've just got to make sure it's right.
Definitely. So through the chair, Justin, if you just can put the proposal plan on the screen, that would probably be the best one. So this is the site, Councillor Mather. So this is the intersection up here. I can put the aerials back on.
It's not a good map to show us where the lights
So
are.
I can put the aerial back on after this. So
That's all.
essentially they come off the unnamed road and
Yes.
they come along a driveway into the car park and then they exit the site. So it's an in and out. So Justin, if you can just go back one, sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't give it clear where the roads are.
So essentially
I
they
thought
come
they
in
went out the
here.
other way.
I'm so sorry, it's a bit shaky. They will drive in here and then the exit is here onto a new road as part of a new approved residential estate. There's the option to come out this way and go back onto the unnamed road, or to go into, that's Ivy Street area, so Robinson Street area. There's the option for people to travel through the areas to get to the site.
I thought that unnamed road was Frangipani Drive, wasn't it?
It's an unnamed road reserve.
If you put that Frangipani in there, the man I'm going to raise it again, the man I know has got, what, 5 million in the bank to take us to court if we just start that
Here we are.
sort of trick.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
But I would suggest you scrub that name off there before we go any further, because we'll all end up in suit.
It is an unnamed road reserve there.
That's where the bus turns around, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
That's
There is
where
the bus turnaround.
comes down and
Yes.
turns around there, so it's going to compete with the incoming traffic for the kindergarten.
So through the chair, that the buses will come in. The buses do have their own set down in the unnamed road reserve next to the school. They have their own set down area. This is two-way traffic, so people will come in off Turingabar Road, whichever direction they come into the site, then they can exit this way, or they can also come in this way as well. So I suppose it will depend on the preference of the person or the person attending the site to where they come from.
Jenna, it's a bit hard to see with the colouring where they're coming out. You say they can come in that northern section too?
So there's an in and out located here, which is going through an operational works. You won't be able to see the roads.
All I know is we're going to have this come back, and we're going to have one hell of a headache if we don't get it right.
So the engineers have assessed the application to determine that the access proposed is suitable in terms of the access in and the access out through to the new Cerulean estate once that's constructed.
How many cars do we expect?
So there's 180 child capacity. There's a requirement for 45 spaces on site, but again, it is a staggered drop-off for kids at daycare. So it's a long daycare service. It's a 6:15 to 6:15 service. So it's not expected that every person would arrive at the same time. It would be a staggered drop-off time and then also staggered leaving time and pick-up time as well. So it's not that every person is expected to be there at once.
Mr Mayor, I just know that weren't too many years ago that the Mayor and I were called in to the school to speak with the principal and others over the congestion there with getting cars in and out safely with people, exactly like the high school. People all over the place, cars all over the place. And not a lot's changed except the bus coming in where the lights are to do a U to come out that area.
Well, Councillor Mather, my understanding is there's 2 access points to this, are there not?
Yes, but we're going to double the number of cars too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I knew what it was like then, and we're going to multiply that by this new development. We just make sure that it's.
So through the chair, a lot of the school pickup is further along Tarangabai Road. So you can see the edge of the school in the image there. So that's the edge of the school. A lot of the school pickup's down here, and a lot of the school car parks are further down Tarangabai Road. It's not likely that someone that was coming to this site will end up in the congestion. They're likely to enter and exit the site whether they prefer to come through the alternative way through Ivy Street area and Robertson Street to get in and out of the
Where's
site.
the lollipop lady up there?
Just around the intersection there.
Right in the middle, yeah, I thought so.
And then mostly Frangipani Drive from, I suppose, what I see. Oh, sorry. The unnamed road reserve. Oh,
I started
like
that, I'm sorry.
it's like on the screen. The unnamed road reserve, sorry. I've lost my train of thought now.
Sorry.
Just in terms of the bus turn off, so a lot of people don't actually use that for pick up and drop off. It's mostly off Tarangabai Road. It's the bus.
So, Jenna, are we putting any pressure on Ivy Street by having access through there?
Through the chair, also, to answer the question, like there is an approval for a subdivision to occur over the entire of this property. So there's going to be pressures whether it's from a residential subdivision or whether it's from the childcare centre. It has been assessed in terms of the traffic movements from our engineering team, and it's been determined that it's a suitable use to occur here. It still has to go through subsequent operational works to make sure that access driveways and movements are appropriate, and if there's any upgrades, I suppose, required of any other roads, but it will all be new road systems in this area too. And I suppose as well, council has recently upgraded the intersection of the unnamed road reserve with lights as well, so that it is a better outcome.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions under my particular portfolio, Jenna, and reading through this. So on page 247, it's conditioned that a development permit for operational works is to be accompanied by a detailed environmental management plan. If we were to approve this development today, then the operational works application would be submitted with the environmental management plan. If the environmental management plan was not acceptable, where does that leave this approval?
So the environmental management plan is a requirement and it's a condition that's put on most development permits when they do require further operational works, and it gives details in terms of how the development will manage during construction, how they'll manage things like topsoil, how they'll manage dust, how they'll manage noise, and that gets assessed. And if there's something that's not, I suppose, suitable in the original lodgement, we always do have the option to ask for further information or updates to that.
Okay, so on page 256, a vegetation buffer will be retained and biodiversity overlay code states that this site is mapped with remnant vegetation. Could we see on the map where that remnant vegetation is?
Yes, so the mapping, without actually having the overlay mapping on, councillor, is the overlay mapping's at the top of the site where the childcare centre is proposed. The justification through the report is that the application's been approved for subdivision. It already holds an existing approval for subdivision, and that vegetation was being lost through the subdivision approval already.
Sure, okay.
The property is zoned residential. It's intended that it will be developed for residential, and that the connectivity to other areas was minimised through the residential subdivision.
Okay, and just because I'm not a planner, why is this allowable in an urban zone? You know, so you said it's been approved for residential, and now we're looking at a childcare centre.
In terms of the childcare centre being an appropriate use?
Yes.
So in terms of the sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay. In terms of the childcare centre use, we have looked at it in terms of fulfilling a community need. So servicing residential areas and being close to residential areas, and also co-locating next to the school and other childcare centres.
And just to double check and repeat something that you have just said, so it's already been approved for residential purposes, so the vegetation removal has already been approved previously?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
that's correct. In terms of the consideration for this application, the vegetation's already been approved to be
removed from the site. In terms
Okay.
of it will be subdivided if this doesn't.
Thank you,
Okay.
because I'll get all the people that love their trees contacting me, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Friend. All right. Councillor Eastwood wishes to move this one. Can I get a seconder, please, so we can make debate live? Second, councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Oh, just quickly, Mr Mayor, and if Councillor Mather thought I was excited before, well, I'm really excited now. Look, when a private developer comes ahead to put something like this up, something of this magnitude, it's because it's needed. And there's absolutely no doubt that, we all know this, that childcare has been a problem within this region for quite a while. People just haven't been able to get access to it. So I think that this is a great development. It's in a good area, it's near the schools, it's near in a growing part of our municipality, and it just ticks every box, and we've just got to go for it. So I commend it to the rest of our councillors.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello? No. Anyone speaking for?
I just hope that the officers remove that name from the road, Mr Mayor. Seriously.
No.
Something else.
No, it's currently an unnamed road, councillor, and I started the joke, and apparently it backfired on me. So, all right. So we're happy to go to debate. Try that again. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All right. Councillor Vella, you happy with that?
Yes, Mr Chair.
All right. So got a move of Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. (11.6). Excuse me. Just trying to find 11.6. There we go. So this is request for reduction of development application fees for an MCU for a relocatable home park and reconfiguring a lot 1 and 2, described as lot 4 on SP 213135, located at lot 4, Tamby Road, Tarramble. Jenna, that's still you? Okay.
Thank you. As Mayor said, the application is for a material use for a residential home park and reconfiguring a lot to create 2 lots. The site, there's a site plan, it is on the corner of Trinidad and Tamby Road. The application fee totals $131,678. The applicant has sought the fee be reduced to $29,100. Officers have reviewed that request and are unable to support the requested fee. However, acknowledge that the total fee did not reflect the cost recovery fee required under the Local Government Act. Therefore, officers recommend to reduce the per dwelling fee of the relocatable home park component only, reducing the application fee to $68,822. This proposed fee represents a reasonable reduction and will not result in council being left exposed to financial liability.
Can you just get this right here? You banded some rattled through some figures there, which could be confusing, would be confusing to anybody looking at this, saying, well, what did you ask them to do and what did they ask you to reduce? So can you just go over that little bit again, please?
Sure. So through the chair, the application fee is 2 components. It's for a material change of use and reconfiguring a lot. So the material change of use component is that first table, and the reconfiguring a lot is on the next page. So what the applicants requested is a percentage reduction, or the rate for the per dwelling charge for the relocatable home park to be reduced to $100 per dwelling.
From $1,800
From
to $100.
$432.
They wanted $100.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So they wanted to reduce the rate of $100 per dwelling.
Reduce it by $100 or to $100?
To $100.
To $100. So they're asking us to come from $1,896 to $100.
in the table, councillor. It's this charge here, the $432. That charge
Okay,
there.
okay, I'm just looking at this here. Relocatable base fee for those.
So that's the
This one
largest
here.
component of the charge, is the per lot or per dwelling charge. So they asked for $100, and we have reviewed that. And the table, the third table in the report, is what officers have recommended, that we can support a 50% reduction to the per dwelling charge. So it will halve that charge amount. That's our recommendation, is that be halved to reduce the fee.
Can I ask a question in relation to that too, please? What are each of those relocatable homes of similar design, or are they different? Because where I'm going with this is, if the design of the relocatable homes is essentially the same, then $432 per design seems a bit excessive to me, because if you've got a home that's identical, then really you're assessing only one, and the rest you pretty much don't have to.
So to answer the question, so the application's being assessed by Officer Tammy. It has progressed through and is in, I suppose, a stage before. It's being referred to the state, and we don't need any further information. This is the proposal plan. It's not, I suppose, a particular dwelling plan. This is the site, and a dwelling will go on there. So we're looking at it in terms of the amenity and impact, I suppose, to streets and how that will operate in terms of traffic and services. And
Yeah, but you're charging them $432 per dwelling.
yeah, and that, yes.
Just to step in there, that we're not necessarily assessing a design of a dwelling in terms of if they've got we're not necessarily assessing that they have a toilet there or a bedroom there. We're assessing the siting of that in respect of the whole site. So we don't just look at how many bedrooms you have, we look at where it's located on the site in terms of overlays or setbacks, or adjacent to roads or vegetation, or in relation to where it is in terms of how much car parking it's generating. But each one of those different houses has its own assessment, essentially. We're looking at it in the context of the site, not the individual dwelling. We're looking at them broadly in terms of how they sit within that site. And one that's on the northern part of the site is going to have different impacts to where it is located on the southern part of the site.
Yeah, but all the ones, for example, on the northern part of the side by side, for example, assuming that there's not a lot of difference in terms of their impact on whatever the overlay is, or
Then I would think there'd be a grouping of assessments. You'd look at a group up here that have similar,
so
you have a group there.
Groupings, is it justifiable to charge them $432 each?
Well, through the recommendation, we have recommended it be reduced for this application.
Yeah. I know, but ultimately,
Is that the best charge? Is that the best charge?
Is that the best charge?
Yes. So it is something that we can have a look through through a fee review, and it has been determined longer term. It was determined for the current fees and charges that is a reasonable fee to charge.
We've had some wider discussions going forward about our fees and charges, if there's some tipping points or bulk groupings that you could look at in terms of things that sort of step over to the next assessment phase.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm comfortable necessarily approving this without understanding what you're going to charge them, I guess.
So the recommendation is to halve the per dwelling charge, which reduces the fee to 60.
Oh, I guess
8,000.
going forward though, ladies, in terms of what you bring to council, I guess I would look for that sort of information, if you understand where I'm coming from, because we get lots of different, and I'm not the only one, all of the councillors get lots of different complaints about the scale and size of our fees, and we just need to be very careful about what we are charging, whether it's reasonable, you know, all those sorts of things. And I understand and appreciate the fact that you've halved it. But again, I mean, if you've halved it, is that still the right amount?
Sorry, to answer that, we have reviewed, I suppose, in terms of how many hours it may take officers, and we have had a look at how much detail and how much time officers do need to progress the assessment to see whether that is on par with the recommended fee of 50% reduction.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for.
We,
That's what
we have done some background numbers to make sure that when it is a reasonable fee for the cost and
Okay,
time
and can I suggest maybe you put that little bit of extra information in the report, because that'll just give me some comfort anyway. Yeah.
Sure.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson?
Has this come to the table before? I know that we're doing the material change use, but are we approving the units going through and everything at the same time?
The reconfiguration of the lot, which is the 1 into 2.
Yeah.
And also the relocatable home park itself.
And like these relocatable, are these the same sort of things that you see in caravan parks? I mean, this doesn't sound like the one that says Elsie, that's all, it doesn't.
So it'll be a similar type of development to the one that was at 78 Svensson Road. So
Yeah,
all
it's
relocatable home parks.
Okay, so same sort of style idea and, okay, all right. I was just worried we're going to have all these little.
Though, so likely a different
Yeah, I thought we were going to end up with a mining camp, that's all. That's right.
So this we may, so through you, Mr Mayor.
Sorry. No, that was my question too, Mr Mayor. Are we going to end up with a situation like we've got at Bell Park, where these people have got permanent residencies and they can put a garden, they can put an extension, and they can do those sort of things like it's... So we need to be clear of what we're approving, because I know that we're still picking up pieces from decisions made before.
So through the chair, this is just in relation to the fee. There will be a report brought back to council in terms of the use and the development and the assessment.
What they can do with the site.
Yes. So this is just in terms of whether the fee is a suitable cost recovery fee or not. So the details about the application will be brought back in a separate report.
The cost recovery fee for the developer, not for us.
For us to cover the cost of council officers doing the assessment on the application.
Mr Mayor, what I just gathered, it's been a recommendation that their request for a fee reduction be approved. Is that what you're saying?
We haven't agreed with what they have requested as the fee. We have recommended an alternative fee based on officers looking at the amount of time that is needed to assess this application.
Not their request, but an alternative, something in between. Is that right?
Yes. So it's a bit more than what the applicant requested to pay.
Okay, so he has to decide whether it's viable for him to go ahead with the new structure that you're going to offer him. Is that right?
So they don't believe that the full fee is cost recovery. So they've lodged a request to say we would like to reduce the fee. And they propose we can't accept what you've proposed to us, and we propose.
And he has to agree to that as being viable for him.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's said, and that's got to be approved yet by them as well. So do we approve that alternative fee today?
That's what we're seeking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Be reduced to something of our liking, yes. The other thing that I need to go with that, because if we're approving all of this judged on the new fees that we're proposing, we need to have some sort of conditions on this as to what they can and can't do on those sites. I mean, if it leaves it too late in the piece, because we could end up with a situation that we really can't control because we've signed up something that allows them to own so much land around them for residential purposes.
Through the chair, this request is simply to do with the application fee. It's not to decide the application, and then would be a full assessment on the application and an officer report with a recommendation attaching conditions if it progresses to an approval.
To that point.
If it progresses to a refusal, then it still will be brought back to council whichever way the decision ends up.
Yeah. Happy, Mr Mayor? Thank you.
Any other questions?
The debate, we've got Councillor Eastwood moving. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Watson, thank you. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Eastwood?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, look, I'm happy with the officer's report and the reduction in the fees. You know, we all know that we've got a housing crisis in our area, and I think this is just one way that we can actually help towards that.
Indeed. Anyone speaking against? Are we all happy just to go to the vote in that case? All right. Got a move at Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried unanimously.
If counting your own rules doesn't get to 2,
Item 7 is development application. Oh, I'm not reading all that. This is for capital developments. Jenna, that's yours.
Thank you. So this is for 2 development applications for reconfiguring a lot and material change of use for stages 1 to 3 in Sea Haven West. So next one. The subject site is in the emerging community zone and is an extension of Sea Haven Estate. The 2 development applications propose a total of 47 residential lots over 3 stages and allows a material change of use for 1 dwelling house per lot. The next one, thank you. Just the next one, thanks. Thank you. This just shows the proposed layout with an aerial underlay. So in summary, the development is in the emerging community zone as preferred to be developed for urban purposes. 4 submissions were received during the public notification period. The overlays have been addressed in terms of the flood hazard, biodiversity values and the bushfire hazard overlays. The development will be subject to a further operational works application for the detailed design, and suitable justification is to be provided to support the proposal. It's recommended for approval. Both applications are recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions and subject to infrastructure charges. Happy to take any questions.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Jenna, the little green line on the map that we see, is that Ross Creek? Where's Ross Creek in relation to this?
Ross Creek runs along
that way.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not actually impacting the homes or the proposed lots?
Through the chair, just in terms of flooding or drainage or?
But both,
Yeah.
any impact?
So the application was supported by a engineering report that has been assessed in the lots through some filling, and the lots have been shown to be outside of those areas.
Thank you. In the one of the submissions for a public notification, it was mentioned that Ross Creek flows through to the reef, makes a mockery of our efforts to protect the reef, and we're increasing runoff and silting of our precious reef. That's preempting my question of in the previous development we looked at today, and no, I'm not going to discuss the previous one, we've already resolved to accept that, but there was a condition 13.1, an erosion control and stormwater control management plan must be implemented and maintained on site for the duration of the works. It goes on to say the prepared erosion control and stormwater control management plan must be available on site for inspection by council officers during those works. So I'm just wondering why that particular condition wasn't a part of this application, because it is closer to Ross Creek.
So there is the requirement, there is a condition in relation to an erosion and sediment control plan that should be in a condition on the ROL aspects, and it's a requirement that they provide that as part of any operational works. So in terms of disturbing vegetation in the soils, they are required to do erosion and sediment control. And then there has been conditions put in terms of rehabilitation of areas around where construction may disturb any of the areas of the creek, and also some replanting of this area here.
Will council officers actually inspect that rehabilitation works, or the silting, any silt that may be of concern?
Through the chair, there are inspections as part of the operational works stages, and there can be conditions put on in terms of inspections relating to rehabilitation or plantings.
So at this stage, when we accept or not accept this particular application today, the conditions for council officers to inspect on site are not within this particular application, or does that come with the operational works?
That comes with the operational works. So this is essentially would be approving the layout, and then there is a secondary process in terms of the detailed design through the operational works.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, any questions on this one?
No, Mr Chairman.
Thank you.
Just a quick one, Mr Mayor.
Councillor
please.
Mather.
Jenna, easements, Jenna, inter-allotment drainage. Do we have any easements, registered easements in this?
So through the chair, there's no registered easements on this lot currently. There may be easements required, and that will be determined when they do their detailed design in the operational works, to determine where water can get to, I suppose.
Yeah, because easements, inter-allotment drainage is a big issue out there. We don't want to be picking that up down the end of the line too. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is lower, and it will be looked at through the operational works in terms of making sure the lots can drain to either the street or if they need inter-allotment drainage.
Yeah.
That
There's something is registered that we can make sure it happens, yes. Yeah.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
Councillor Watson.
Seeing it is a floodplain, will this land be raised so that it doesn't flood?
Through the chair, there will be some lots that need to have a little bit of filling to be above the flood level, but they have provided modelling as part of the application that was assessed and determined that this area is the most suitable. So on the image that you can see on the screen, the red outline is the most suitable areas that are least or not impacted by flood.
Thank you.
Okay, we might go into debate now, councillors, and get a vote. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? I'm happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right. I'll make a similar comment to Councillor Eastwood in the previous matter. I think we are in the thick of a housing crisis here, and I think the more development we can approve that meets the standards and the officer's approvals, the better. And so I think, this particular estate being the third iteration of this estate, third stage, yep, is testament to the developer and his faith in our region as well. So I commend it to the table. Anyone speaking against?
Last question, if I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman. The flood level here, it says compliance with condition 21.4. I could not find 21.4 on this. So
Sorry, through
maybe
the
it
chair,
refers to something that's not there.
they may have misaligned. There will be a condition in terms of making sure that the levels are above the flood level. That just might be a misalignment of the number.
Okay, let me just compare it with yours because I got that straight from the agenda.
What are you missing, councillor?
It makes reference to where does it say?
It's in advisory note 11. It's a reference to a condition number. It just says that it's part of the operational works.
I was going to say that'll be in the op works approval, won't it?
The number. It's 24.42. We can update that in the.
So this is wrong, 21.4.
Yeah, in note 11.
It's, what is it again,
24.42.
Gosh, again.
Oh.
It is in there.
Jenna, when we allow for these flood levels, like we have to have it by a certain height, are we allowing for the future with increased rainfalls we're supposed to have and all those sort of things? Like, are we looking for trouble down the track if we do have our climate change and everything else and there's more rain than usual and houses start flooding?
Would you like it?
I guess at the moment we're not. The state planning policy requires us to produce a 1% or 100-year flood study, the flood level, and that's what we're doing at the moment until that changes through state policy. That's what the council continue to apply.
All right. I'll go back to my original questions. Anyone speaking against? We happy to go to the vote on this one then, councillors? Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Bello, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I guess the only thing, Mr. Chair, was in terms of the capacity. Does that need to be taken into consideration in terms of the sewerage network and all that sort of stuff? In terms of the handling capacity of that network, does this at all need to be? Has that been considered in this report, or does that affect the officer's position, or can they build houses on these as soon as they're? If we approve it and they get their titles, can houses go on without any further changes to the sewerage upgrade, or where are we up to with that? I suppose is the question. I think that's probably most.
No worries. Well, Jenna's got a response for you.
Through the chair, the application has taken that into consideration, and it's understood that the sewer works are being progressed on by council to ensure that there is capacity or there is the relevant or the required infrastructure in the area. Again, the timing should align in terms of the timing for the lots to be ready to be developed and the timing for when sewer infrastructure is available as well. The timing of the sewer infrastructure over the next 2 financial years is what I understand.
All right. Okay, so we'll just wrap up, councillors. We've got a mover and myself, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Jenna. So where is the end of this report?
Mr Mayor?
Excellent. Right, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr Mayor, as stated in Agenda 5, I have a declaration and require to leave the room as an owner of one of the adjoining lots referred to in the notice of compliance with public notification requirements, Section 18.1 of the Development Assessment Rules.
No worries. All
Thank
right,
you.
we'll call you when this one's done, Councillor Friend. So this is development application for reconfiguring a lot in Hutton Street. Welcome to the table, Greta. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So this is reconfiguring a lot for one lot into 2 lots. The property is located at 11 Hutton Street, which is within the medium density residential zone. The proposal creates a vacant rear lot with an access easement provided to lot 2 within lot 1. An existing dwelling house and ancillary structure is located on proposed lot 1. Both lots do not meet the minimum lot size of 1,000 square metres in area. The proposal was the subject of public notification with 1 submission received. Officers recommend approval subject to the conditions as the proposal is considered to achieve a suitable density of development, which is compatible with the character of the area, taking into consideration the existing land use patterns. Any questions?
Thank you, Greta. Any questions, councillors?
Infrastructure charges 25,000, Mr Mayor. They've got a credit of 125. Yeah. One of it's worth it, don't you?
It's up to them.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bella, you good?
No, Mr Chair, only just to confirm that there was only the 1 submission against.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes.
Rightio. All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded. Councillor Bella, you want to second this one?
Yeah, okay, I can second this one, yep.
Okay. So we're going to move a Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Bello. Councillor Watson, you want to speak to the report?
Just quickly, I like the idea of cutting blocks in half and having more people living on smaller areas. I think that way we're not wasting land and not having to increase the infrastructure and things like that. I just think we should be looking for smaller blocks overall.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak for?
No, thank you, Mr Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak? All right, we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those
Aye.
against? Motion is carried. Thank you, Greta. Eleven nine. Someone want to find Councillor Friend? Okay. Go, Chris. We're not ready yet. No, waiting for Councillor Friend. Right, councillors, we're up to 11.9, which is a request from council for council's view, or views plural, in consideration of a renewal of term lease over lot 95 on Crown land.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors, CEO. This report pertains to the request from the Department of Natural Resources now, who are assessing an application for the renewal of a term lease for grazing purposes over lot 95 on Crown Plan LN 1449 at Malara, located at lot 95 Old Byfield Road. There are aerials attached to the report if we're required to see the area being considered. The department seeks council views or requirements which they consider prior to making any decision. Consultation was undertaken with internal council stakeholders. No objections were raised to the application. The comments are contained within the report. I recommend that council has no objection, but I'm happy to take questions.
All right, any questions, councillors?
No, Mr Mayor, but I'd have to say the mapping doesn't really give a clear indication of what we're dealing with, because I guess some of it's road, and if the road's divided by, the land is divided by a road, but each map is a little different, so it's a bit hard to know exactly what we're dealing with. In principle, I don't have a problem with the lease, renewing the lease.
All right.
But I'd just like to know what we're dealing with.
Well, we'll go with that.
So it's a bit of a cheer. That doesn't sound responsible.
All right, so can I get a move in a seconder, please, so we can go into debate on this one? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Mather? No. All right, so we're happy to go to debate. We're happy to go with the vote on this one, councillors. Councillor Bello, you got any questions?
No, Mr Chair.
All right. Move it, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Chris.
I think the next one you're going to divide into two sections.
Well, Councillor Watson's going to leave us for the next one, I think. We need to actually split it though, Councillor Watson, I think, because we've got two decisions that you can remain in the room for because you have no... Okay. You are so excused. All right, we won't have to split the report then, councillors.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just, Molly Saunders is away on leave at the moment and she has asked me to present this report. So I recommend to the table a 10-year renewal for Sandhills Community Sports and Social Club over what is called Mabel Edmonds Park at Keppel Sands, and a 10-year renewal for the Caves Progress and Agricultural Society over 76 Rossmoyer Road at the Caves, which is the Caves Showground area, both of those leases for a term of 10 years. And a new lease to Food Relief Capricorn Coast Incorporated for 5 years over a portion of 78 to 84 John Street, Yeppoon, which is the big blue shed at the community centre. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we've got 10-year, 10-year and 5-year, A, B and C.
Yes.
Yes. I'm happy to move that if everybody's happy, Mr Mayor.
Okay, just a quick question. Was the 5-year lease for the food bank what they asked for, or was it...
I'd have to go back to have a look at that documentation, Mayor.
I just wondered what the difference in... I wondered what the difference was. That was all between the 10 and the... Sorry? Maybe because it's the first one. Yeah. Anyway, if they're happy with that, I guess we're all happy with that. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Councillor Bello, you happy? Any questions?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously for those of us that are here. Thank you, Chris. Hello, Trish. We'll wait for Councillor Watson to come back. Or perhaps you can present your report while he comes back anyway.
Thank you, councillors. I'm presenting for Molly as well. This is regarding the review of the community assistance policy that I believe has been discussed previously. If you, as you will note, the Mayor's Discretionary Fund is no longer operating through Livingstone Shire Council, and the allocation of the $10,000 has been redirected to the Community Grants Scheme.
It's actually no longer legal.
No longer, yeah. So the policy has been updated to reflect that, with the removal basically of the Mayor's Discretionary Fund. So I submit it to the table for adoption, please.
Okay. We're waiting on Councillor Watson.
It wasn't immediately obvious where he is.
Yeah, I probably.
People in both directions, so we'll find him.
We'll give him a couple of minutes.
Just while I'm presenting this one, sorry, it's just a reminder to councillors that, and to the community, that the community grants are open at the moment. So if you know of any groups or interested parties, that would be wonderful if we could get them to apply. RADF, which is also part of the policy, will open in approximately a month, and our sponsorship applications still continue to be received very regularly. So,
what sort of things can they send their waivers now? What sort of grants
for a community grant, it's generally for, yeah, not so much. The RADF deals more with the art grants. The community grants are generally more equipment for sporting clubs. I know a lot of them get marquees or, you know, materials that can help out with sporting club and group activities. Yeah, and other not-for-profits, yeah, definitely. Sponsorship, as you know, is for events in the Shire, and yeah.
Mr Mayor, while there's a lull in proceedings, I didn't get the opportunity this morning to introduce our new Executive Director of Livability and Wellbeing, because I was thinking he may have joined us for the business outstanding, but we managed to have him this morning, but I didn't get the opportunity to introduce him, so we welcome Chris to his first council.
All right, we might just press on, I think. We do have a quorum. So, can I get a mover and a seconder for this one? Thank you, councillors. The community assistant. This is fairly straightforward. Actually, can I invite perhaps Councillor Bello? This is part of his portfolio. Would you like to move this, Councillor Bello?
Yeah, happy to move, Mr Chair.
Councillor Friend, happy to second? All right.
Mr Mayor, it will be a privilege to second Councillor Bellows.
Oh, you're laying it on thick now.
True.
All right, so I've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. This is fairly straightforward, Councillor. I'll just go straight to the vote on this one. All in favour?
Aye.
There's no real choice here. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Trish. $11.12, which is the monthly finance report for August. Welcome, Caitlin.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're right, yep.
Would you like me to wait? Or?
No, yeah, you can do it.
Today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the year-to-date, well, month-end year-to-date results for August. Overall, the operating results are slightly favourable against year-to-date budget expectations, with a year-to-date surplus. Particularly better than budget expectations are the operational grant funding and interest, with the latter being directly related to the RBA's recent rises in the cash rate. So obviously our interest is going to be higher. Of the operational grants received to date, approximately $250,000 was attributed to the financial assistance grant, and we can expect to get the remaining $760,000 throughout the year. Overall operating expenditure is within the budget expectations, but you'll see there is a negative variance for materials and services, which is attributed to prepayments of insurance and licences, which we pay up front for the forthcoming year. Our cash position, it's still strong and it's consistent with prior months and the timing of water rates falling due and general rates being due in September, And of council's 98 million cash balance, 42 million is externally restricted, 18.5 internally, and 37.5 million is unrestricted. Total borrowings are sitting at around 60 million at the end of August. Our next debt service repayment will be in September. The slight increase you would have saw in August is just the monthly interest and admin charges being applied. And the current capital expenditure year to date as of 31st of August was 4.45 million, and that made about 10% of the capital portfolio expended for the year so far. Rates and charges outstanding have decreased on the previous month, which is expected. 56% of our overdue balances for rates are with collection agencies, and for procurement, our procurement spend year to date has 20% or 2.89 million being with businesses located with Livingstone Shire boundaries. Contracts and tenders team, they've been busy and they've raised in August they've awarded 2 contracts, 1 under evaluation and 2 were open in the market at month end. And I'm happy to take any questions from you in regards to the report.
One question from me, Caitlin. Sorry till I find the page reference again. I just lost it. Attachment 1, maybe I'm reading this incorrectly under the executive summary.
Yes. Attachment 1, executive
The commentary says, sentence 2, the August result indicate a surplus with total operating revenue favourable against budget expectations. I'm just looking at the operating revenue versus operating expenditure. That's not a surplus. How do I read that?
Sorry, I think that should be a correction. For August, it was not a surplus, but year to date it was a...
No, the August month.
August.
I'm happy with year to date.
Oh, sorry. No, that should be a correction. That is a deficit.
So those figures are incorrect?
The figures are... Hang on.
Because your operating revenue is 1688 and your expenditure is 9569, which indicates a deficit to me.
Yes,
and you're saying August results indicate a surplus.
Yes, sorry, that commentary is incorrect. That does need an adjustment.
Is that the one on 471, Mr. Mayor?
Bear with me, that's page 470. 470. Mr. CEO, could we perhaps get a correction on that?
Yes.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, we will. We will issue to council orders this evening.
Thank you. And I'm just double checking I don't have any other queries on that. No, I think I'm good. Thank you, Caitlin. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What's this lady's name first?
Caitlin. Caitlin, good.
I'm not too sure which one you were. Sorry, Long.
Okay.
As ASO, 13%, 13.7%. The financial year budget is 108%. When do we expect that would come up? Because it's a long way from home.
So the assets sustainability ratio, that's based on our renewals over our depreciation, so the rate at which we're renewing our current assets. And as it's only sort of August, we would expect throughout the year that will come up throughout the year.
Yeah, well, we're expecting 108, which is over and above what they want from us. So that you'll expect that to come up during the year, would you?
Yes.
Yeah, well, okay, can we go over the page? And there's lots of little crosses up the top end of the box there. Can you just go through that, what we're experiencing there, please?
Sorry, through you.
Sorry,
Chair.
could you clarify the question, please, councillor?
Yeah, well, on page 471, there's a little box at the top.
Yep.
And you've got little crosses, full crosses on the way down there.
Yep.
We just need to know what the situation there is, please.
So a lot of the commentary, through you, Chair, is a lot of the commentary where there is a variance, and that's usually indicated by either the green tick or the red cross, that's where it's noted down below. So you'll see that, for example, the rates, levies and charges, they are looking favourable year to date, but the negative is due to the discount being applied to rates in the month of August. You will see there the negative variance.
I can catch you up on this later if you like.
Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, the notes underneath.
I understand that. Yeah, I guess it's still early in the year that we need to pick that one up. All right, we'll just monitor that one, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Bella, you good?
No, not my end, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're receiving the report, councillors, for August 31, 2022. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? I'll move it. Sorry, maybe if whoever's moving it, just move it with the amendments to come tonight, Mr. CEO. Is that okay?
Yes.
No, with the amendments. So, Councillor Mather, beg your pardon, you are moving with amendments. Okay.
We've got to identify the page.
Page 470. Yeah. Okay, seconded Councillor Friend, was it? Thank you, ladies. We'll just go to the vote. Councillors, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Caitlin. 11.13, contracting exceptions. Sole supplier report for 22-23. Welcome to the table, Dan.
No worries. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors. The main purpose of this report is to provide a list of suppliers from whom Livingstone Shire Council seek a resolution for the annual purchase as an exception to Local Government Regulation 2012 sub 235. Predominantly, most of the ones on our supplier list are either software companies or suppliers of parts that won't void our warranty on our equipment, etc., etc. I envisage to come back once some of those warranties run out, and they'll be removed from the list. Also, as we move forward with Merlin, some of these software companies will come off the list as well. Any other questions?
I had a question on page, in the table, I beg your pardon, the vendor table, for asset val. It says there, due to the specialised nature of valuing LSC assets and the huge costs incurred in both time and money to explain large changes in valuation as a result of different valuers' methodologies and approaches, it's impractical or disadvantageous to invite quotes. There are a number of firms, Dennis, that do this work. Why are we saying that about these guys?
Currently at this stage they hold most of our data that we already have. So once we ship, probably in the next 6 months, we'll slowly get rid of them as we transfer our data across to the Merlin Oracle project. But speaking with Dan Pearce, etc., we weren't quite game to drop them yet in case we lost that data.
Okay. Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Dennis, for the report. Just interested in Nearmap. Does council still use Arc Portal?
I can't answer that one totally. I believe they do. I'd have to recheck that one for you.
Sure. So what would be the benefit of Nearmap?
Nearmap is one of those companies that I guess their software is a little bit better than most companies. We did have a look in my previous life at, with other councils to see if there were other ones who were up to the same level. There weren't at that stage. So I think probably most of the councils do use that one.
So I suppose my next question would be, are we still paying for ARC Portal for the program and also NearMap, the two different programs?
Yes, we are at this stage, but there'll be other ones that we'll probably slowly get rid of as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors?
This question, I noticed you got Barlow's in here,
Yes.
but I couldn't find JRT. Are they under a different thing, or?
No, Barlow's there, JRT, we've taken them off because we actually get the same similar sort of product from other companies as well.
Okay. So it's just for the concrete blocks,
Yes.
not for the earth moving side of
That's
things.
correct.
All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder for these one? This report, please, councillor. All we're doing is resolving to apply the contracting exceptions. Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Watson, thank you. Any need for discussion on this, councillors, or are we happy to go straight to the vote? Councillor Bell, are you good?
Yep, all good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
11:14 is the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting flying minute from the 29th of August. You dealing with this one, Mr. CEO?
That's me, Mr. Mayor, yes. Council is asked to endorse or receive the minute from, the flying minute from the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee held on the 29th, or held remotely on the 29th of August to adopt the unaudited financial statements. These were the same statements were briefed to council a fortnight ago and will be presented for formal adoption following audit. It is good practice to have the audit committee also endorse those on their way to audit, which has been done by that flying minute.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move that if need be.
Thank you. So moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. Happy to go to the vote on this, councillors?
Yep.
All right, so all in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously, thank you. (11:15) is the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee terms of reference. And Paula, you're here today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. So I'm presenting some amendments that have been made to the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee terms of reference. So that was subsequent to a planning workshop and the recommendations made by the committee. So the amendments that have been made have been are detailed in the commentary. So there's three amendments. So the appointment of councillor proxy. It's just in the commentary section. So there's three bullet points there. Yeah. And furthermore, I believe it's in the attached terms of reference. You'll see it's noted in red there as well. So the first amendment was to section 4.42, appointment of councillor proxy. Section 4.43, remuneration of external members. And section 4.61, reference to facilitation of meetings via a combination of virtual and in-person. So those recommendations were made by the committee, and the terms of reference have been updated to reflect those recommendations made. Are there any questions in relation to the recommendations or amendments that have been made?
Councillor Bello, any questions?
Well, maybe it is a question, but I've been giving this a bit more thought, and just in terms of us trying to land how councillors are involved, I'm probably not supportive of this, which I'm happy to speak to, but I would want to flag a possible alternative that we investigate some sort of a rotation for councillors, that throughout the 4-year term, all councillors would serve a relatively even amount of time on the committee. So that's the sentiments of why I'm not supporting. I just want to flag that. I'm happy to do that in the debate.
Well, did you want to lay that on the table, lay this report on the table pending officers' review of that comment?
Oh, I'd certainly welcome if the table was prepared to consider that. A rotational system that allowed for all councillors to share at relatively even time is what I'd be proposing to justify the laying it on the table to try and provide more equity and all that sort of stuff.
Okay, so you're moving a procedural motion?
I don't think we've struck the right balance there at this point in time, and so I'd prefer not to support this one just for the sake of it. I guess it's. I think we can do better. So.
All right. So just a very quick question to Paula: if this lays on the table, are we doing any damage? It's not going to necessarily compromise anything.
The only thing there is there's a remuneration schedule that's attached. We do have one of the members whose appointment is coming to an end soon, so that's the only. So at the moment, with the remuneration, there's no consistency, and some of the fees that are charged there. So, for example, like the 5-minute fee, so that's actually not currently a prescribed fee. So, we were just trying to have some, I guess, set some precedents there with our fee schedule for that. So that would be the only matter that would affect this. So, sorry, just furthermore to that, the next report does actually speak about appointments of councillors to the committee. So,
okay.
All right, so keep going. Yep. It does, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether maybe we want to discuss that further in the next report.
Right, council appointments. Perfect, all right. We might leave it until then. You comfortable with that, Councillor Bello?
Yeah, that sounds like a great suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
happy to move this, then, Mr. Chair.
all right. So, Councillor Bello, happy to remove the move the original motion. Seconder, I'm happy to do that.
Still on 11:15.
Still on 11:15. Yep.
The recommendation as the officers report.
As per the officers' report. Yes. All right. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. 11:16. Paula, over to you again.
Okay, so 11:16 is in relation to council appointments. So the recommendation there, and this actually also reflects on some of those updates that have just been made to the terms of reference. So confirm the 2 councillors be appointed to the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. Nominate a councillor proxy delegate in the event that a nominated councillor is unable to attend the meeting, and authorise the CEO to administratively amend the council portfolio to reflect any required changes. So at the moment, our 2 council representatives are Councillor Bello, who has actually served on the committee for 18 months, and his term completed on the October the 21st, and then we also have Mayor Ireland, who is on the committee, and his term will be, sorry, I'm not sure whether I said Councillor Bello's term completed was October 2021, and Mayor Ireland is for completion October 2022. So the report does state there that the appointments of the council and the committee is for a minimum appointment of 18 months and a maximum continuous term of 6 years. So I guess further to Councillor Bello's query in the previous report, this is where we would actually look at appointing some new members from the council table for that committee.
Okay. Doesn't sound like Councillor Bellows particularly well at the moment. Yeah.
I thought it was really looking, sounding better.
So, Paula, essentially, if we're going to look at some sort of rotation system for elected members on the Audit and Risk Committee, at the moment it currently sits at a minimum of 18 months.
Correct.
Okay. Councillors, I think that's a reasonable amount of time to be on the Audit Committee. Sorry? You were going to be the next one on, yeah. Mr CEO?
Mr Mayor, if I can offer some observations. So the current structure is around a minimum term, which is to provide some continuity for the audit function. If I understand Councillor Bellow's question correctly, which is about ensuring that 7 councillors participate roughly evenly in the term, you would be looking to institute a maximum of 12 months, 2 councillors per 12-month block, and you would get through 7 councillors over the 4-year term. That is contrary to the intent of having a minimum term so that there is some continuity. That's not to say councillors can't do that, but you just need to recognise that that's a significant fundamental shift from minimum term for continuity to maximum term for everyone participating in a council term.
And that's, I suppose, a tangent to what my comment was about. Ultimately, I think 18 months is a good period of time to be on the committee, because it's not until then you start to get your feet under the table properly and understand how it all works. So that would be just my observation on it at this point in time. Councillor Bellow, do you want to add a comment here?
Look, Mr Chair, maybe it's something for a future council to consider. I mean, we're 2/3 of the way through, so it was just something that I guess I observed that it'd be good if everybody had a turn on there just for their own professional development, and unless you sort of, stipulate that, it seems like that may not happen. So, happy to leave it as is recommended, and perhaps a future council might consider it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you, Councillor Bellow. So we've got the recommendation in 3 parts there, councillors. I'm happy to move. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Watson, thank you.
Yeah, if we could nominate.
Confirm the 2 councillors.
Confirm, yep, the 2.
I overlooked that. All right. Right, so Councillor Watson's there.
We need to nominate a proxy as well.
All right, so look, if Councillor Eastwood wants to be number 2, I'm happy to be proxy.
That's fair.
That's a good idea.
Is that okay, Councillor Eastwood? You happy? I'm not pushing you into it. It was just a suggestion. All right. So we've got Councillor. Mine at the end of October. Mine will be done, Councillor. Yeah. Yeah. That would be the intent.
The next meeting.
Next meeting from Councillor Bellow.
For December.
Yeah.
Next, audit committee meeting scheduled for December.
Yeah. All right.
For December. And there's only 4 a year now. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got item 1 is that we confirm that Councillor Watson and Councillor Eastwood be appointed to the Audit and Risk Improvement Committee, and 2, we nominate myself to be the proxy delegate in the event that a nominated councillor is unable to attend the meeting of the committee, and 3, authorise the CEO to administratively amend the council portfolio policy to reflect any required changes in the council appointments to the Audit Risk Improvement Committee. Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. We're just happy to go to the vote on this, councillors. Councillor Bellow, you good?
Yes,
okay.
Mr Chair.
All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, councillors. $11.17. You good?
I was just checking that we concluded 11:15. It's not full on the table.
Yeah, it's all good. Right. Yeah. 11.17 is changes to the organisational structure. Mr CEO, I think this one is yours.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and Christy might join if necessary. As councillors are aware, we've been through a process of consultation to make some changes to the organisation structure. It's at such a level that warrants adoption by the council, and the proposed new structure is attached to your report. In summary, we're taking advantage of some vacancies in existing positions, principally the manager community wellbeing, which we are effectively declaring redundant as part of this process, and assigning the responsibilities of that position to other areas by creating a new position of disaster management community resilience coordinator. We're transferring natural resource management to what's currently referred to as livability to be renamed development and environment. Community partnerships, strengthening family connections and community centre functions are also to be transferred to what's currently known as community engagement to be renamed as community and cultural services, and open spaces to be renamed parks and open spaces to report directly to the Executive Director of Livability and Wellbeing. There are the name changes that accompany the recommended reporting line changes are shown at the bottom of page 529. We've been through a fairly extensive consultation process, including 2 formal rounds with staff and unions, and we've briefed council on a few occasions through the process. The rest of the report outlines what the various implications from a legislative and budget point of view are, but we make these recommendations to you. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Through to the CEO. I don't have a problem with the name changes. I thought the original names were very flowery. Mouthful, terrible, no imagination. What I'd like to do, because we've got two displays here of structure. Which is the new one?
It's the second attachment.
Attachment 2.
Okay. Now, it's always been confusing, even to the people working within the structures. No, open spaces can't do this, so-and-so's got to do that. So there have been changes over time. So I'd just like to know if there's anything that you've got set up that we can actually see what their responsibilities are, each one of these structures. Because there's been changes, and we need to know who we're referring people to or who we need to talk to ourselves.
2 responses, I guess. Mr Mayor, the first is that, in effect, I guess, the list that we've given you for the acceptable requests guidelines with all the names and phone numbers and functional accountability would be the best reference. If you require more detail around that, I'm sure we could provide that. In terms of the decision you're being asked to make today, do you require that information to
Not
determine
today.
this position? We'll provide that for you offline.
Yeah. Because those names and contact numbers that you gave before, I think that was before a lot of this changed. Just check it out, might need to be revised, that's all I'm saying.
Yes, well, this hasn't changed yet. We're hoping it changes today.
Okay, so the one you've given us
we'll have a
is
number of
going to be
administrative
okay.
arrangements to make following that.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a bit hinging on the decision today, yes.
Why do you say that? There's a bit hinging on it.
Because we've been talking to people for a few months now about these pending changes, but they're all subject to the council resolutions. If that's not passed today, the changes don't take effect.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Christy for extending the kind invitation for all councillors to sit with her and go through the organisational structure, as she and I went through last Friday. She made it very clear, easy to understand, so I don't have any major questions at this time, but I'd like to move it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, you good?
Yeah, none from me, Mr Chair.
All right. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Councillor Eastwood is seconding. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor?
No, there's no need. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against?
Just a clarification, this doesn't take into account Marlborough, the Marlborough depot.
No.
There's no impact on Melbourne, in fact no impact on the infrastructure department at all, with the exception of development engineering shifting from Tony Howe's part of the outfit across to the development and environment section where they sit now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? Councillor Bell, are you good to go to the vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we're going to move a councillor Friend, second to councillor Eastwood. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. 11.18 is the resourcing fixed term to permanent conversions. Christy, is this you or Mr. CEO?
It's probably a bit of a tag team, Mr. Mayor. I might provide a bit of background that I think councillors are mostly familiar with. So in March 2018, the council resolved to install a full-time equivalent employment cap, 356.2, and that has governed the size of the permanent organisation since that time, some 4.5 years ago. In order to accommodate growth in the organisation, any additional services that have been provided, those have been provided through temporary contract or casual positions or through the outsourcing of functions. And that's not always the most ideal way to deal with these things. Our long-term financial forecast anticipates growth of the organisation at an index of rates assessment growth or population growth, but driven principally by rates assessment growth, which would equate to a number of new permanent positions having been added to the establishment since March 2018. Previously, councillors have discussed recommendations to remove the cap, and there wasn't an appetite for doing that at the time. And with that well understood, we are now making recommendations about specific positions or a specific number of positions to be added to the cap, or to increase the cap from 356.2 to 359.2, and specifically convert the 3 positions nominated from temporary to permanent.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. The first one, I suppose, is the 3 positions that we're considering making permanent today. They're on a temporary basis or on a secondment, is that correct, from a different department?
They are currently temporary positions within our establishment, and there's a mixture of temporary employees as well as a person who has been seconded from within our organisation.
And so therefore there's a certain time period where they have a right to become permanent?
This is correct, yes.
What's that time period, if you don't mind?
So basically, within our enterprise agreement, up to 2 years. So once they hit that 2-year mark, they can make claims for permanency.
Certainly. And understanding that the the reactive maintenance officer is of utmost importance in the infrastructure department, we really do need that extra person there. And obviously I know firsthand how the waste department desperately needs assistance, as there is only 2 staff. And so that would certainly help them tremendously. And I know that the person in that temporary position in waste has undertaken a great deal of work with the electronic waste vouchers, etc. Yes. I'll move that, Mr. Mayor. My other question, I do apologise.
Yes.
And now I've gone blank, and I also apologise again. My other question was in relation to... No, I'll have to come back to it. Sorry.
Well, I'm happy to second, so we're going to move a councillor Friend, seconded myself. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple, actually. I'm just seeking some feedback on, I guess, historically, the 2018 organisational health check, I think it was called, and a commitment was made at that time by the then council to implement that health check, which I think had flagged X amount of positions would be made redundant. I don't know whether it was 12 or 15. Can somebody provide an explanation as to the accuracy of that and what was the outcome of that? Did we achieve that to its full extent, or did we get part way through it? That's the first question, Mr. Chair.
Mr Mayor, I'd have to verify to get the numbers exactly right. I believe the number was 14, if my memory serves. It does go back some time now, predates both Christy and myself, but I think the number was 14. I couldn't say exactly how many of those were achieved, Councillor Bello, but happy to get that information and send it to you.
Mr Mayor, could I suggest that that councillors be given a copy of that old report to refresh our memories as well, please?
We'll send it again.
Yeah, thank you. I've got...
Councillor Bello, sorry, Councillor Bello's still going, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Any other questions, Councillor Bello?
Also, just to confirm that, so that information is not yet able to be provided as to, I guess, how the organisation responded to that, to the recommendations of that health check in terms of total full-time positions that were going to be made redundant in order to make the organisation. I can remember the statement from the former CEO. I think we're going to grow into a smaller organisation. So at this point in time, we don't have that data.
I can't give you those answers definitively this afternoon, Councillor Bello, no.
Okay. Because I guess it was important, given that it flagged, I guess, for the sustainability of the organisation, what was the a sustainable number that we should be aiming for. It would be good to know how well did we do in achieving that, certainly for me prior to making a decision today.
Mr Mayor, I understand the intent of Councillor Bello's question. The information remains that the cap, 356.2, we have budgeted over the last 4.5 years for things to increase at the index of rates assessment growth. As it says in the budget section of the report, the positions are actually funded, they're just not permanent. There is a shortfall in the waste support officer position where budget only extends until February 23, and that difference will be made up by increased revenue. I think you've heard Nige talk before about the increased revenue in scrap metals and other revenue from that business. So the sustainability question, I think, is responded to even if we can't provide the specifics of the 2017 health check report.
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank
you. So, Councillor Bello, have you finished your questioning?
The only other question I did have, Mr. Chair, was just in relation to any redundancies that council may have carried out. Are we able to know, has there been any recently or the last 1 week, 6 months, a year that has affected that full-time equivalent number?
Mr Mayor, neither the previous report nor this report contemplates specific redundancies, but I can tell you that there has been one that didn't require or wasn't affected by the previous report, but as is mentioned in that report, as part of some of the consequential changes that are made, there has been a redundancy offered as part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Watson.
Christy, just where was it again? It says with staff attrition currently at 15%, 50 to 60 positions a year, there would seem to be ample opportunity to manage the residual risks. These 50 to 60 staff, are they full-time? Are they casuals, temporaries? What are they?
So basically, Councillor Watson, through the chair, that is a mixture of permanent employees as well as temporary employees, okay. And for a number of reasons, whether that be through resignations, retirements, or the end of a fixed term contract.
Okay. So, have we got a breakdown of how many permanent? Because I mean, like that's what you're trying to. That's our issue, is being not being able to put on enough full time, isn't it? So is there a lot of people who are full-time leaving, or that are getting to that age where it's time to go, or just moving on? Or?
It is something that we do track on a regular basis in terms of our staff turnover rates. And again, I don't have the specific numbers here with me today. More than happy to provide them to you, Councillor Watson.
Is it like 50% or something like that? I'm just wondering, that's all.
Yeah, I would have to, I wouldn't be confident in actually saying the exact number, but I would say possibly around 40 to 50%.
It would be fair to assume if we have about 400 bodies and 356 are permanent, it would be fair to assume that at least half of the turnover.
Are they outdoor staff or indoor?
It's a mixture, Councillor Watson,
okay.
yeah.
I just
definitely
thought there might have
across
been
the
a
board in
track
different
thing or
areas.
something, that's all.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the CEO, would it be detrimental to allow this to lie on the table until the next briefing session, when we could have access to that information, that old health study? Because I think there is a little bit of apprehension here to see where we're going.
These three people, their deadline sort of thing is end of October, isn't it?
Within the report, it gives an indication in the table as to when that 2-year expiry is due.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And I had another question too. The full-time employee quota, what do we have identified for the Marlborough gang? What is our quota for up there full-time allocated to that?
Again, Councillor May, they're not information I've got to hand. Happy to provide it to you this afternoon. If I recall, it was 6 or 4.
Well,
We've given you those charts before. Happy to give them to you again.
yes, but I'll need to have that.
Yep, we'll get hard copies for you this afternoon.
Yeah, oh, tomorrow will be fine, I'll be back.
Oh, we'll do it this afternoon.
Any other questions, councillors? We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, the seconder and myself. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speaking against?
Yeah, Mr Chairman, I take no pleasure in speaking against, but at this stage in time, I don't feel I've got enough information to make a fully informed decision. I would have liked to have known how the organisation has responded over the last 4 years, or certainly the time that we've been here, to, I guess, meet or at least respond or reflect the organisational structure health check that was undertaken at considerable expense to council. It mapped out the sustainability, what they believed that the numbers were, and I feel it's imperative that we're able to be fully across them before making a decision, notwithstanding that I'm sure that these 3 positions are very valid. But in the interest of ratepayers, I would like to know how that health check had been concluded before I make a decision, so I'll be voting against.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak for? I'll just speak very quickly in support of it. I think Councillor, notwithstanding Councillor Bellow's concerns about the previous work, time does march on, situations change, and I think that was 4 years ago, and we need to be a little bit cognizant of that, again, with respect to Councillor Bellow's concerns. I think the issue of the 3 officers here is one we need to address sooner rather than later, particularly given the deadline. And I don't have a particular issue with appointing 3 officers from temporary to permanent. We're happy to close debate, councillors, and go to a vote on this one.
I'll be voting against this.
Okay, all right. So, got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconder myself. All in favour? 1, 2, 3. Okay, those against?
Nay.
All right, well, I'll use my casting vote to take that over the line. Righto. $11.19, which is the Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. Mr. CEO.
What are you doing, Adam? Scratching around? Councillor Bello.
just scroll down the screen, I'll go to silent. Sorry.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The next in the series of quarterly management reports that we've been providing to councillors on each portfolio over the last 12 months is presented for your information. I'll ask Christy and Matt to join us. We get to these reports and there's a lot of important information in them, and we find ourselves time pressed for being able to properly digest the information that councillors have continually asked for about the performance of the organisation. So we do wish to take the time that's necessary for councillors to be comfortable with the information that's presented. So I might ask both Christy and Matt to give a bit of a cook's tour of their own contributions to the report, and then we're happy to answer any questions. Just front-ending the report is the half a dozen corporate performance indicators that were adopted by the council. Councillors will recall we felt it important to identify those things that all 400 people across the organisation could have some alignment to in their daily work, and we will report those to you each quarter. They're also built into the performance plans of the senior staff and others. But I might pass to Christy for hers and Matt's, and I'll battle away with Andrea's in her absence on school holidays, although from the amount of text messages she's been sending me today, she's dialed in on her holiday by the sound of it.
Thank you, Mr CEO. So just providing an update in regards to people and culture. There's been a significant amount of work, particularly within our organisational and development team, where we've actually done 353 people across our organisation have attended training during the period that we've been looking at over the last couple of months. This is primarily all of our mandatory training or our compliance-based training, conflict of interest, as well as developing our leaders through a co-leadership forum. So significant amount of people that we've been investing from a training and development point of view. We've also launched our new pilot leadership program where 18 of our coordinators, which is targeted around our middle managers, are participating in a program that's extended to go through for a 6-month period of time. And one of the great things about this program is that it is a tailored program to the individual. So we've really been looking at as a council in terms of what are those leadership competencies that's really important for our middle managers to actually have, so we can be focusing on not only assessing around that in terms of what are those things that we need to sustain, but potentially also look to create opportunities to develop as well. So that pilot program is definitely well underway with 360-degree feedback surveys taking place at the moment. We're also doing our annual employee engagement survey. This was open for a 2-week period of time between the 2nd to the 16th of September. So it just closed on Friday. So this is a great opportunity for us to check in with our employees just to see in terms of levels of engagement, what are some of those things that's working well and what are some of the opportunities that are presented to us. So looking forward to sharing some of those results with councillors in the near future. Just a couple of other things in terms of some of the work that we're doing with the community and supporting there is we've actually been a host employer for a trainee in helping to undertake a Certificate 1 in workplace skills. So we've had that person join us within our own people and culture team, but we've also provided some opportunities in other parts of our business as well. We've also been attended recently a Mega Careers Expo here, where hundreds of people have basically attended, where we had a great opportunity to talk to them about employment opportunities and what it's like to have a career with Livingstone Shire Council. We're also looking at launching a new mental health and wellbeing app very soon. Our safety team and organisational team have been working closely together, and we'll be looking to launch that next month as part of Mental Health Week. And another significant area of focus for us has been around our lost time injury frequency rate. So this is, I suppose, people who need to take time off due to being injured at work, and we certainly don't want that to be taking place. So we've had a particular focus around that. It was pleasing to see that we've had no lost time injuries during the month of July and August, and we are starting to trend downwards into the right direction. And whilst that is fantastic, we we can't lose sight of this because we are still higher than where we were this time last year. So we'll continue to focus on that. Any questions at all from councillors?
Oh, thank you. Thanks, through the chair. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Christy, on page 538, so would you say that this absenteeism, bringing a much greater target of greater than the 4.5%, is because of COVID, do you think?
No, look, there has been some components around COVID, but it's not a significant driver for us during the period that we've been looking at there.
Sure. And my second question is on page 546, and it's in relation to the overtime report. Mm-hmm. Am I correct in saying that in the last financial year of 21-22, there's $1,421,784 of overtime, and that 47% of this was general overtime? How is this broken down over that year? Like, why is it that a higher percentage and that amount of money required in overtime?
Thank you for the question, councillor friend. So in terms of our overtime, so whilst it was $1,421,784 for the year, this was marginally high when we look at it in comparison to the previous year as well. So it's sitting relatively around the same. Look, general overtime continues to be the majority of where our overtime expenditure comes from, because it is those those time and a half, double time situations where we pay that out. One of the things is this is an opportunity for us as a council is to look at the level of overtime that is occurring for people working the RDOs. For a number of reasons. One is it's looking at the genuine reasons around being needing to actually work on an RDO, but it's also ensuring our people have adequate time off and utilise those RDO breaks where necessary as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's just that I suppose for me, overtime are those people who are reactive maintenance, water, sewer, etc., local laws, dog catching dogs and dog attacks, etc. And I couldn't understand that it would add in one financial year to over almost $1.5 million.
Yeah, so there's a number of different things. So not only in terms of general overtime, but it could be on calls or call outs. So an alarm goes off, needing one of our people are needing to actually respond to that. So yes, whilst the majority of our overtime expenditure is for general overtime with the time and a half and the double time, there are other aspects around what's contributing to that overall overtime expenditure.
I'll follow through from that, Mr Mayor, in relation to the overtime, Christy. I did put a couple of questions in going back several weeks ago, talking about the overtime. As we know, it's a lot of money. And councillor friends mentioned of the overtime from service people, and I understand that. Sewage lines, water lines, all those sort of things, and they can't help that. I did ask as a follow-up from what I was given as to where this is coming from. Like when people start using the RDOs, they need, as you say, they need to have that rest. Is that on double time, time and a half, single time?
Yeah, it depends upon the circumstances and where they are in the business. But basically, if the organisation, generally where it's occurring, if the organisation is requesting for them to work on that RDO, they get to bank that, and then they're paid at the applicable overtime rate for that as well. So there is some behavioural things that I think that as an organisation there are opportunities for us to be delving further into that and making sure.
Well, I still want to know which areas that are sort of incurring that sort of money, because if there's something in the system that's causing them to work so much, there's something wrong with the system. Do you know what I'm saying? And I know every organisation will have overtime from time to time.
Yep.
And I mean, a person gets an hour or they get a few hours, they're very grateful for that on a one-off basis. But if it's a recurring thing, we need to know about it. And I'll tell you again the story I had with Rocky during amalgamation. Big overtime bill came to the table.
Yep.
Where did it come from? As we found out, there were so many breakages, water and sewage. That's where the overtime was going. Fixing them, not replacing them, but fixing the holes in the ground. And course, we started to spend money then upgrading those lines, and the overtime bill dropped. So we need to know where the overtime is being incurred, so we know how we can address it.
Yes.
We don't want names. We just need to know how and why.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm happy to provide some further information separate to the report.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So through the chair, our public Wi-Fi at the Kipplecracken that at the last report was inoperable has been repaired. So you'll start to see that data flowing through again. Our cyber security continues to improve. We've got a separate report that we'll bring to a briefing session in the very near future. A lot of work is going on that, and it's a considerable effort from the guys. As you can see, through the firewall intrusion prevention, we're blocking around 30,000 attempts on council systems a month, every quarter, sorry. So it's a considerable amount of effort. So there's a lot of commendation for the guys doing that work. Our phishing training out to the staff in the organisation, it's a continual process, but as we can see, the numbers are continuing to improve each and every quarter, which is a good sign for us. The next is the service requests. So these are, again, the issues that the internal team is resolving for our customers, mostly internal, but they're still running around that sort of 1,700 a quarter. So it's still a considerable amount of effort and work. The first call resolution, yes, it's down a little bit, but in the staffing method, we have had a trainee. You all know Wayne has successfully completed his and moved into a permanent position with the team. So it's a big congratulations to Wayne. He's moved into that team. We're thrilled to have him. And at the same time, we've been carrying a vacancy with the coordinator position that's now being filled by Aaron. He's hit the ground running last week and is already proving valuable to the team, so we're quite lucky in that regard. So we're hoping to see those stats pick up again in the next quarter. The customer satisfaction we did have for the first time in a while, one dissatisfied customer, but we're working with that to resolve. Our backups and assurance checks are still running. We do have the occasional hiccups, but they're listed there. It's a commitment we have to show our failings when they happen. Our printing volumes are still quite considerable. It's another body of work we need to tackle across the organisation, but it's money, it is paper. It's something that we haven't got to yet, but we will be. Our ICT asset management, again, we're working on that. It's a commitment we have over a number of years to continually roll our equipment so that there is no one out in our fleet having very old or useless equipment. So that's its progress. The live streaming council minutes meeting, you can see each and every view there for your information. Our outages, we did have 2 in this quarter. One was our core switch at the depot dropped some configuration and it caused a 5-hour outage across our council sites. And the other was a Microsoft Teams cloud-hosted solution that affected all of the Teams customers across the globe for 3 hours. And the Project Merlin update, we're going to again bring that to a briefing session in the very near future, but the team are progressing our data extraction, cleansing and system testing while we're down on consultants. Again, any questions through the chair?
Councillors, any questions of Matt? Councillor Bello? Councillor Bello, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm on. Sorry, Mr Mayor. No questions from me, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, Matt.
I don't know if I'm on the right agenda item. 555. Ordinary meeting, special meeting on the bottom. Is that you, Nate? Yes. I've got a question here, resources.
Yes.
So the amount of people who are tuning into the live streaming, it doesn't seem to be worth the effort or the energy that goes in there. I don't know if I'm misinterpreting that.
To be honest, Councillor, the setup of this is not an arduous task on us. It takes about an hour of testing the day previous, about half an hour in the morning. It is more arduous on just than it is on IT. It's not arduous on us, and if it provides the community a service that the councillors see value in,
we're happy to continue to do it.
Because I know when everybody's so busy, Mr Mayor, we've made an investment, we want to make sure that investment's paying off in a more substantial way. So I'm just thinking it needs to be considered perhaps.
Right, well, I'm sure the officers will take that on board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Two questions from me, guys. I'm probably not so much at Matt or Christy, but more at the CEO. One is just a comment. Where you've got your achievements or your outcomes, I think that's fantastic to show us that. But if there's anything that you're pulling up short on, for example, that will be good to know as well, so that we know whether we need to resource you appropriately or whatever. And I'm sure the list will be very brief, but if you can perhaps just indicate whatever's outstanding that you need perhaps assistance from council with, so that we can identify that. The other thing I was going to ask you about was governance. I see in the governance table, which is on page 541 of the report, the KPIs seem to be coming up a little bit short. Am I misinterpreting that correctly?
Mr Mayor, if that's in relation to policy reviews and the like, yes, I think that would be a fair observation that we're not meeting our own targets at this stage.
Okay. So is that a resourcing issue?
It's probably a combination of two things, Mr Mayor. One is our own expectations are probably a little ambitious. So we have instituted things like pushing out the policy review term from 2 years to 4 years, so only once a council term rather than twice a council term. That reduces the burden on that review cycle, but it is also the case that there's been some movement in that area which disrupts the continuity of those outcomes. So it's a combination of those two things, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right. I'm happy to move this, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Watson, thank you. Any further questions? Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. All right, so got a mover in myself, seconder, Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you to the officers. Thank you, Mr CEO. So that takes us to Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee reports. There are none. We can do that. I just want to tidy up before we get into, councillors, I want to tidy up before we get into confidential. Councillor Mather, in discussion around the cycle pathways, you raised a couple of things you wanted to see in the budget. That the following projects be considered as priorities for inclusion in the 23-24 Capital Works Program: Roslyn Bay Trunk Water and Reticulation Main, and 2, the Birdwood Avenue footpath. Councillor Bello, I'm reading that as it's up on the screen now. Would you like me to read it again?
Oh, yeah, okay, I can see it now, yeah. I think Justine's put it up there for us.
Cool, excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so Councillor Mather is moving. Seconding Councillor Friend. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll include that in urgent business, councillors. Is there anything else in urgent business that you want?
Yes, there is, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I'd ask
I reserve the right to determine whether it's urgent too, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. I understand as that is what's written there. However, I ask all of my colleagues here at the table to consider passing a resolution that officers undertake a report relating to a designated car park located on council-controlled road or located at Rita Marta Beach. This week, council operations had started to infringe drivers on Rita Marta Beach, and this has caused a lot of angst within the community. Everyone's asking, where is a designated car park so that they can actually leave their vehicles and walk to the beach? The designated area to park is along that council-controlled road without actually driving onto the beach. And as I'm not an engineer, and none at the table here today are, then I would ask that an officer's report be undertaken as a priority please, Mr Mayor.
All right. So have you got some wording for Justine?
Yes, that
Right to go, councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. That council resolves to have officers undertake
Sorry, you'll have to slow down a bit. Resolves to have officers.
that council resolves to have officers undertake a report relating to a designated car park, car parking area or car park, located on council-controlled road at Rita Marta Beach.
Okay. Councillor Bell, are you okay with that one? Would you like me to read it for you?
Yeah, no problem with that, Mr Chair and Councillor Friend.
All right. So you're moving, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Mather, thank you. Happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. We're just asking for a report.
Yes.
All in favour?
Aye.
Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
You got another one?
Thank you.
You got another one? No. I have one, Mr Mayor, and you can consider it.
You're
as
being greedy, councillor. I've already given you one so far.
I've taken up the whole morning, let's face it.
I again reserve the right to determine whether it's urgent or not.
Thank you. I raised it last meeting, and I think it's probably gone over somebody's head, but the Stanage Bay area still hasn't had it resolved as to what we're doing with the water pond, the dam, and the caravan park. DNR is pressing in for an outcome, and we, I think, for my memory, we said, oh look, we just sit on it, we do nothing and just see how long it takes them to come back to us. Well, it's happening. It's happening. And I suggested we really need to go up because the meetings that they've had before, there weren't the people there who should have been there to make the decisions. So we just need to settle it, Mr Mayor, because they're up in the air and DNR is expecting them to contact, and they're waiting for us to contact Stanage.
Well, having raised it, councillor, I'll just ask the CEO to update the councillors via email as soon as he possibly can, and then we can formulate a strategy from that. I'm not going to put it on the agenda for today.
No, don't have to put it on the agenda. The idea was to alert that we really need to go up there and talk to them firsthand rather than all this to and fro stuff that's going on.
All right, I'll basically close this part of the meeting for the time being. We'll move into confidential. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Shut down the live stream, please. Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, it's late in the day. Let's just punch through this. Item 15.1, properties eligible for sale of land for rate arrears. We have a couple of amendments to the list. Lot 46, survey plan 153929 is coming off. Lots 207, survey plan 166171 is coming off the list. And lot 2 on survey plan 266489 is coming off the list. So we can resolve to adopt the list presented in the report with those amendments. So moved, Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder, please, councillors? I'll second it. All right. So, Councillor Mather, you want to? We won't be speaking too much to it. We'll just go straight to the vote on this one. So we've got to move them. And Councillor Mather, second to myself, all in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. 15.2 is sale of land at Gateway Business and Industry Park. Recommendation is as presented. Councillors, can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously, thank you. And 15.3, sale of land on Tamby Road, Tarramble. Recommendation as presented. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. And 15.4, sale of land on Gusmore Street, Yeppoon. Recommendation as presented. Mover, please. Seconded Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. That concludes our business for today, councillors. Thank you so much for attending and have a lovely afternoon.